Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A giant whirlwind appears above the skyscrapers. Everything has changed dramatically. A red window pops up. Levels have appeared. Dragon-like monsters of levels 130 to 200 cover the entire sky. Monsters have come along with the levels. People look at the huge creatures with horror. Their levels are much lower than theirs. People have also been branded with this absolute mark. Everything in the world has begun to revolve around levels. People are in a calmer environment. They now have higher levels. All the best are high level. A young man stands in front of a frightening monster designated as a Nurgle, whose level is represented by 3 question marks. The guy says that this is some kind of madness. We see the guy's face. He himself is at level 457, but he does not understand how to kill the monster, which has question marks instead of a digital value. The people standing behind the young man call him a leader and say that we must retreat immediately. He gives permission to do so. Smiling, he looks around and states that if this monster comes out of the dungeon, Seoul will most likely turn into ruins. He will buy time for people to take action outside. The squad, led by the young man, runs towards the green portal. As a last request, its members ask the commander to survive. The blonde holds out his sword in front of him. He says that sacrificing himself is not his style at all. The young man resolutely moves towards the monster and demands that it come closer. The guy jumps up and raises his sword to strike. Small stones are visible near the young man, who is now in a very bad way. Nurgle, grinning angrily, deals a very powerful blow. Notifications appear. The attack has dealt damage exceeding the absorption value. The patron's armor is destroyed. 5% health remains. The bloody young man lies on the ground, cursing foully. Nurgle approaches him. The guy complains that he wasn't leveled enough. The monster strikes the guy straight in the side. He looks at his enemy and realizes that this is the end. There's a powerful yellow flash. The young man looks in amazement at the dark silhouette that deflects the blow of a huge axe with a rather modest-sized dagger. The squad leader looks at what's happening and can't believe his eyes. His attention is riveted to the golden dagger held by the hooded man. The guy doesn't understand how he can go up against such a monster with this weapon. Nurgle, his eyes shining, grins angrily. The young man's savior says that he's been looking for this monster for a long time. Before us is the face of a man fighting the monster. He asks Nurgle why he was hiding in such a boring dungeon. The saved guy notices the danger and shouts to his protector to be careful. A huge axe crashes into the ground. The hooded guy runs forward quickly. His body becomes a little blurry. The guy holds a dagger in front of his face. Blood splashes are visible behind his back. We see an eye. The rescued young man, with his mouth wide open, asks who is in front of him and what level this hero is. He asks again in bewilderment. The guy smiles strangely and says that he is only level 1. The phone screen shows advice on how to become a real hunter. You need to be ready to make every effort and even put your life on the line to overcome any difficulties. If it doesn't work out, it means that you didn't make enough effort. Before blaming fate and society, you need to think about why you are so lazy. The young man throws the phone into the ground and screams that this is not funny at all. A dead monster is visible behind his back. It is a completely ugly monster covered in blood. The guy looks away from himself. 7 years have passed. He decided to become a hunter at the age of 20, but with each year the disappointment grows stronger. The young man clenches his fists. He sits down on the ground and sadly looks down. The reasons for the failure were different. The hunter exam involves hunting specific monsters in huge dungeons. There are many different types of monsters in front of us, but in the early stages with a low level, it is almost impossible to complete this task. A young man is being chased by a creature with red eyes. Those who raise their level thanks to good equipment easily pass the exam. In front of the young man are 2 incredibly happy guys. The guy is lying on the ground with his arms outstretched. He worked around the clock at part-time jobs to buy the necessary items, but collapsed from exhaustion during the exam. The young man looks over his phone. He thinks that the one who wrote that effort alone is enough should first find his brains. Someone comes up to the guy and calling him an intern. The guy sees a hunter leader in a red headdress. He asks if the guy has really defeated all the low-level monsters if he is lounging around here. The young man looks at the man in fear and says that he really defeated them. In that case, he demands to return to the start and collect the trophies. Sitting here and staring at the phone is not what you need to do. The man frowns at the young man and says that he risks not getting into the raid on the boss. The guy looks at the leader with distrust. He knows that only those trainees who have money or power get into the raid, and the hunter is trying to deceive him. The guy smiles, rubbing the back of his head. He apologizes to the man and says that he will go now. The hunter shouts that this needs to be done faster and complains that young people do not think with their heads at all. The young man runs away, mentally calling the leader an old stump. The guy sees 2 young people with sparks sparkling around them. In front of us is a white portal. The young man looks at it in surprise. He thought that there were more people in the raid group, and it is unclear why everyone who is here is also loafing around. A happy fat man appears next to the young man. He exclaims that the person in front of him is the future ranker Lee Jin-woo. Raising his right hand, the guy asks if the hero has leveled up today. It is said that this is a classmate from high school, Kim Min-seok. Woo states that the young man calls him a future ranker, but he never said that he wanted to become one. The young men look at the other boys gathered in front of the portal. Woo asks why there is such a small group, which also consists of only trainees. Seok asks if the hero has heard the leader's words. An unidentified rank dungeon has appeared. The guild has announced an urgent assembly. The first clear can give serious rewards, so they quickly abandon the D-rank dungeon. Most likely, the clearing will be done by trainees and 2 leaders. Woo looks at his comrade in amazement and asks what all this means. He says that they will be able to participate, defeat the boss, and level up. Both young men are incredibly happy. Woo anxiously asks which guild members are left. If they are going to clear a D-rank dungeon with trainees, then their level must be high. Seok replies that he hasn't heard of that. In his opinion, they left someone competent. The boss of this dungeon self-destructs when his health drops too low. Woo imagines trainees and hunters. Even in the case of an emergency gathering, in order to clear a D-rank dungeon with 10 trainees, 2 hunters above level 100 must be left. This is the basic principle. The hero sees a guy with a weapon in his hand. In front of us is a blonde man in armor, who holds out a luxurious sword in front of himself. Woo tries to figure out if they can handle the clearing. The young man approaches the young man and asks if he has hunted this boss before. He replies that he hasn't. The hero concludes that one of the 2 guild members has no experience. Looking happily at the blonde man, Woo asks what raids he has participated in. The guy replies that this is his first raid. Previously, he was only allowed to observe. Then he realizes that the hero is very nervous. The hunter waves his sword and asks the boy not to worry. The lack of experience is compensated for by the equipment. Above the guy's head, you can see an indication that he is level 55. In front of us is Choi Yi-young. He is the grandson of the chairman of one of the best mid-sized companies in Korea. Woo stares at this man. Not only is there a hunter below level 100, but he is also a tourist who was dragged into dungeons for money. The guy looks at the bearded man, his arms folded across his chest. Woo realizes that all hope lies with the guild's second hunter, who is level 205. This man's face is covered in scars. The hero thinks that theoretically he will be enough to cover for his partner's lack of strength. A drop of sweat rolls down the guy's cheek. He thinks that a raid on a boss is not something that can be handled alone. People fight skeletons that reveal a rather nasty essence. Someone needs to deal with regular monsters, constantly adapting to changing attack targets. If they fail, they will become fodder for the boss, one after another. A bright white glow can be seen in the monster's belly. It should not be forgotten that the roundmouth self-destructs after 3 minutes when its health drops below 30%. All this means that the monster must be killed earlier. The bearded man stands in front of the trainees, hands on his hips. He asks if everyone knows the boss's attack sequence. He is not going to say much. They need to kill simple monsters, and when the boss tries to self-destruct, they should pounce on it and hit it with all their might. Woo raises his hand and asks what they will do if the damage is not enough. The stern hunter says that then they will escape through the portal, but it is better to attack, even if it involves risking their lives. If there is no one in the boss's room when it self-destructs, then all trophies and experience will disappear. The hand reaches for the ghostly sword. A huge blade appears in the bearded man's hand. He states that if his charges have no questions, they need to move out. Woo looks at the hunters jumping into the portal and thinks that there seems to be no way back. Young approaches the guy and asks if this is Lee Jin-woo. The guy points at the hero and says that he is level 46, which is a little higher than the others. Has he already defeated the boss? Seok puts his hand on his comrade's shoulder and says that this guy has defeated 3 bosses. The hero looks at the fat man in bewilderment. Young stands with his arms spread out to the sides. He says that in this case, it is better for them to all stick together. Before, he only watched, so he lacks practice. If they stick together and distribute roles, it will be more effective. Seok says that he agrees. The hero does not object either. Seok shakes the blonde man's hand. He says that he will be glad to work together. The guy hopes that his new acquaintances will defeat the boss. This will allow the fat man to gain a new level. The blonde man says that he himself needs items from this boss. Woo looks at the handshake, smiling. Seok suggests having a drink when they get out of here. Young happily says that he agrees. Woo thinks that the fat man decided to make friends with a guy from a rich family to participate in raids. A portal glows above the heads of the young people. Thanks to connections with the rich, you can really get into high-level dungeons much easier. The hero shakes the blonde man's hand. He says that he will be glad to work with him. Woo says that he will too. Young faces the portal. He offers to go through it. The hero thinks that such chances do not come up often in his life. Young smiles. It becomes clear that this is a very unkind smile. The hero looks at someone with anxiety. In front of him is an ally hiding in the portal. Wu feels a strange premonition. We see the dungeon boss. He is level 122 and has 30% health. Skeletons crawl out from under the ground. Hunters and trainees are desperately fighting the monsters. Some of them are screaming that this is driving them crazy. There are more than 50 opponents and the monsters are 100 levels higher than usual. Cries for help are heard. Wu smashes the skull of one of the skeletons. He looks at the battle happening next to him with his mouth wide open. The guy cannot understand why everything turned out this way. Yang turns to him and asks what they should do. It seems to him that they cannot cope this time. The bearded warrior asks his charges what they are all doing there. They need to quickly kill the skeletons and come to his aid. Wu, facing a skeleton, screams that there are too many enemies. How can they help someone? Siak runs up and pushes the monster away with his shoulder. We see the back of this guy. He orders his allies to deal with the boss. He can handle this one himself. Wu screams that Siak can't handle it and will definitely be killed. The fat man, his eyes bulging, yells that he will hold off the skeletons for a minute and the interns must help the bearded man. Yang puts his hand on the hero's shoulder. He asks him to go with him. All this must be finished as quickly as possible. The hero looks in horror at the huge eye on the monster's stomach. The guy clenches his teeth. He turns to Siak and shouts at him to hold out for just 30 seconds. The system window reports that the round mouth has 27% health left. The bearded man, Wu and Yang rain down blows on the monster. The commander asks why it is taking so long. He needs to hit harder. Gritting his teeth, Wu raises his weapon above his head. The system reports that there are 50 seconds left, and now there are 48. The hero looks up. He realizes that they will not make it in time. The young man turns to the hunter and shouts that none of this will work. They need to leave. He shouts that it's not over yet and they'll get through this. The heroes look at the commander in amazement. He thinks that this madman will destroy them all. They're not at a sports match after all. Wu hears the warning and turns around. The skeleton's sword flies past his neck. Blood splashes before the guy's eyes. We see his leg. The young man screams loudly and strikes the enemy. The monster falls to the ground, and Wu realizes that he was almost killed. A dozen skeletons rush at the young man. The fighters look at this army in amazement. One of them asks what happened. Why are they all running here? A young man lies on the ground, groaning pitifully. Two more fighters are visible next to him. The bearded man curses, looking at the losses he has suffered. With his mouth wide open, he calls for them to leave, taking all the wounded. The young men shout that they understand him. A sharp sword pierces the leg. Wu sees that Yang is hurt. He yells for his ally to duck, then cuts off the head of the attacking skeleton. The bearded man shouts loudly for the fighters to follow him. He is going to clear the way. The young men make it clear that they understand the commander. He calls Siak, who is fighting the skeletons, and asks him to help clear the way. It becomes clear that the path to the portal is blocked by dozens of skeletons. There are 19 seconds left before the round mouth self-destructs. Wu looks over his shoulder. He understands that there is almost no time left. Soon everything here will explode. He puts the blonde on his shoulders, runs to the portal. The guy asks Yang to hold on tight. The young man, whom the hero saves, has a very strange expression on his face. He apologizes to the hero and says that he was too focused on the boss. Wu says that everything is fine and the conversation can be continued outside. Yang asks if everything is fine. The hero asks not to talk as it hinders his running. Siak and the bearded man shout loudly for the boy to run faster. The young man throws Yang off his shoulders and shouts to his comrades to grab him. 6 seconds left. Wu manages to destroy another skeleton. 4 seconds left. The hero runs with difficulty after his allies. In front of us is someone's mouth. Wu looks at its owner in surprise. Yang, who has a completely crazy expression on his face, asks the boy if everything is really okay. 2 seconds left. The villain kicks the hero in the chest, throwing him back. 1 second left. The young man flies straight to the skeletons behind him. Time is up. A very powerful explosion occurs. A child in a white t-shirt runs somewhere. He runs up to his parents and calls out to his mom and dad. Joyfully looking up, the boy declares that he wants to become a hunter. The mother asks why he wants to do this. Does he want to protect people from monsters? The child raises his hands and shouts happily that he does not. He will earn a lot of money to give to his younger sister, and he will also fix the leaky roof in the house. And they will also be able to change the car, which is more than 10 years old. The woman smiles and asks if this is really the child's dream. The guy says that he wants a beautiful wife, and for this he needs a lot of money. The father smiles, calls the boy by name, Jinwoo, and tells his wife that their son is a realist. The child looks at his parents in amazement. Their faces turn into scary monsters. They ask why the hero is lying here then. Wu opens his eyes. There are a lot of bones around him. The young man cannot believe that he is still alive. Stones fall on the hero. He realizes that it is very dark here, and he is afraid that he has gone blind. although his body, apparently, is fine. Someone is calling him. A look of surprise appears on the young man's face. 3 familiar characters enter the dungeon. They try to shout to the hero. Multicolored cubes are visible in front of the bearded man. The hunter curses and declares that the boss dropped items, which means that the hero did not have time to escape. Yang apologizes, standing behind Seok. He says that it is all because of him. Wu grinds his teeth in rage. He thinks that this bastard pushed him away. The young man looks up in fear. Everything around him is collapsing. Someone shouts that the dungeon is collapsing due to an explosion. Seok and the bearded man look up in fear. A shout is heard that they need to grab everything they can and run from here. The buried items will have to be abandoned. Seok yells that they need to at least return the hero's body. They answer him that nothing can be done about it since the rubble will not be cleared quickly. The boy, who is being crushed ever more, grinds his teeth from the strain. He asks his comrades not to leave since he is still alive. Wu opens his mouth wide. He begs them to help him. The bearded man puts his hand on Seok's shoulder and asks him to remember the rules of hunters. The dungeon is their grave. The young man, bursting into tears of grief, screams for his comrade to forgive him. He is so sorry. Wu begs his comrades not to abandon him. He stretches out his hand. The dungeon finally collapses. We see the young man's face twisted in horror. Sounds are heard from under the rubble. The hero's face is half buried. He tries to understand when everything went wrong. Wu is lying under a pile of stones. Questions continue to spin in his head. Did it start when he couldn't pass by the injured Yang? Or when he applied for the internship? Or at another time? Why did Yang kick him? Because he hates him. He didn't need the items dropped by the boss in the first place. Why do the offspring of rich people always do this? Wu realizes that he should have gone home and not participated in the raid on the boss. The guy closes his eyes. He has an incredible number of questions, but no matter what he regrets now, nothing can be changed. The question is whether he will die here. We see the hero's father and mother turned into monsters. The guy's eyes open wide. He grinds his teeth under the stones. The young man is not going to give up and die. He gives the command to open the status window. Blue windows appear in front of him. The health point indicator attracts attention, of which there are only 5 left. Wu says that he is very lucky to be alive so far. The hero strains his whole body, trying to get out. A phone appears in his hand. He examines the skulls lying among the stones. The young man tries to understand if he can get out of here at all. Judging by the expression on his face, he notices something. The guy shines the phone's flashlight. It seems that he felt the movement of air. Wu notices a black hole. He looks in the direction from which the air comes and understands that, most likely, there is a passage there. The guy clings to the stone with his hand. He decides that he needs to get out of here. The young man grits his teeth with tension. He will fight even if he dies in the end. There are rocks in front of us. The hero's hand pushes up through them. The young man climbs out from under the rubble. Wu clears his throat. He realizes that he has survived. The hero looks up. There is a long corridor with columns in front of him. Wu gets to his feet and raises his right hand. He tries to understand what is around him. There was an explosion here, of course, but everything around is very different from the entrance to the boss's dungeon. It seems to be a real passage. The young man sees a strange structure in the distance. It is a portal. Wu looks at it in surprise. He tries to understand if this passage leads to another dungeon. The young man walks in the direction of the portal. He assumes that the explosion has created an open dungeon, although this idea, frankly, seems very dubious. Wu approaches the portal. He looks at it and wonders why bad feelings always turn out to be true. The boy holds out his hand. A notification about an SS rank dungeon appears above his head. The window asks him to confirm his decision to enter it. The letters are reflected in the hero's eyes. He knows that the SS rank is the highest of all existing ranks for indicating the difficulty of a dungeon. This is a level that even the highest ranking hunters do not go to. In front of us is a diagram representing the rank hierarchy. Wu turns away from the portal and runs away from it. He convinces himself that he did not see anything. Pursing his lips, he tries to force himself to believe that he is living well even in a dilapidated dungeon. A stone falls in front of the young man. The hero looks at it in amazement. The passage that was recently in front of him is blocked by stones. Wu screams loudly in horror. He has no choice but to run from the collapse to the portal. The passage, resembling a whirlwind, is getting closer and it looks like the young man will have to jump into it. Wu runs towards the portal, screaming in terror. The young man ends up on the other side of the passage. He tumbles across the green grass. Wu lies face down. Tombstones are visible in front of him. The young man lifts his head and looks into the distance, trying to figure out where they end. The hero rubs his bruised back. He asks if this is what an SS rank dungeon looks like. It doesn't look like a cave at all. The young man sees a human figure standing next to the tombstones. Wu's mouth opens wide. He is convinced that there is a monster in front of him. Then he notices a blue level sign and realizes that it is a human. The young man stands with his hands on his hips. He thinks that if there is a human here, then this dungeon is already open, and he sees the one who came to clear it. The boy realizes that he is saved. Wu runs up to the man sitting on the grass. He calls him Lord, asks for forgiveness, and then for help. There is a powerful flash of light. The guy raises his hands to protect his face. The hero sees vague outlines. A strange voice sounds in the guy's head. It says that Wu has made endless efforts, and also something about the power that needs to be sought. The young man's eyes bulge in surprise. He cannot understand why he hears the voice so clearly, although in fact the distance to the interlocutor is quite large. The hero looks at the man sitting on the ground in bewilderment. A smile appears on the guy's face. In front of him is a man with a neat beard. Wu looks at this man and tries to understand what he is doing. It does not seem to be a static picture, but the character sitting in front of him does not move. The hero extends his hand and asks for forgiveness. The man begins to glow again and talk about the guy's endless efforts. Wu stands with his hands raised. He opens his mouth wide. An assumption flashes in his head that he is an NPC. The hero thinks that life has certainly become like a computer game, but it remains a reality in which no NPCs exist. The man's eyes are covered by long hair. Wu reaches out to the man again. He thinks that he is probably the first person to meet an NPC in real life. The boy grabs his head, in which he hears again the phrase about making endless efforts. Wu repeats what he did earlier, and once again hears about making endless efforts. The young man does not stop repeating the same thing. Eventually, the man cannot stand it, calls the hero a degenerate and demands that he stop. We finally see the man's eyes. He says that this is the first time he has tried to act like an NPC, and some idiot makes him repeat the same thing. This is incredibly annoying. The man looks at the boy in amazement and asks what level he is. The hero replies that he is 46. The man gets to his feet. He says that he has eyes, and he sees what is written above the young man's head. The question is, how did he get in here at level 46? The young man, sitting on the ground, says that it happened that way. The man thoughtfully rubs his bearded chin. He asks in bewilderment what the hero's phrase could mean. He smiles and asks the man who he is. He happily raises his hands and says that he is an admin. In games, this is something like an NPC. For some reason, Wu thought so. The guy gets to his feet and asks if his new acquaintance can tell him how to get out of here. He asks again in surprise. Looking intently at the hero, the man says that the only way out is to clear the dungeon alone. We see many tombstones. The young man asks if the man is joking. How can he, at level 46, clear a top-ranked dungeon? He answers that there is truth in the hero's words. Smiling, he leans towards the guy and tells him not to be upset. Level and abilities don't matter here. Wu asks again, surprised. There's a sky in front of us, with light clouds floating across it. The man asks if the hero knows what SS rank is. Level doesn't matter here. Whether it's 46 or 500, you can deal with the enemy with just one blow. The man looks the hero in the eyes and says that only luck matters here. Wu looks at his interlocutor in shock and asks again. The man is standing in front of the guy. He spreads his arms out to the sides and says that not everyone is allowed to enter here since certain conditions must be met. That is, to some extent, the young man's luck has already worked. The man puts his hand on the guy's shoulder. He says that he might get even luckier and find a hidden artifact after a successful cleanup. Wu asks if this is possible with level 46 and 5 health. The man turns away from the guy. He says that time is up. He would like to help with something else, but his authority has run out. Wu asks if his new acquaintance is just going to leave. He flies into the air and wishes the young man good luck. He says that if he doesn't give up, new opportunities will open up for him in large quantities. Wu shouts for the man to stay with him. He opens his mouth wide. The words about endless effort start to sound in the hero's head again. It is only added that the power he seeks is here. He must avoid death and seek the truth. Wu puts his elbow up to protect himself from the bright light. He hears that only one thing can save him. The guy looks over his hand. A quest notification appears above his head. We see a blue sign close up. The guy is asked to find a weapon. Wu looks at the notification in amazement. Now he looks at the sky. The man's advice sounds in his head. He needs to take a good look at what's happening above. If the local rain hits him, it will hurt a lot. Wu is standing on a green lawn. A star appears in the daytime sky. It becomes clear that some objects are flying down. These are weapons of various types. Wu, cursing foully, tries to dodge the combat equipment. He has to make unthinkable jumps and leaps to avoid getting hurt. Mown grass flies up. The hero looks back at the rich arsenal that has appeared behind him and says that he is still alive. The guy rubs his head tiredly. He looks up as something blocks the sky again. A giant bull appears above the guy's head. The monster's red eyes glare sternly. Wu screams in horror, not understanding what the hell is going on. Wu looks at something brown and exclaims in confusion, "What the hell is this?" He flies far away and almost exactly repeats the phrase he said earlier. The guy hits the ground with his head. He grits his teeth in anger. Wu looks at the bull in confusion, which seems to have lost consciousness when it fell from the sky. The system window informs the hero that there is a giant bull in front of him. The monster's level is indicated by 3 question marks. The guy realizes that the difference between his level and the monster's level is at least 100 units. The hero looks at the enemy in shock and cannot believe that he was told to kill him. He remembers the face of the bearded man who said that the only way out is to clear the dungeon alone. Wu looks down sadly. He clutches his head and says that he has to go through trials again. There are dozens of weapons around the young man. He grabs a sword of a very unique shape. A notification appears that the hero has selected the Greatsword of Radiance of the legendary rank and with an attack power of 1050 units. The hero looks at the weapon and thinks that it was too easy to get an item of the second strongest rank. In addition, he has no conditions for use. Wu smiles. He thinks that he will easily pass this dungeon. Realizing that he can complete the task in one hit, he hits the immobilized bull. We see a white mark from the blow. A notification appears above the head of the ruminant that 0 damage was dealt to the giant bull. Wu looks at the monster in surprise. He understands that the attack did not work. The bull wheezes. The hero runs up to the huge axe. He realizes that now is not the time to hesitate. He needs to deal with the monster before it wakes up after falling from the sky. The young man picks up the weapon. The blade of the axe glows brightly. It is reported that the guy has a legendary rank barbarian warrior battle axe with an attack power of 11-0. The weapon has a unique passive skill that increases strength characteristics by 1 parameter. Additional damage is 75. Wu is happy that this time the weapon even has a passive skill. The young man strikes. In front of us is the horn of the monster. A notification appears that 0 damage has been dealt to the giant bull. The monster plows the ground with its hoof. Wu asks someone why this is happening. The animal looks at the hero, who is significantly inferior to it in size. The bull's eyes glow with rage. The guy, smiling, greets the enemy. The monster chases after the young man. Wu abruptly breaks with his foot. The bull flies past him. The young man feels like a bullfighter. He runs in the opposite direction from the animal and shouts loudly that he wants to live. The guy looks up, from where he hears a comment that the hero is spinning very aesthetically, like a real dancer. Wu calls his interlocutor a very bad word and asks him why he is still here. The hero complains that he is being killed here, and the bastard above just looks at this and in addition, mocks. Drops of sweat run down the guy's cheek. Wu looks angrily at the sky. From there they say that the guy is still alive. He declares that if he survives, he will kill both Yang and this insane admin. Amazement appears on the young man's face. We see his back. In his school years, before exams, teachers told him that the answer is hidden in the formulation of the question. The guy remembers the words that only one thing can save him. That is, only one item from the whole pile that fell on him from the sky. Wu looks at dozens of blades sticking out of the ground. The question is, which of this junk is real? We again see swords stuck in the green lawn. The hero passes by a palisade of blades. There are a lot of them here, and if he examines each one, the giant bull will surely lift him on its horns. The young man grabs his head. He tries to figure out how to find the right item. The monster approaches him from behind. There is no time left to think. The guy grabs several swords. He starts throwing them at the ruminant. A series of notifications appear that the giant bull has been dealt 0 damage. The monster rushes at the guy, plowing the lawn with its hooves. Wu again behaves like a real bullfighter. The name of the skill appears above his head, dodge. The man, who is watching what is happening from above, advises the guy to quit his job as a hunter and become a bullfighter. The giant bull roars deafeningly. It leaves a deep rut in the ground. The young man declares that all this is some kind of madness and grabs the shield. The next second, he is forced to cover himself with it from the huge body of the monster. The guy flies high into the air. He falls to the ground head first. The shield plows the earth. Wu lies on the ground. Above him, a notification is visible stating that he is equipped with the shield of the fallen king. This item has a unique skill. It is activated during damage absorption. The damage was not neutralized. A new notification appears. Health points are 0. Health depleted. Protection removed. Damage not absorbed. Wu opens his mouth in pain. He thinks about the fact that he has no health left and all the enhancing effects are removed. He has become an ordinary man. The bull runs up to him. The young man understands that he can die like this. The man watching everything from above calls the young man an idiot and demands that he get up. Wu lifts his head off the ground. He says he was just about to get up. His invisible companion advises him to take the weapon that is to his left. The guy looks in the indicated direction. The hero grabs the weapon. It is already in his hand. It is reported that this is a heroic rank wind sword, which has a special skill, Storm Shot. The sword consumes 50 MP and shoots compressed air. The young man looks tiredly at the weapon and tries to understand what this heroic rank item can give. A giant bull is close to the young man. He holds a sword in front of him and hears advice to strike at 9 o'clock. In front of us is the mark of the blow. Wu flies away from the monster and plows the ground with his butt. He crashes into a stone, blood gushing from his mouth. The guy lies under a tree. He is completely exhausted. Wu thinks that his health and magic are at the bottom. His body is soft as a rag. He won't be able to pierce even a corpse. This is probably the end. A golden weapon is sticking out of the tree trunk. Wu looks at it. We see this blade up close. The hero rises. He realizes that this dagger is sticking out at the wrong angle, as if it fell from the sky, like all the other weapons he saw a little earlier. The young man looks up and hears from his invisible interlocutor that he did not help him. The young man found this blade himself. Wu tries to get up. He runs. Traces of his jumps are visible on the tree trunk. The hero lands with the dagger in his hand. The guy holds it in front of him. An information card for the item appears. Rank unknown. The item requires a contract to be concluded. The weapon has been found. The quest is complete. New quest: defeat the giant bull and conclude a contract with the weapon. Electric discharges sparkle above the young man standing next to the bull. The young man asks his invisible interlocutor if he just needs to slaughter the bull. He replies that this is exactly the task. The monster rushes towards the hero. A bright energy sphere glows on the bull's head. Wu realizes that he has a skill with an unknown name and effect, but he has no choice but to plunge this dagger straight into the monster's skull. The young man's face is distorted from incredible tension. He tries to figure out if he has enough strength for this. Wu grinds his teeth in anger and thinks that now is not the time to hesitate. He aims the dagger at the animal's forehead. The young man screams loudly. His eyes glow yellow. Wu screams that he wants to live. The monster opens its mouth wide. The young man jumps, holding a small dagger with both hands. The weapon is a few centimeters from the bull's head. It enters the monster's skull. A bright yellow flash occurs. Wu groans heavily. He sees the ceiling and tries to figure out where he is. The guy is lying on a hospital bed. He realizes that he is not dead. The young man sees a notification. It tells him that the quest conditions have been fulfilled and the contract has been concluded. The training system is activated. The hero must level up 10 times. The guy's attention is drawn to the first point. He smiles happily, realizing that he has finally cleared the dungeon. A girl appears at the door of the hospital ward. She calls the guy brother and rushes to him. Wu looks at her sadly and asks why she is here. Did the girl die too? She asks who else died here. The sister runs out into the corridor and calls the hero's father and mother. She tells them that her brother has woken up. We see a hand. The parents pounce on the young man with reproaches. The mother asks what kind of look he has. Wu asks his father to stop his mother. The man punches him on the top of the head and asks who needs to be stopped here. The father calls his son a puppy. He explains to the surprised boy that in an emergency, he should think about himself first and try to survive by any means necessary. He does not understand why the young man stayed in the dungeon until the very end. The hero's face is sad. He understands that he has nothing to say in response. Yang turned out to be a scumbag who needed a result, and in the end, he betrayed him, even though the boy tried to save him. Wu remembers carrying the bastard on his shoulders, and then the crazy face of this young man. Wu realizes that if he had not cared so much about the villain, and had started clearing the way with Seok, then that kick would not have followed either. The blow he received from the traitor comes to his mind, and then how he flew straight to the skeletons behind him. The young man understands that his biggest mistake was that Yang considered him expendable, and he did not want to admit it. Wu scratches his head, gritting his teeth in anger. He thinks that he should have been suspicious of this bastard from the moment he approached him. Wu raises his left hand, smiling. He tells his parents that he was able to come back despite everything. Mom and Dad shouldn't worry, he will be more careful in the future. His sister approaches the boy and asks if it would be better to quit his job as a hunter. He reminds her of his promise to take care of himself in the future. The girl looks back and says that this is not the case at all. Wu begins to realize that something is wrong here. His sister looks at her brother with a fake smile and tells him not to worry too much. They all love him. The boy asks, confused, what is going on here? He looks in the mirror and sees that the indicator above his head shows level 1. Judging by the expression on his face, Wu cannot believe what he is seeing. He looks at his reflection in the mirror in rage and asks what the hell is this? In front of us is a hospital building. The hero is sitting on a bed and looking out the window. The young man's face is very sad. He always tried his best. He didn't want untold riches, he just wanted to get out of poverty and lead an ordinary life. Wu gets on his hands and knees and angrily laments that his whole life is ruined. He worked like hell for 7 years. 7 whole damn years. The hero looks at his reflection in the mirror and again sees an indication that he is level 1. He scratches his head and tries to understand how all this could have happened. Wu is lying in front of a portal with a dagger in his hand. 2 days ago, he was found in front of the portal of a collapsed D-rank dungeon with level 1. Rescuers carry the hero away on a stretcher. The situation is completely inexplicable. One can only assume that something happened after Wu lost consciousness during the last battle. The young man remembers the admin with a neat beard. He thinks that he should probably re-enter that SS class dungeon and ask the man he met there. But how can he do that? There is no guarantee that this location will appear again. Wu buries his face in the pillow. He is very upset. He cleared that dungeon with such difficulty, but he did not get any trophies, and what's more, he dropped to the very first level. Next to the young man's face, a mosquito is visible. The guy opens his eye and looks at the insect. He realizes that his family treats him like a powerless mosquito. The young man waves his hand at the insect, thinking that this time he will hold back. Wu sits in the lotus position and folds his arms across his chest. He tries to figure out what to do, since it is completely unclear now. Most likely, he should borrow money and start clearing dungeons. This will allow him to earn money and start leveling up. The mosquito flies up to the young man's ear. An insect lands on the bed sheet. Wu hits the annoying bug with all his might. A tiny blood stain is visible on the bed sheet. The young man thinks that his body has been fighting monsters for 7 years, and even if it has dropped to level 1, he will not allow some insect to mock him. A notification appears above the young man's head about starting the training mode. A series of notifications pops up. Kill 10 non-monster creatures. Even killing non-monster creatures will accumulate experience. Mosquito killed. 1 experience point received. After completing the training, you will not be able to receive experience from non-monster creatures. Level up. 5 points received. All negative effects removed. Health and mana restored. The hero's mother and sister burst into the ward. They unanimously ask what happened to the hero. Wu looks back at his family and says that it seems that his level has increased. The mother asks how this could have happened. The young man raises his left hand, on the palm of which a red spot is visible. He says that the level increased because of the killed mosquito. In any case, such a notification appeared in front of him. The sister checks the young man's temperature by putting her hand to his forehead. She says that there is no fever and suggests that the mother take her brother to a psychiatrist. She says that this is probably exactly what should be done. Wu angrily shouts that he is not lying, and everything was as he said. The sister asks her brother to face the truth. The hero goes to the mirror and sees that he is still at level 1. The young man looks up in shock. He cannot understand how this is possible. The guy raises his right hand. He is sure that he was not mistaken. The level has definitely increased. This is not an obsession. However, due to strong excitement, he could have missed one of the notifications. The hero looks through the blue windows again and pays attention to the previously missed message. Effect of the novice dagger contract, level reset to 1. Wu looks at the notifications in shock. He tries to remember what the novice dagger is. It dawns on him that it is the weapon he used in the battle with the giant bull. Could it be that the reset to level 1 happened because of it? The hero turns to his sister and angrily asks where his weapon, namely the dagger, is. The girl asks if this is the same weapon he was holding when he was found. Seo Ra rubs his chin thoughtfully. She states that a person from a government agency came to inspect the weapon. Wu shakes the girl by the shoulders. He tries to find out where his dagger is now. The girl replies that it is on the first floor in the personal belongings storage room. But why does her brother need it right now? Wu curses and takes off. His mother and sister ask him where he is going. The boy grinds his teeth in rage. He is sure that he should see a hidden item. This is what the man he met in the SS class dungeon was talking about. The guy grabs the door handle. He thinks that this powerful secret weapon is only received by those who have completed a quest with a certain condition. The young man hits his head on the door. He flies back and falls on his butt, holding his head. Wu opens his left eye and asks for forgiveness. Yang is standing in the doorway of the ward with a bouquet of roses. The hero recognizes him. The villain smiles happily and asks if this patient can really walk already. Wu looks at the scoundrel with amazement and anger. He calls him a very bad word and grabs him by the chest. The hero's mother runs up to him and grabs him from behind. She asks what the hell her son is doing, because it was this man, not the guild, who paid for the treatment in the hospital. The young man tells the woman that because of this guy, he ended up in his current state. Yang, looking at the mother and son insolently, declares that everything is fine, not trying to shake off the hand that is still holding him by the collar. The young man declares that this is the least he can do for a man to whom so much has happened because of him. Wu sends his sister and mother out of the room, saying that he wants to be alone with the guest. They have much to discuss. The mother looks at her son and asks what he is going to do with this man. Wu declares that the woman has nothing to worry about. He can't do anything to him, being a level 1. The young man looks at his sister and, smiling, asks her to go with his father and mother to a cafe for a while. The girl agrees. Wu closes the door. He looks askance at the guest and says he only has one question. Looking at the back of an incredibly pleased with himself Yang, he asks why he did that. The villain puts down a bouquet of roses. He states that nothing special happened, it's just that someone had to collect the trophies after the boss self-destructed. Yang sits down on the bed and states that someone had to stay in the dungeon for the boss to drop the trophies, and it just so happened that this time that role fell to the hero. Wu, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at his interlocutor and asks if he really doomed a man to death because of some lousy exam for an heir. Yang looks at the guy with irritation and states that this is not some kind of exam. He raises his clenched fist. According to him, inheriting the company is much more important than human lives. He is ready to pay any price to trample his brothers. Wu grabs him by the lapels again. Yang says that a poor bastard who grew up with such worthless parents will never be able to understand all this. The hero calls his visitor a bastard. The visitor looks the young man straight in the eye and says that he will warn him only once. Don't do something stupid. If Wu spreads rumors, he will sue him. In the end, only the hero will suffer and no one else. The young man thinks that if this son of a bitch apologized and compensated him for the moral damage, he would forget about everything. Wu, in whose eyes there is undisguised hostility, asks the bastard if it seems to him that the hero does not care about threats. We see the left eye of the traitor. Yang says that the guy can take a risk, but he still has a little sister who can suffer. Wu swings his arm to hit the bastard. He, smiling, adds that Xiao Ra is very pretty. The fist flies right into the bastard's nose. Xiao appears behind the guy and happily hugs him. The guy happily shouts that Wu really did survive. The hero tries to break free from his friend's embrace. He calls him a bad word and demands that he take his hands off him. Yang claps his hands and says that even at their first meeting he felt that there was some special connection between these two young people. The scoundrel, waving his hand goodbye, approaches the door. He says that he would have stayed, but does not want to interfere with such a wonderful reunion. He expresses the hope that they will see each other again. Wu shouts at the scoundrel that they have not finished their business yet. The door slams shut. Xiao hugs the hero from behind. He asks to let him go, since others may misunderstand all this. The young man, sobbing, says that he does not care about this. He thought that he lost his friend forever. Wu pushes his friend away. He angrily shouts that he cares about himself. Stop acting like a little child. Xiao looks at the hero with disappointment and accuses him of being too cruel. He also says that he brought a weapon. The young man asks again in surprise. Xiao reaches under the hem of his jacket. He says that this is the same dagger that was found on the hero when he was lying at the entrance to the portal. The guy lifts the blade up. He says that the examination is complete and it has been returned. Wu, smiling happily, takes his weapon from his friend. He thanks him, stating that he himself was just about to go get it. The hero examines the dagger. He realizes that this is the same one that he used in the SS rank dungeon. Xiao, who is standing behind the guy, asks in surprise why he values this blade so much, because there is nothing special about it. Wu asks who told him that. Really, the people who conducted the examination. Xiao rubs his chin in surprise. He says the dagger is a normal rank, has an attack power of 100, and has no special effects. Wu stares at the dagger. He can't believe that a hidden object from an SS tier dungeon can be so lousy. It doesn't make any sense. We see the night sky. Wu sits on a hospital bed and examines the dagger. It seems to glow. The hero orders the item to be identified. A system notification appears. Novice dagger. Rank Divine. Attack power 55-0. Skill level 1. Exterminating attack. The wielder becomes invulnerable for 10 seconds. Regardless of the remaining HP, it destroys the attack target. Soul contract item. The effect of the corresponding item can only be activated by the contractor. The same applies to viewing information. The hero is amazed. He realizes that this is simply awesome. Because of the so-called soul contract, no one can view the information about this item. Wu looks at the last part of the information window. Soul contract effect. The contractor's level, as well as the amount of experience needed to level up, is equal to level 1. The guy imagines fighting various monsters. He realizes that after killing each enemy, his level will increase by 1. Wu stands with a dagger in his hand. He doesn't care that his level has been reset to 1. This is just the tip of the iceberg, and all because such an easy way to level up has become available to him. The guy thoughtfully looks at his weapon. He understands that all this completely breaks the balance. If he uses this blade, he will only earn himself problems. Maybe it would be better to sell it. The young man remembers the information about the soul contract item, namely that the effect of the corresponding item can only be activated by the contractor. Wu looks at his dagger. He understands that, in other words, only a contractor can use this item. The young man appears before us covered in blood. He understands that in order to sell it, he must break the contract, which could result in his death. The young man collapses onto the bed. He understands that he will not be able to sell this dagger, and as a result, he is left with nothing but clearing dungeons alone. Wu smiles and looks at the dagger again. It, to be honest, exceeded all his expectations. With it, you can easily pass dungeons of not only C, but also B levels, and in the long run, this is an invaluable weapon. Wu sees a system notification. First Cataclysm Hunter set. 2 items, acquiring special skill 1. 3 items, acquiring special skill 2. 4 items, acquiring special skill 3. 5 items, unknown. The hero, smiling, looks out the blue window. He understands that this is just part of the set, and if someone wants to collect all the items, they can kill him. A grinning Yang appears in his imagination. The hero thinks that it will be similar to what this bastard did. The guy sits with his arms folded across his chest. He realizes that things can get worse and it is better to act alone. But first, he needs to complete the training. Wu sits up on his bed. He sees a mosquito. The young man quickly strikes and kills the insect. The description of the task appears: kill 10 non-monster creatures. Wu runs around the room and slaps the walls and furniture. We see the mosquitoes he killed. The counter of creatures deprived of life reaches 9. The hero hits the wall and destroys the last mosquito he needs. A notification appears that the training is complete. You need to confirm the reward. Wu, smiling, looks up. He understands that he has completed the task. The hero is standing next to the couch, trying to figure out how he should confirm the reward. The young man notices something. A chest is flying at him from above. The young man screams in horror, experiencing a sense of deja vu. He has to quickly jump to the side so as not to get hurt. The chest is lying on the floor. Wu, holding his head, is sitting in front of the chest. He stands in front of this object and asks in bewilderment why they are always trying to press him down with something. The chest looks so impressive that Wu expects to see at least gold bars in it. He opens the lid, thinking that he will become a rich man and will no longer have to clear dungeons. In the luxurious chest there is a dark t-shirt. Wu takes the item of clothing and tries to understand what it is. With a displeased expression on his face, he examines the object and realizes that it really is just a dirty t-shirt and also full of holes. The guy throws it away from himself with all his might. He is indignant that he was given some garbage. We see a hand that presses a switch. The next second, a dirty t-shirt hits a young man in the face. Next to him stands a thoughtful guy in glasses. Realizing what happened, he rushes to his leader with concern. Wu tries to understand who is in front of him. He pays attention to the suit of one of the people who entered. It is the uniform of the hunter management. The young man does not understand why a representative of this organization came here and begins to suspect that he did something bad. The young man takes off the dirty t-shirt from his face and tells the hero that he decided to come to make sure since he was told that Wu has mental problems. And, as he sees, the guy really does have mental difficulties. The young man apologizes. The angry visitor throws his shirt behind him. Wu looks at the representative of the organization and realizes that humans can look really cool. The young man introduces himself as Young Si-hoon, the leader of the 4th group of the Hunter Management Security Department. The guy asks if the hero really raised his level. He looks at the official in surprise and mumbles something unintelligible. Wu tries to figure out how he found out about this. Did Seo-ra tell him about this? Si-hoon turns to the guy with glasses, calls him Deputy Kim and orders him to measure. The young man obediently obeys. Some kind of testing equipment appears in his hands. The hero is surprised to recognize a stat meter. We see a blue screen of the device in front of the slightly frightened face of the young man. Kim lifts the device up and reads the readings. Level 1, Strength 75, Dexterity 46, Intelligence 32. Everything is the same as during the initial research. Wu is confused at first, and then realizes that the portable stat meter apparently does not show unallocated points. Kim holds the device in question in his hands. A drop of sweat runs down the hero's face. He understands that he is extremely lucky with his unchanged stats. Hunter Management is unlikely to be interested in him. Si-hoon looks sternly at the guy and asks if Wu is really sure that he has increased his level. The hero, smiling, looks away. He says that he is not really. Si-hoon asks what these words mean. After all, when a level is increased, a corresponding window with information pops up. The guy raises his right hand and says that it popped up then, but now it has disappeared. The leader of the 4th group says that this is strange, after which he demands to open the status window and check it. Slyly glancing at his interlocutor, Wu says that he will do it right now. An information card of the character with data on the values of his skills appears in front of him. The guy smiles and looks at the line unallocated points, 50. He thinks that everything is clear now. You can't tell right away that he's leveled up. Each increase is 5 points, for a total of 50. He hasn't even started doing anything yet, and the effect is the same as 10 levels. The hero looks at the blue window with a strange expression on his face. He sees a system notification. Completing reward confirmation. Please equip the Nightwalker's t-shirt with holes. The hero guesses that this is a quest item. The t-shirt is lying on a white bucket behind the hero's guests. Si-hoon looks sternly into the guy's eyes and asks what his reaction meant. Did he level up after all? Wu replies fearfully that nothing of the sort happened. Si-hoon looks sternly at the young man and asks why he's so nervous in this case. Wu raises his index finger and says that he wants to pick up the t-shirt that he accidentally threw at his visitor. The guy is mentally amazed by the meticulousness of the leader of the fourth group. The young man takes an item of clothing from the bucket. Si-hoon asks the hero what he is going to do with the t-shirt. Earlier, it seemed to him that he wanted to throw it away. The guy replies that he suddenly felt sorry to throw away such a good thing. Wu straightens out the holy t-shirt. He says that he has to save money. He will wear it for a while and then give it to a second-hand store where he will exchange it for something more decent. The visitors look at the hero as if he were a fool. Kim whispers in his boss's ear that they should call a doctor here. It does not matter what this patient has, awakening or special abilities. His condition does not inspire any confidence. Si-hoon quietly agrees. The hero hears everything they say very well. One of the guests calls the guy by name. He looks at him with wide eyes. Si-hoon sternly states that they will leave now, but if the boy awakens and gains unique abilities, he must contact the Hunter Management Office, because if such power is abused without permission, punishment will be applied in accordance with the special law on hunters. Wu breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that the door has slammed behind his visitors. His gaze is quite anxious. He understands that according to the law, the hidden item must be taken away from him if they find out about it. He must hide it until the last. The boy takes a dark t-shirt in his hand. He puts it on himself. The information window of the Nightwalker whole t-shirt item appears. Normal rank, durability 20, soul contract item. The following notification pops up. Nightwalker whole t-shirt equipment is complete. A rank up stone has been received as a reward. To use it, press it onto the corresponding item. A green stone is visible behind the hero. We can take a closer look at it. Wu picks it up and starts examining it. He has never heard of such a rank-up system before. The hero applies the glowing stone to his chest. The item disappears, leaving behind light trickles. The guy's body begins to glow. We can clearly see the holes in his t-shirt. Wu examines another system message. Item, Nightwalker t-shirt. Rank, high. Durability, 50. Concealment skill. Conceals the wearer's presence. The effect disappears upon receiving damage. Consumes 30 MP every 10 seconds. Soul contract item. Wu realizes that the durability has more than doubled and a new skill has been added. We are talking about the concealment skill, which was described just above. A drop of sweat rolls down the young man's cheek. He realizes that he should become an invisible man. This is a very useful skill. We see the hero from behind and slightly below. He is trying to understand what the market value of items with similar characteristics is. It's just a shame that it's a soul contract item. The hero takes off his hospital pants, saying that he's going to test everything now. His underwear and pants are on the floor. Wu looks at himself in the mirror. Above his head, there's a sign with the skill name Concealment. The reflection disappears, and the guy thinks it's really wonderful. He stands with his hands up. Wu says that he can see his body with his eyes, but it's not reflected in the mirror. The guy looks at the clothes lying on the floor. He picks up the underwear and starts examining it. Wu notices that whatever he's touching is becoming partially transparent. His hand reaches for the weapon. The boy picks it up and starts examining it closely. He realizes that the dagger has become completely transparent. It looks like he should experiment a little more. A notification appears, magic completely exhausted, canceling concealment. Wu looks in surprise at the dagger, which has reappeared before his eyes. The guy smiles happily. The fact that he became a first level, in his opinion, is fully compensated by the fact that he received a balance-breaking dagger and an item with the concealment skill. Standing in front of a hospital bed without pants, Wu loudly shouts that he hit the jackpot. Seo Ra enters the ward. She says that representatives of the Hunters administration were looking for her brother. The girl notices that her brother is standing with his legs half bent and without pants. In front of us is a hospital building. Seo Ra loudly calls his parents and shouts that her brother needs to be urgently sent to a psychiatrist. He tries to justify himself, stating that the girl got it all wrong. We see someone's leg. A young man is walking along a dirty street. He is wearing a mask. The guy is standing in front of tall buildings, between which buses and cars drive. A notification appears above the hero's head. Eliminate boss monsters. Wu looks out the blue window. This quest appeared after increasing the rank of the holy t-shirt. Now, to level up, some mosquitoes won't do. You need to kill monsters. A young man is running somewhere. He looks around the corner at the entrance, guarded by 2 guards. The young men calmly control the approaches to the guarded object with their eyes. Wu looks at them attentively from under the visor of his cap. He mentally complains that even the entrance to the gate is guarded. The people from the Hunter's office do not help in any way, and only take a fee for passage. However, he has something in reserve. The guy moves the hem of his jacket to the side. A notification appears about the use of the concealment skill. The body of the hero, who approaches the guards, becomes translucent. The young men complain that it is very boring here. One asks the other how much longer they have to stand here. The second asks not to ask about this every 5 minutes. There is 1 hour and 20 minutes left. Wu calmly walks between the two young men. One of them once again complains that time is passing very slowly. The hero sees a large device in front of him which says that it is a skill sensor. The guy understands what he needs to do. A notification appears above his head about canceling concealment. Having slipped through the device, the young man immediately turns on his skill again. The guy quickly runs away from the sensor. It seems to him that all this just looked like a spy action movie. There is a whole line at the entrance to the portal. The hero stands in it, his hands in his pockets. He does not understand why there are so many people at the gates of a D-rank dungeon. There is nothing serious there. Maybe it's a holiday or something. Wu sees a notification in front of him. MP has been depleted by more than 50%. Concealment will be cancelled in 40 seconds. The guy curses under his breath, realizing that he needs to get into some dungeon. Wu runs down the street. An unpleasant sound is heard behind him. We see a hunter management newsletter. The first message says that clearing a B-rank dungeon has failed. A portal opens. The second notification is addressed to all hunters. Their emergency assistance is required. The location where they should go is Gangnam Station, Exit 12, Dona Cafe. Wu realizes that he is at Gangnam Station and Exit 12. Behind him, a monster similar to a crocodile falls out of somewhere, breaking the glass. The hero looks around in surprise. The monster crouches, looking aggressively at the young man. It rushes at the guy. Wu takes a pretty strong hit. The monster has an almost human-sized hand, and it holds a weapon in it. The crocodile towers over the hero lying on the ground. Wu sees a series of notifications. Skill level is low. Concealment detected by the monster. Damage taken. Concealment cancelled. Absorption threshold exceeded. Damage taken. Health 0. Stamina completely depleted. The young man looks angrily at the enemy. He thinks that he was beaten because he let his guard down due to concealment. You should always maintain maximum concentration near the dungeon. There are 2 more notifications above his cap. The conditions are met. Annihilating attack. The owner becomes invulnerable for 10 seconds. Regardless of the remaining health, the attack target is destroyed. Wu leans forward and rests his hands on the ground. He thinks that he had a chance to avoid all this. He will need to work on this moment, but first he wants to deal with the one who pointed out his mistakes. The young man, who already has a glowing yellow dagger in his hands, says the word equipment. He thinks that the soul contract item is very convenient. It can be summoned with just one word. Wu prepares his weapon for battle. In front of him is a crocodile-like monster. The monster grabs a club and rushes to attack the young man. One of the blows seems to hit him right on the cap. The young man thinks that even though he is hit, he does not feel any pain. It feels like his whole body is enveloped in a transparent plate. Wu calmly stands in front of the monster and asks it if it is finished. Receiving no answer, the young man declares that it is his turn now. The opponents stand opposite each other. The guy's yellow dagger approaches the reptile's throat. It looks like he is cutting off the monster's head. The dagger touches the ground. Another series of notifications appears. You have killed the lizard warrior. 1 experience point received. Level up. 5 points received. All negative effects removed. Health and magic restored. Effect of the contract with the novice dagger, level reset to 1. A black whirlwind swirls in front of the guy. The hero realizes that he has a very powerful weapon. This is to be expected from a skill called exterminating attack. Wu hears some screams. Hunters run out from around the corner. They see the guy and start discussing him. Someone says that something is glowing there, and this is most likely a sign of knight rank. Another young man asks if the hero dealt with the crocodile so skillfully. Wu understands that he must not be noticed, otherwise he will have to explain how a first-level hunter could defeat a B-rank monster. In front of us are 3 young men of a stern appearance. Wu understands that sooner or later someone will find out about his hidden item. For now, he needs to lie low. Wu starts running from the hunters. Another lizard appears above his floor. The monster strikes and seems to hit the hero's head. Yellow streams of energy rise above the boy's shoulders. A notification appears stating that the state of invulnerability is still active. No damage was taken. Wu looks at his opponent and says that he still has a whole second to spare. Shouting something absurd, the young man strikes with his dagger. A notification appears stating that the invulnerability has ended. The pursuers, of course, saw how the guy dealt with the lizard. One of them shouts that the hero took out the monster in just 1 blow. The second adds that Wu cannot be a hero, perhaps he is a real knight. Someone notices that the first level is indicated above the young man's head. The pursuers simply cannot believe their eyes. The hero looks at the hunters with alarm. Mentally cursing, he starts running again. The pursuers notice this and shout to each other that they need to catch this man. 3 hunters run after the hero. They shout loudly that they must stop the guy. 2 more lizards appear. The hunters have to engage them in battle. One of them is indignant that there are so many of these creatures. The second is perplexed how the hero killed them with 1 blow. The young man with the giant cleaver runs away. His 2 comrades ask where their leader ran. The hunter shouts that he will try to find the hero, and his friends must deal with the monsters. The pursuer with a huge blade runs after the hero. He calls out to the guy and demands that he stop. Wu thinks that he got a very persistent character. 4 more hunters appear in front of the young man. The one behind him shouts loudly at them to stop the owner of the first level, who is running straight at them. One of the hunters asks again in surprise. Wu uses the concealment skill and rushes straight at the young men standing in front of him. A moment later, he is no longer in front of them. He runs to the side. The hunters look around in surprise, trying to find the man they just saw. One of the pursuers guesses that the concealment skill was used. He asks if there is anyone with high perception among his comrades. The guy with the cleaver runs up to this group of hunters and angrily asks how they could have missed a level 1 user. They answer that the hero unexpectedly used concealment. What should they have done in that case? The leader of this group asks why they need to pursue him at all. Did the guy do something wrong? Wu overhears the conversation of the hunters from around the corner. The owner of the cleaver reports that this man killed a lizard warrior with 1 blow. His interlocutors cannot believe that a level 1 user could do this. The owner of the cleaver looks at the leader of the second group with irritation and reminds them that the hero used concealment. He asks if his interlocutor knows what that means. The latter replies that the guy must have a legendary or even divine item. The young man raises his index finger. He states that everything is so, and then suggests remembering what they say about things that fell to the ground. The bald hunter with a strange expression on his face states that what fell is lost. Wu continues to watch his pursuers. He understands that they are scum who do not disdain even robbery for the sake of earning money. He urgently needs to go into some dungeon. A broken window is visible behind the guy. We see a translucent leg. Someone notices the running guy and demands that their comrades catch up with him. The owner of the cleaver raises the weapon above his head and strikes. Wu flies away, trying to cover his head with his hands. A notification appears about a lack of mana and the cancellation of concealment. The hero becomes visible again. The hunters notice him. Wu runs away. His pursuers set off in pursuit. They insult the guy and demand that he stop. One of the hunters raises his hand with 3 long blades. The hero has to dodge the blows flying at him. He calls his opponents feral cattle. Wu calls up the status window, brings his index finger to it and puts his free 35 points into agility. System notifications appear. The agility parameter has exceeded the 50-point threshold. The fast run skill has been acquired, which increases movement speed by 50% and consumes 1 MP every second. Wu looks at the blue window in surprise. He is glad that he got the fast run skill at the right time. A hole in the asphalt is visible on the sidewalk not far from the hero. The young man realizes that there is a portal leading to a dungeon in front of him. Using the fast run skill, the guy rushes forward. The hunters look at the young man's rapid movement in amazement. One of them shouts that the owner of the first level will die alone in the dungeon. The second yells at the hero that if he is going to die, then let him do it at their hands. In front of us is the hero's leg. He jumps into the air, turns around and gives his pursuers the middle finger. The guy also yells at the sons of bitches to bite this. The hunters run up to the hole. One of them asks if the guy really swore at them and then jumped in. The pursuers see a sparkling portal glowing at the bottom of the pit. The hunters stand over a deep hole. One of them says they failed. The second one states that this dungeon is not for parties, so if they go there too, they will most likely end up in a different location. The owner of the huge cleaver states that if they fail to clear the dungeon, the portal will be forced open. The members of the other party look at him in surprise. The guy shouldering his huge weapon, he states that the hero has entered a C-rank dungeon. Now they just need to wait for him to die, and when that happens, collect all the dropped items. The bald hunter looks at his colleague in surprise. He reminds him that the hero dealt with the lizard warriors alone. What will happen if he still manages to clear the location? The owner of the huge cleaver states that, in his opinion, it is impossible to complete this dungeon alone. He has been there before, and it seems a little special. The guy smiles and states that the hero will not survive there. Wu flies down, raising his hands up. System notifications appear in front of him. You are in a C-rank dungeon. Jump into the portal to enter. You have entered the dungeon. Prepare for the mission. The boy hits the bottom of the well and flies off. He holds his butt with a suffering look. Groaning in pain, Wu says that something similar happened in the SS rank dungeon. The boy suggests that in the future, perhaps, he should take a parachute with him. The hero looks up. He looks to his left, and then to the right. The guy walks forward along the well bottom paved with excellent tiles. Wu tries to figure out if this is really a dungeon. It is very quiet here, no monsters, no sign, no entrance. A notification appears that the quest will begin in 10 seconds. You need to prepare for battle. Wu arms himself with a dagger and calls up the equipment window. He sees another system message. Kill the monsters within the allotted time and survive. The remaining time is 10 minutes. The guy looks up in bewilderment, where a green hemisphere is visible on the edge of the well. It is reported that in front of him is a slime, a level 90 monster. A smile appears on the young man's face. He is happy that there are not question marks above the enemy, but clear numbers. Wu, who is standing at the bottom of the well, waves his hand and calls the green lump down. He promises not to offend it. There are already 2 slimes in front of him, and now there are 5. There are more and more green lumps. Wu looks up in shock. He cannot count them and understands that he will have a very difficult time. Green slimes are visible along the edges of the well. They jump up, then they fly down onto the hero standing at the bottom. Wu thinks that the exterminating attack is not a one-time skill. The guy has no idea what the recharge time of this strongest skill is. The hero stands thoughtfully with a dagger in his hand. The weapon emits yellow streams. Wu thinks that if he relies only on the Annihilation attack, he will be destroyed during reloading. The boy, gritting his teeth in anger, looks up. First, he wants to consider the worst-case scenario, that is, the impossibility of using this powerful skill. The boy uses the speedrun skill and rushes with a dagger in his hand at one of the slugs. He mentally complains that life constantly gives him such unpleasant surprises. The slug transforms into something two-part. Wu receives a powerful blow to the side. A notification appears above his cap stating that he received damage from the slug and has 80% health left. The boy holds his stomach. He never thought that he would receive such a painful blow, although it is not that important. After killing the monster, the level will increase and health will be restored. Wu opens his mouth and loudly screams for his opponent to die. The boy strikes. Green bubbles appear around him. The hero thinks he has succeeded. The slug is cut into 2 even halves. We see an eye on the monster's body. Wu looks at his opponent in amazement. There are 2 level 45 slugs hanging in front of him. The guy asks what kind of amoeba is this? What the hell is division? He tries to strike again, but it falls exactly between the halves of the divided creature. Wu does not understand what to do in this situation. Another monster falls on him from above. The green slug collapses on the upper part of the guy's body. Wu raises his dagger. Angrily looking at the monster, he strikes. The slug splits again. The guy has no choice but to curse dirty. Dozens of round green enemies are visible around him. More and more balls fall on him a little to the left, and also a little to the right, and, of course, right from above. The hero begins to be covered with slugs. Trying to fight off the vile spheres, the guy demands that these nasty creatures attack one by one. A series of notifications appear about taking damage from slugs and gradually decreasing health from 55 to 5%. Wu grinds his teeth from the tension. He understands that he has almost no health left, and he can no longer take any more damage. He needs to destroy at least one enemy of level 45. Caught between large green balls, he sees a slug of the required level nearby. Somehow, the guy manages to free himself. He runs to the intended enemy. The hero screams that this is his last chance. At the same second, a powerful blow flies into his jaw. The cap flies into the air. A notification appears that health is 0. Hunters stand around a gaping crater in the ground. One of them asks if it is really necessary to kill over 300 monsters in 10 minutes. The guy armed with a huge cleaver reports that this is exactly how it is. In addition, the slugs inside are divided in half. It is impossible to deal with such enemies at the first level. The bald hunter sullenly asks if this is strange. More than 5 minutes have passed since the hero entered the dungeon. What if he uses some other powerful items? The owner of the cleaver looks into the depths of the funnel and says that if this continues, the cleanup will fail and a breakthrough will occur. Sounds are heard from the white sphere inside the pit. Hunters gathered near the portal advise each other to remain vigilant. The hero uses something like the concealment skill. If the portal opens, then you need to be ready to fight the slugs. Wu cuts through the green sphere. Notifications appear that the slug has been killed and the level has increased. The guy chops another enemy and sees the same messages. Now he is above the monsters, but this does not change the content of the blue windows. The dagger strike causes more slugs to fly apart into many pieces. After another repetition of notifications about the death of a slug and an increase in level, windows of a slightly different nature appear. Received 5 points. All negative effects removed. Effect of the contract with the novice dagger, the level is reset to first. Multicolored cubes are visible around the guy at the bottom of the well. Wu looks up at the timer, which shows that there are still 40 seconds left. The hero sighs with relief and says that he made it. He reaches out to another system window. His attention is drawn to the line that he has 15 unallocated points. Wu realizes that in 10 minutes, or rather in 9 minutes and 20 seconds, he received as many as 15 points. In total, this is 300 levels. The hero looks at his dagger with admiration. There is a smile on his face. He realizes that he has earned more than in 10 years of hard work, and he has hit the jackpot in just 10 minutes. There are 2 more notifications above the young man's head. Time remaining is 15 seconds. In 15 seconds, the boss will appear. Anxiety appears on the young man's face. He thinks that killing slimes is probably not the end of it. There is still the boss left, the highlight of this dungeon. Realizing something important, Wu smiles. He says that he has a truly cheating item. No boss can resist its devastating attack. The hero reaches out and collects multicolored cubes. He thinks that sometimes in life there are such pleasant days. Having such power is incredibly pleasant. Anxiety appears on the young man's face. He remembers the hunters who were chasing him. These scoundrels will certainly not give up the idea of robbing him and taking all the loot. They are most likely waiting for him outside the dungeon. Another series of notifications. Time remaining 0 seconds. The boss appears. Defeat the boss and clear the dungeon. Wu, smiling, looks up. He says that the time has come. The guy tries to understand who will appear before him now. Is it really a giant slug with pumped up strength or health? What we see now most closely resembles an eye. A creature similar to a dragon flies above the hero's head. The guy looks at this enemy in horror. He doubts that this monster can be killed with a dagger. Someone is standing at the edge of the pit. It is the owner of the cleaver. Behind him are hunters from another squad. One of them declares that the hero will definitely not get out of there. The second adds that half an hour has already passed. The patient young man turns to the other hunters and declares that they can leave if they are not satisfied with something. The blonde guy reproaches the owner of the cleaver for first asking for help and now driving him away. His friend asks if this is a joke. The bald leader takes the floor. He states that they will, of course, leave, but first their new acquaintance must compensate for the damage. He looks menacingly at the bald guy and asks what kind of nonsense this is. The bald guy states that they are not idiots who will help the first comer. They volunteered to help since it was more useful than leading tourists through dungeons. The bald leader and his charges look menacingly at the persistent hunter. He hears that he must pay for letting the guy with the first level go. The owner of the cleaver begins to loudly complain, asking why his colleagues are picking on him. Young Si-hoon and Deputy Kim appear behind the troublemakers. The leader of the 4th group of the security department carefully looks at the hunters and asks them who entered the dungeon. The monster spews a stream of gray from its mouth. Wu tries not to get under it. He calls the monster crazy and yells at it to stop spewing crap. Gritting his teeth in anger, the boy looks up. The creature is flying near the surface of the well. Wu thinks that it hasn't descended even once in 10 minutes. What good is a devastating strike if you can't use it? The dagger glows in the young man's hand. Wu notices the multicolored cubes. He decides that in this case, he'll just have to take the weapon that's lying around. The hero's hand reaches for the cubes. One of them transforms into a weapon. In the boy's hand is a spear. The system reports that it has an advanced rank and an attack power of 50. The young man thinks that it looks more like a toy. Wu aims the spear at the monster. He wants to see how far this weapon will fly. Using the sprint skill, the boy pulls his hand back to throw the spear harder. The weapon flies at the enemy. The monster falls down a few meters before it reaches him. The guy says that it was just a little short. The monster dives, trying to hit the hero with its stream. Wu reaches out to the system window, loudly declaring that it really needs power. He touches the corresponding word with his finger, next to which the value 110 is indicated. The monster dives again at the young man underneath it. A white blade appears in the guy's hand. Wu throws it at the enemy flying towards him. The weapon hits the dragon-like monster right in the chest. Wu smiles happily, realizing that he hit the target. He again adjusts the power value in the system window. The guy thinks that there is not even a scratch left on the monster, but he overdid it. The young man raises the value he needs. Wu reaches for the cubes lying on the floor. He opens his mouth and shouts loudly for the monster to get ready to get what he deserves. The projectile hits the top of the wing. Notifications appear. The one-eyed wyvern has taken 1069 damage, its level is unknown, and its health is 96%. Smiling happily, the guy reaches for 2 more cubes. He says that the weapon is, of course, extremely lousy, but the chances of winning are now very good. Wu unleashes a real hail of blades on the wyvern. They hit the monster. Multiple notifications appear that the enemy has been dealt a certain amount of damage. The next window reports that the wyvern has 29% health left. Wu grinds his teeth from fatigue and calls the wyvern a very tenacious reptile. The monster is right above the young man's head. The monster opens its mouth wide. The hero covers his face with his hands so as not to suffer too much. A series of notifications appear. You have received 2000 damage. You are burning 100 damage per second for 10 seconds. 57% health left. The young man looks at the monster with disgust. The monster only slightly touched him, but immediately took off 40% of his health. The wyvern flies from side to side in the air. Wu reaches for another blade. He sees that the enemy's attack pattern has changed. The guy throws the weapon at the enemy, realizing that he needs to kill the wyvern as quickly as possible. The monster dives vertically at the guy sitting at the bottom of the well. The blade thrown by the young man simply melts in the stream that the wyvern releases from its mouth. The guy looks in shock at what is happening before his eyes. The stream emitted by the monster is surrounded by rings of white smoke. Wu lies at the bottom of the well. He sees 2 system messages. You have received 5000 units of damage. Health has dropped to 0. The hero looks up with half-closed eyes. He understands that in the end, he did not succeed. 2 blue windows appear in front of him, informing him that the conditions have been met and he can use the devastating strike skill. Wu stands up in front of his enemy. He understands that he has 1 chance left. The young man takes out his dagger and gives the command to equip. A white stream pours out of the wyvern's mouth again. The hero looks up. Gritting his teeth in rage, he launches his dagger, which seems to fly straight into the monster's mouth. A system message appears stating that the condition has been met. The bird pierce skill has been activated. The dagger is stuck into the base of the white stream. It penetrates the wyvern's mouth. The monster's head shatters into many small pieces. Pieces of different sizes fly down. Now multicolored cubes fall down. A series of notifications appear. Bird pierce. Devastating strike. You have defeated the one-eyed wyvern. Level up. You have received 5 points. All status deviations have disappeared. Health and mana are restored. There is also the usual message that the effect of the novice dagger contract has been activated. The level has been reset to 1. Kim, screaming in horror, falls down. He hits the bottom of the well and bounces to the side. Si-hoon lands on his feet next to him. The guy looks up from where they flew. He says that this is exactly the place where, according to the hunters, the first level entered. Kim gets to his feet and, holding his back, asks the commander if they are wasting their time here. The guy in glasses looks back at the cubes lying on the floor and the portal glowing nearby. He states that this is a C-rank dungeon, one of the hardest in this class. The first level will not be able to clear it even if he dies and resurrects again. Si-hoon listens to his assistant with a displeased expression on his face. He reminds that in the hospital the hero did not show any signs of awakening or gaining special skills. Si-hoon has a thoughtful expression on his face. He states that if the first level has that person's item, then it is quite possible. Kim opens his mouth wide and asks if his superior really mentioned that person. Si-hoon reminds him that the order to immediately report his discovery has been in place for 15 years. The guy raises his index finger and says that this case needs to be looked into carefully. He orders to identify the hunter who cleared this dungeon and to check the recordings of all the video cameras around Gangnam Station. Kim looks at the back of his superior, who is walking towards the portal. He asks if this means that they will have to do extra work, including at night. Si-hoon ironically reminds him that the assistant has been working with him for many days. Kim is almost in tears. He asks what will be for dinner in this case. Frowning, Si-hoon says that they will eat instant noodles. Kim grabs his head. He laments that he will have to work at night again and eat ramen. The guy enters the portal, promising the culprit of his suffering the most serious troubles. Someone's leg is visible next to the portal. In front of us is a translucent hero. We see the windows of a small brick house. The hero enters the door. His family is sitting on the couch. The mother asks her son what happened. The sister wants to know if someone is chasing her brother. Wu replies that everything is fine and there is no need to worry about anything. The guy sneaks to the door of his room. The father says that not only did the guy escape from the hospital, but he is also doing God knows what. His wife calms him down, reminding him that their son has had a very hard time lately. The young man apologizes to his sister and says that he will borrow the computer. The door slams shut. Wu is sitting in front of the computer. He curses and says that the Hunter Management Bureau is looking for him. In the search bar, the young man types the phrase Hunter Law and Special Provisions. A corresponding document appears in front of him. His sister, who is standing behind the guy, reads the search query with bewilderment. The girl looks at the screen with concern and asks why her brother needs this information. He, smiling, replies that he encountered some oddities that he wants to clarify. Taking a sip from his glass, he says that he expected to receive at least a small compensation. Seo-ra, whose face does not leave a surprised expression, asks if her brother went into the dungeon and did anything stupid. Wu makes an innocent face and props his head up with his hand. He replies that the first level cannot get into any dungeon. A smile appears on the girl's face. She says that she couldn't reach her brother and thought that he was in the dungeon, since the connection is lost if the subscriber is in that dungeon. The young man happily picks up the phone. He assumes that the calls weren't going through because he had broken glass, which he wanted to repair at the workshop tomorrow. Seo-ra is standing next to his brother. She asks if he hasn't done it yet. Woo replies that he was looking for a part-time job, so he didn't have time. The girl puts her hand on the young man's shoulder. She says that there is no need to go out of his way. He will definitely find something to do, even if he cannot become a hunter again. The guy, smiling, replies that the girl is absolutely right. Seo-ra leaves. Woo breathes a sigh of relief. He carefully examines the information on the computer screen. The guy learns that entering the dungeon without paying is considered illegal, but this is not a very serious crime. He looks thoughtfully in front of him. His stats are now higher, and if he's not careful, others might find out about the hidden item he has. The guy realizes that he'll need to be extra vigilant in the future. There will be a huge number of obstacles in his way. The hero opens the inventory window and holds out his index finger to it. His attention is drawn to the bracelet he received as a reward for defeating the wyvern. The item ends up in Woo's hands, and the guy looks at it in surprise. Here's a description of the Repentant Sage necklace. Legendary rank. Defense from all attributes plus 150, Dexterity plus 20, Intelligence plus 30, Spirit plus 150. The first level skill regression resets the user's status and position 10 seconds ago. Fatigue plus 70. Woo realizes that this is the best thing he's gotten. They can pay a ton of money for this skill. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin with the necklace chain. He understands that he has no way to sell the item normally in the online store, as it will immediately attract attention. He remembers how he ran away from the hunters. The young man realizes that if he goes to the black market with his first level, instead of money, he will get a knife in the ribs. Next to the hero, who is trying to think of other ways to sell the artifact, a phone rings. The name of the subscriber is displayed on the screen, Kim Min-seok. The young man answers the call and immediately hears his name, pronounced rather drawn out. Woo asks if his friend is drunk. If so, the hero will disconnect. Seok asks to wait and asks if the hero knows how difficult it was for him to pluck up the courage to call. Woo asks in surprise what kind of nonsense his friend is talking about. In front of us is Seok, who is walking along a busy street. He says that he passed the hunter exam and was accepted into the guild. The hero smiles happily. He says that this is simply amazing, but what does courage have to do with it? Seok says that he will have to go to the dungeon with Choi Yi-young, that's the whole point. Woo looks at the phone screen in amazement and asks his comrade again. Seok holds the phone to his ear with a sad expression on his face. He says that he didn't want to be on the same team with this bastard after what happened to the hero, but he had no choice. The guy apologizes to his friend. Woo silently looks at the phone screen. We see the upset Seok again. The hero tells him that if it's not his fault, then he has no need to apologize. He advises the guy to give it his all and level up. Later, when everything is fine, he can take the hero as a tourist to the dungeon. Seok replies that he will definitely do it, but he doesn't like the fact that this bastard is the squad leader. However, the guy promises to quickly level up and get rid of the need to be under the command of the bastard. Woo looks at the phone with wide eyes of horror. A bead of sweat rolls down his cheek. He asks if Choi Yi-young will really be the squad leader. Seok looks to his left. He confirms his words. The last test to manage a company is a leadership test, so the villain must clear the dungeon as a commander. A strange smile appears on the hero's face. We see a bookcase in his room. The guy asks when they will go to clear. In front of us is a tall building. Yang stands in front of dozens of hunters, looking at them sternly. He asks if everyone is ready. Standing in front of his subordinates, the young man commands quite confidently. He states that they must act carefully. Safety comes first, and safety comes second. Woo peeks out from around the corner. He has a medical mask on his face again. Yang stands in front of the guards. He declares that he is the commander of the Changchun Guild group and asks to open the gate. One of the guards states that the information is confirmed. Something like a spotlight glows inside the skill sensor. Now its light goes out. Yang smiles at the guard and says that the squad will quickly clean everything up and return before the end of the young man's shift. He praises his interlocutor's fighting spirit and says that he hopes for the group's safe return. Woo watches the guild squad from around the corner. He is going to carefully follow them. The guy holds onto the peak of his cap and uses the stealth skill. Being invisible, he runs up to the squad members. He stands behind the young people. The hero's attention is drawn to his friend's sad face. Woo looks at him with sympathy. The hero hears two hunters talking. One of them says that Yang probably has a lot of money because he is the successor of the Yusung group. The second replies that if you add up the bribe to the guild and the entrance fee, then all this will probably result in a very serious sum. Woo looks at the back of the retreating hunter. He understands that if the scoundrel bribed the guild, then this is even good. If Yang is acting with the guild's permission, he won't be able to just take away his men's wages. Woo looks at his comrade with concern. He understands that Seok is the commander of one of the squads and will most likely be hit. but this is only indirect damage. Young, taking an important pose, stands in front of the portal. He announces that the squad will now enter inside and asks his subordinates to hold hands to form a team and end up in the same dungeon. The hunters follow the commander's order. Young, who is already almost half hidden in the white passage, calls on the hunters to enter inside. They disappear into the portal one by one. The hero watches another young man go there. A notification about the cancellation of the stealth skill appears above the guy's head. Wu approaches the portal. It calls up the inventory window. The young man takes out one of the items from there. The information card says that it is a tracking stone that can show all cases of entering the dungeon for a week. It needs to be inserted into the portal to which tracking is required. Wu inserts the stone into the portal. Windows with relevant information appear above his head. The young man presses his finger on one of the windows. In front of him is a system notification about the completion of tracking. Now he will get to the corresponding dungeon, passing through the passage in front of him. Wu smiles and says that it is time for revenge. We see many monsters and hunters fighting them, led by Yang. The bastard gives the order to retreat. He demands that those fighters who were scattered regroup and start destroying monsters again. Next to the blonde, monsters resembling spiders are visible. Yang strikes and cuts both at once. His wards look at the commander with admiration. One of them says that this is exactly what he expected from his leader. They entered the dungeon 2 hours ago, and the commander's stamina has hardly decreased. Yang laughs and says that it's all thanks to the support his subordinates give him. The bastard looks back at the guys he just thanked. He thinks they're primitive idiots. Judging by the expression on his face, the bastard is very unhappy about something. He thinks that he wouldn't have to go through all this trouble if it weren't for the nasty old man. However, today is the last day of the heir's test, the results of which will determine the rights to manage the company. One of the hunters raises his hand and calls the leader. He reports that his squad dealt with all the monsters. The commander approaches Siak and, smiling, tells him that the guy is a real good guy. His team dealt with the enemies even faster than the leader's squad. The fat man thanks the blonde. Yang looks away from the guy. He thinks that he hired the guy as a backup, but everything turned out even better than he expected. Siak is polite and does his job well. The bastard plans to make him his subordinate after passing the test. The commander raises a huge sword over his head. He suggests that the fighters keep up the good work and defeat the tarantula, the local boss, who is hiding behind this gate. If everything goes smoothly, he promises to throw a great party for everyone. The hunters happily greet the next chairman of the Yusung group. Yang opens the gate. A look of surprise appears on his face. The guy does not see anyone and realizes that the boss has disappeared. Siak, who is standing behind the leader, says that if the main monster was killed and the dungeon was cleared, then most likely some kind of mistake occurred. Yang looks back at the guy and says that he seems to be absolutely right. They need to go out and try again. The invisible hero watches as the hunters leave the gate. System notifications are visible above the boy's head. You have destroyed the tarantula. Level up. You have received 5 points. All status deviations have disappeared. Health and mana are restored. The effect of the novice dagger contract has been activated. The level has been reset to 1. The windows on the second floor of a small house are glowing. The hero enters the door and takes off his cap. His family is having dinner. The mother asks her son if he has eaten. The sister asks where the boy went. Wu goes to his room. He tells his family that he has already eaten and also found a night job that pays very well. The boy puts his hand on the door. He looks at his phone and says, smirking, that it's a clear victory. In front of him are messages from Siak. The fat man writes that something indescribable happened today. They cleared the same dungeon 3 times, but still did not see the boss, with whom, apparently, someone secretly dealt. Yang was beside himself with rage. Wu smiles happily. He knows that the reason for his enemy's indignation was 3 defeats. The hero feels a huge relief. Above his head hangs a system window, which makes it clear that the guy has already destroyed 4 out of 5 required bosses. Wu says that he needs to go again, and the task will be completed. The guy leans towards the monitor. He says that it's time to find out the price of the items he received. The young man looks at the screen in amazement and asks why this is at the top. We see the message that caught his attention. It is called How the First Level Could Clear a C-Rank Dungeon. The author reports that a friend of his went to Gangnam Station yesterday and saw a level 1 guy fall into a C-Rank dungeon. The dungeon did not break through afterwards. How is that possible? We see the young man's astonished face. He understands that this message is about his feat yesterday. Wu reads the comments under the message. Someone asks how the first level got into the dungeon area in the first place. He is answered by a person who was at the scene and who was then interrogated by Sihun himself. One of the users asks if today is April 1st, because a little earlier it turned out that the boss tarantula disappeared at Seoul Station. He is told that it would be funny if this was the work of the same person. Wu chews his finger. He thinks that he should probably stop. The hero's mother enters the room. She calls her son. The woman puts some bills on the table. The young man takes them in his hands and turns to his mother. He says that he shouldn't do this. The mother replies that the boy works part-time, but he should eat well and buy some decent clothes. The door slams behind the woman. Wu crumples the banknotes. He mentally calls himself a weak and selfish idiot. The boy realizes that he cannot stop. The young man looks resolutely ahead. He promises himself that he will do everything possible until his parents and Co. Ra stand firmly on their feet. Someone slams their fist on the table. We see that it is Yang, next to whom stands an assistant in glasses. The young man curses and declares that he will give real hell to the scoundrel who killed the boss time and time again. The assistant, smiling, asks if he should ask the head of the guild for support. Yang calls him a fool and declares that if he asks for help for such an insignificant matter, the old man will definitely not praise him. The boy sits down in a chair and irritably declares that his only secretary is talking utter nonsense. There is a knock at the door. Yang allows him to enter. Siak appears. The owner of the office gets up and approaches the guest. He says that he did a great job yesterday, but what brought him here this time? Siak, looking at Yang, says that he found a person who would like to participate in the hunt. The guy wants to recommend him. The blonde raises his left hand and shows something to his secretary. He asks Siak what it means. The assistant heads for the door, and Siak says that information about yesterday's case has spread throughout the hunter community and someone has been found who is interested in it. Yang asks what level this hunter is. The fat man says 458. Yang thoughtfully rubs his chin. Judging by his face, the information he heard gets through to him, and he asks if his guest got something mixed up. The scoundrel realizes that this is the night level. Looking at the fat man with distrust, Yang asks if he really means that this man agrees to become part of his squad. Siak says that he does. He explained everything to this man, and he was not against it. Siak looks at his interlocutor. He states that the hunter put forward several conditions. The young people continue to discuss this issue. Yang raises his right hand. He says that everything suits him and they need to get down to business. The hero, invisible to prying eyes, stands on a dais, looking at the hunters located in front of the portal. The guy's eyes are slightly widened. It seems that he is a little tired of waiting for everything to begin. The hunters are standing around the white passage. The hero calls up the system windows. He states that this time they have placed guards around the portal, but this is a futile effort. The young man examines the windows hanging in front of him. He says that he can open a temporary portal from afar thanks to the tracking stone. A squad led by Yang approaches the portal guards. Someone shouts loudly that the leader has arrived. The villain enters the portal without stopping for a second. The window he needs appears in front of Wu. The young man touches it with his finger and declares that it is time for him to enter too. A white whirlwind appears near the hero. Wu adjusts his mask. He sees a notification that the dungeon is rank D. The system asks him if he really wants to enter. We see half of the young man's face. He answers in the affirmative. The hero disappears into the portal. He flies down. We see the young man's eye. The guy watches as the squad of hunters fights monsters. Yang demands that his fighters do everything faster since they need to get to the boss room as soon as possible. Unnoticed by anyone, Wu runs into the passage between the rocks. He sees a magnificent gate. Standing under the rock, the young man unwinds the rope. He declares that this bastard deliberately chose a difficult dungeon so as not to miss the boss. However, with Bird Pierce, such a cliff is not scary. A system window appears above the young man's head, indicating that he has used this skill. His dagger plunges into the rock. Using the sprint skill, the hero quickly rushes up the rock, holding onto the rope. The young man's body is surrounded by discharges of energy. Wu lands on the rock. He stands in front of the gate and quietly says that all that remains is to destroy the boss. The guy opens the huge gate. He sees a face with glowing eyes and a drooling mouth in front of him. A huge three-headed monster looms over the young man. It is reported that this is a medium Cerberus, a monster of an unknown level. Taking the dagger in his hand, Wu smiles. He says that a month ago he would have been shaking at the sight of such a monster, but now this is not the case at all. He needs to get out of the safe zone and finish off the Cerberus. The hero calmly walks towards his opponent. A gray cloud appears in the air. It crashes right into the back of the young man. Wu looks in surprise at the notifications that appear above his head. You have been attacked. 5580 damage received. 20% health remaining. The young man flies far back. A knight in a helmet and a blue cloak appears in front of him. This character says that this means the rumors were true, and this is indeed a no-name of the first level. The level 458 is indicated above the knight's head. In front of us is a part of the warrior's helmet. The enemy asks the hero where he found it. Peeking out from under his cap, the guy asks for clarification. Wu tries to get to his feet. He is asked how he got the novice dagger. The knight points his finger at the hero and demands to know how the guy got the novice dagger. Wu, looking at the enemy from under the visor of his cap, says that he does not understand what he is talking about. The knight has an unusual helmet on his head. From underneath it comes the sound of the young man not being able to lie at all. The knight reports that the hero's health is about 7,000, defense is 50. Judging by the characteristics, he found the weapon quite recently. Wu looks at his enemy in bewilderment. He frowns at the knight and asks what he wants. We see the helmet up close. The voice coming from underneath it demands that he hand over the novice's dagger. Beads of sweat are running down the young man's cheek. He reports that this is a soul contract item and the knight will not be able to use it, even if he really wants to. He screams that it's all a lie. Wu raises the dagger point up. He declares that it's all true. He would have sold this weapon long ago if he could, since he hates things that bring headaches. The knight demands that the boy stop lying. Wu casually throws the dagger at the knight and says that he can check everything himself. The enemy looks at the weapon in his hands in bewilderment. He says that it seems that the hero did not lie. The warrior throws the dagger on the ground and asks if this means that he must kill Wu. The knight rushes to attack. He shouts that he simply must kill the owner of the novice dagger since he needs this weapon at any cost. The hero, whose lower part of the face we can see, gives the equip command. The dagger, which was recently lying next to the knight, flies straight into Wu's hand. The hero grabs his trusty weapon. The two blades collide with each other. Wu looks at his opponent and realizes that his stats are much higher. The guy decides that he needs to knock the sword out of his hand first. The hero strikes the hand that holds the weapon. The young man calls up the system window and starts working with it, as he thinks he needs to spend his points quickly. However, the hero fails to do so as the knight stabs him in the back. Wu looks back at his opponent, calls him an idiot, and asks if he doesn't watch anime. The villain must wait for the hero to transform. The warrior asks, offended, who the boy called a villain. Cursing, Wu pulls his cap down over his eyes and uses the stealth skill. The knight shouts that he won't let him escape and strikes with his sword, which flies centimeters from the young man's body. Wu realizes that the enemy sees him, despite the skill being used. The knight abruptly throws his right hand forward. His sword plunges into the hero's chest. System notifications appear. Health has dropped to 0. The condition for the destructive strike skill has been reached. You become invincible for 10 seconds. Destroys the target regardless of their remaining health. Wu clutches his chest. He says that he doesn't like to hurt people, but if things have gone this far this time, he has no choice. If he doesn't kill the enemy, he will die himself. The guy points his dagger at the enemy. The knight starts to run away. The hero looks at his back and demands that the warrior stop. He calls him a fool and asks if the hero really thinks he doesn't know about destructive strike. Wu uses the sprint skill and starts chasing the knight. He suddenly slows down, putting his leg forward, and says that there is another move for such cases. Using the bird pierce skill, he throws a dagger at the enemy. The knight runs to the open gate. It seems that he manages to hide behind one of the doors. In front of us is a dagger emitting streams of yellow energy. A notification appears above the boy saying that devastating strike has 4 seconds left. The boy curses. He turns his attention to the three-headed monster. Wu says the equip command. Using the sprint skill, the hero runs towards the Cerberus. We see the young man's leg. The knight, hiding behind the door, shouts that this is unfair. Wu turns to him and declares that he is an idiot. The hero runs up to the monster grinning with 3 heads at once. The blow hits one of the heads. Streams of gray energy appear around the Cerberus. Wu stands with a dagger in his hand. System notifications are visible above his head. You have defeated the medium Cerberus. All status abnormalities have disappeared. Health and mana are restored. The effect of the novice dagger has been activated. The level is reset to 1. Now the boy has a different notification. Task: destroy the boss monster. The task is completed. You receive a reward. Wu watches his colorful balls fall from the sky. He reaches out and collects them from the ground. After that, the young man starts running towards the portal. The knight calls the guy a coward and asks if he is really going to run away. The warrior puts out his blade and shouts that he will not allow this to happen. Wu dodges, and the enemy's weapon flies past his chest. The hero says that the enemy is caught. The guy has finished distributing points and now sees every move of the enemy. The young man comes close to the knight and looks at him. The hero delivers a powerful blow and hits the helmet. The protective equipment flies off the knight's head. It flies off a fairly decent distance. It turns out that the hero's opponent all this time was a pretty girl. Wu looks at her with astonished eyes and says that she is very beautiful. The girl looks at the young man with displeasure and asks why he is staring at her. Now this idiot in a mask is definitely not long for this world. Wu asks her to stop. The two blades collide. The opponents look into each other's eyes. They are now standing at some distance. The girl screams that she wanted to spare the guy, but he started to get cocky. Wu says that she is lying since she took off all his health points. The girl delivers another blow, hits the enemy's shoulder and loudly screams for him to die. System messages appear. You have received 3580 points of damage, 56% health remaining. Wu holds his shoulder. The girl looks at him in amazement and asks why her opponent did not defend himself. He calmly steps aside, stating that he suddenly needed to go to the toilet. The girl asks again in surprise. The guy waves his hand goodbye and says that they will see each other some other time. More system messages pop up. You cannot escape. The dungeon uses low-rank seal stones. Break the seal stones or wait 30 minutes. Wu is sitting in front of a portal that has suddenly turned red. The young man looks at the passage and curses, trying to figure out what kind of idiot would use stones here. He hears someone say that he thought so. Wu turns around and sees Yang and his men behind him. The villain, holding a sword, looks at the young man with determination. The squad led by Yang stands in front of the girl knight and the hero. Siak, who is standing behind the villain, looks at his friend in shock. Yang states that he had no doubt that the hero was the culprit. Wu takes off his mask and is surprised that the villain recognized him even with it. Apparently, there is no need to try to hide his identity anymore. Siak looks at his friend in shock and asks how he got here. The hero apologizes to his friend and promises to tell him everything later. The girl looks at the villain with displeasure and reminds him that she asked him not to enter the boss's room until she caught the culprit. Yang, smiling, states that this condition was very suspicious. He immediately orders his fighters to surround the girl, who, according to him, is also involved in everything. The beauty is loudly indignant. She does not understand what these bastards are doing. Yang goes to her with a sword in his hand. He asks the girl how all this time Wu, who is level 1, was able to defeat bosses. Perhaps all this is because she helped him. The scumbag points his sword at the girl. He asks the treasure hunter Han Sion to confirm that he told the truth. The hero imagines the girl fighting a terrible monster. He remembers that Han Sion is a famous hunter who does not join guilds and clears dangerous dungeons. The girl frowns at the bastard and says that she does not like being associated with people with disgusting taste who wear torn sleeveless jackets. Wu is violently indignant behind her back. He yells that he doesn't want to be associated with a cold-blooded killer either. Yang yells that there's no point in pretending and orders his men to deal with the girl and the boy. He points his sword at them. The hunters under his command make it clear that they understand the order. The knight's robes are lying on the ground. Yon says that she is not on the hero's side. The girl draws her sword forward. She states that Yang and his henchmen will die if they don't want to believe it. Wu looks back at her and offers to team up for a while. Yon, without even looking at the boy, says that he refuses. She demands that he die and give up the dagger. Wu mentally calls her a scumbag. The hero frowns at the hunters who are ready to rush into battle. He understands that he can no longer hide his identity, and the battle will begin soon. The boy brings up the inventory window. Yon asks what he is doing. The young man asks the girl to wait a bit, now she will see magic. Multicolored spheres rise above the inventory. They penetrate the hero's chest. The guy's t-shirt begins to glow. A description of the item Nightwalker t-shirt appears. Rare rank, defense 300. Level 2 skill stealth makes the user invisible. Consumes 40 MP every 10 seconds. Passive level 1 skill Hawkeye. Detects traps and hidden things. Digital circles appear in front of the guy's eye. Wu realizes that he has a new skill. He sees a notification that he has achieved progress. New system notifications pop up, creating a hidden task. Go to the boss's room. Conditions met. The hero is asked to agree to continue or refuse it. In front of us are the eyes of a young man. He is trying to understand what kind of hidden task this is. The hero's finger presses the yes option. The gate slams shut with a bang. Yon and Wu are surrounded by hunters. The hero sees the quest description. Hidden quest. Sealed spirits have been released. Defeat the quest owner or summon monsters. The young man looks up. Some dust falls on him. A crack appears in the ground. It cuts off a group of hunters led by Yang from Wu and Yon. The villains try to understand what is happening as the ground beneath their feet breaks apart. Someone asks the hero what kind of trick he used. Yang and one of his wards look into the crack and see monsters climbing out of it. Scary monsters are climbing the walls, which are described as high-ranking zombie, high-ranking ghoul and high-ranking skeleton, all with an unknown level. Wu looks at the notification that the use of skills is limited to one time. The guy's face is amazed. He understands that he can use his signature devastating strike only once. In front of him is another message. Be sure to survive, do not break the thread of hope. Wu realizes he's in big trouble. A mohawked hunter calls the guy an idiot and asks what he's done. The villain tries to hit the hero with his weapon, but it misses the target. Siak fights off the mohawked man's attack and yells at his friend to run. He promises to stop the hunters. The hero asks in confusion where his friend is going. The sword Siak is holding breaks in the middle and misses a blow that hits the guy right on the forehead. Siak screams loudly in pain. He falls to the ground. A mohawked hunter approaches him and says that this guy decided to cover his friend. The villain kicks the prone enemy in the stomach. He assures him that with his level, he's not fit to hold a candle to him. Siak spits. He hits his enemy in the cheek. Looking at his enemy with disdain, the guy declares that he has nothing but a level, so he'd better just shut up. The Mohawk man swings his weapon and calls the guy who insulted him a bastard. A notification is visible above the hero's head that he has no points left to distribute. Wu uses the sprint skill. We see traces on the ground. The hero protects his comrade with a small dagger. Smiling, the young man turns to his comrade and apologizes for being a little late while he was distributing points. The hunter swings his weapon at the hero. He calls the guy a freak and asks if he really thinks he can do anything if he got a good item. In front of us is the hero's right eye. He sees the enemy in some strange form. Wu looks at the enemy and analyzes his skills. He realizes that compared to Yon, this enemy moves incredibly slowly. Perhaps this is due to the growth of the hero's characteristics. Wu uses his weapon. Blood splashes in all directions. The Mohawk man screams loudly, not understanding what happened. A second later, he lies in front of the hero, showing no signs of life. Wu insincerely apologizes to him. He shows his dagger to the defeated enemy and states that his weapon is of incredible quality. Seok looks at his friend and asks how he managed to do this. The hero hands him a vial of red liquid and demands that the boy drink the potion and rest. He will explain everything when he deals with the enemies. The witnesses of what happened look at the hero in shock. They cannot believe what happened. This first level defeated none other than Song. Yon, smiling slightly, looks at the young man. She thinks that he is quite good. Young turns to his fighters and demands that they do not panic, since the first level will always be the first level. Wu turns to him with hatred. He rushes to the attack, demanding that the bastards attack simultaneously. Monsters crawl out of the crack to the surface. A ghoul, a skeleton, and a zombie loom over the young man. Wu, smiling, looks at the monsters. He states that he did not call them bastards at all. The monsters attack the hunters and begin to exterminate them. They loudly complain, calling the monsters bastards and demanding not to bite them. Wu looks at someone, gritting his teeth in anger. He strikes with a dagger and cuts off the head of one of the monsters. Notifications appear. The higher zombie has been killed. The level has been increased. 5 points have been received. All negative effects have been removed. Health and mana have been restored. The effect of the contract with the novice dagger. The level has been reset to 1. Blood splashes are visible above the young man's head. A smile appears on the young man's face. He understands that with a divine ranked weapon, it is possible to kill monsters without an exterminating attack. Wu notices that a huge skeleton is reaching out to his friend. It flies up to the monster and cuts off its head, asking what it is going to do. Seok, with his mouth open, looks at his friend and thanks him. He replies that the guy should just calmly finish the potion. The hunters comment on the young man's actions in amazement. One of them says that this guy continues to kill monsters as if nothing happened, but his level remains first and his health is at 100 units. The second one asks if this could be related to some property of a divine rank item. The hunter standing next to Yang complains that no one told them that they would have to deal with such an opponent. Yang suggests that this is most likely the work of his competitors. They fell behind him in the heirs test and decided to support this loser with such expensive items. The bastard opens his mouth wide, severed body parts are visible above it. Wu looks angrily at the bastard. He thinks that he got the item he uses entirely on his own. The young man listens in surprise to what is being said about him. One of the hunters doubts that the young man has combat skills since his movements are too simple, especially compared to Yon. The young man does not understand what they are talking about. He looks back at the girl fighting next to him. Yon confidently flies past many monsters and kills them one after another with choreographed movements. After performing another blow, she lands elegantly. Wu thinks that her movements resemble a dance, and she is incredibly cute. The guy's cheeks turn red. He sees a huge monster crawling out of a crack in the ground behind the girl. The young man uses the bird pierce skill and throws his dagger at the monster. The weapon hits the monster's head and knocks it off. Wu gives the equip command, and the dagger immediately returns to his hand. The hero smiles, shows the girl the dagger and apologizes to her for the weapon slipping out of his hand. The young man apologizes if he interfered with the girl's fight. She calmly looks at the hero. Without saying anything, she walks away from him. Wu thinks that she is very cold. She could have thanked him. The girl pushes off the ground. She flies high into the air. The hero looks at the monster she just killed in amazement. The girl looks over her shoulder and, smiling, declares that she accidentally slipped there too. Wu looks back at the hunters. They shout that the two are indeed working together and that the leader Yang was right. The villains threaten to punish the boy and the girl for deceiving them. The hero, who is standing on the other side of the rift, shouts at them that they can only talk. If they are going to do something, then let them come closer. The hunters, letting out angry cries, rush to attack. One of them calls for the hero to be killed. The second declares that the owner of the first level will not even touch him. The third demands that his comrades take a break from the monsters and first deal with the deceivers. Yon looks at the approaching hunters with displeasure and asks what the young man was thinking when he provoked them. First, they should deal with the monsters. Wu, smiling, declares that he just wanted to boost his fighting spirit. The hero hears a promise to help behind him and turns to the one who gave it in surprise. Seok, smiling, raises his left hand. The hero joyfully asks if his comrade has recovered from the bleeding. He answers in the affirmative and thanks the young man for his help. The hunters on the other side of the rift can barely stand on their feet. One of them loudly asks what is going on. It looks like new rifts are forming in the ground. Wu looks at the notifications that have appeared above his head. The first stage of the hidden task has been completed. The second stage begins. The ground is breaking apart. Move to the safe zone within a certain time. Remaining time is 2 minutes. There are 2 hunters in front of us. One of them asks why the ground is collapsing. The second demands to know what this second stage of the hidden task is. Did that bastard Wu really do something again? A hunter with a huge cleaver flies into the abyss. He screams desperately, and stones rain down after him. Wu looks down in alarm. He understands that if he falls, he will die. Seok, who is standing on the other side of the newly formed rift, calls his friend to him, as it is safe next to him. The hero curses and declares that he will do it now. Frightening sounds are heard from the bottom of the rift. Wu looks at the abyss in fear. He understands that the distance is too great and is not sure that he will make it if he tries to do it. We see the eyes of a young man. He takes a chain from his inventory with a huge yellow pendant hanging on it. The young man says that he is very sorry, but this item will have to be used. An information card for the item Necklace of the Disillusioned Dragon, which has a legendary rank, appears. The first level skill regression returns the owner's state and position to the past 10 seconds. Fatigue plus 70. We see a bright flash. The guy thinks that even if he falls down, he will be able to rewind time 10 seconds back. Seok screams from the other side of the rift that there is someone behind his comrade. The guy looks back and sees the tip of a weapon. Wu steps back and lets the bastard who was trying to kill him pass by. Yang, flying past the young man, screams that this is all because of him. A dagger appears in the hero's hand. Wu blocks the blow and looks in amazement at the icons falling from above. They fall to the ground. The hero calls the enemy a son of a bitch and kicks him. He responds with the same move. The bastard's foot crashes into the young man's chest. However, he himself receives exactly the same blow. The opponents fly apart. Wu falls into the abyss. He realizes that at this rate he might die. The necklace of the disappointed sage appears in his hand. For some reason, the young man thought that he dropped it on the ground, but now he puts it on his neck. The object begins to glow brightly. Wu uses the regression skill, and his position in the air changes. The young man finds himself at the very edge of the cliff. It seems that just a little more, and he will stand on its surface. However, the next second, the fall resumes. The hero cannot believe that 10 seconds have already passed. Wu lets out a drawn-out cry and falls down. Stone chips are visible above him. The young man looks up in despair. Suddenly he sees Yon, who stretches out her hand and shouts for the young man to grab it. Wu, Seok, and Yon are breathing heavily on the surface of the cliff. The hero, smiling, looks at the girl and thanks her for saving him. Yon replies that the guy should not perceive her action wrongly. She did it to get the dagger. Seok offendedly declares that he also participated in the rescue. The hero hears some sound and looks around. Yang is climbing the cliff with difficulty. One of his subordinates notices the commander and points a finger at him. The hunters cheer the scoundrel in chorus. A blade is stuck into the ground. Leaning on it, Yang gets to his feet. The hunters rejoice wildly. One of them shouts that the master has climbed the steep slope. The second declares that he is truly worthy of the title of leader. The third calls on the commander to jump over to them. Wu and Seok look at what is happening in bewilderment. The hero does not understand how this scarecrow manages to survive all the time. His comrade suggests that he caught his sword on the rock and pulled himself up. He says that he is a very persistent young man. Yang, noticeably swaying, walks away from the hunters. They ask in surprise where he is going and warn the commander that it is dangerous there. The scoundrel, meanwhile, examines a thick disc with an image of a spider. He declares that it is a trophy from the boss who stole Wu. With the help of this item, the scoundrel hopes to inherit his family's company. Yang jumps for joy on a small island in the middle of the abyss. He turns to the hero and shows him a blue artifact. Wu understands that this guy seems to have completely lost his mind. Yang clenches his fist and shouts that victory, in the end, remains his. The next second, something black breaks his neck. We see a lot of stone debris. The hunters are trying to shout to their commander. Something huge and black appears where the island with Yang was just now. Wu looks up in amazement. A giant monster with a crown on its head towers over him and his comrades. A notification informs that this is a monster of an unknown level, Shadow of Tartarus. A series of notifications appear. The second stage of the hidden quest has been completed. The last stage begins. Kill the boss to complete the hidden quest. The hunters look in shock at the incredibly large monster and also see its description. One of them asks what this huge thing is. Another guy notices that instead of a level, it has question marks. The hunters, having lost their commander, run towards the portal. They scream that everything is lost, the employer has died, and this is their only hope. The young people run into an obstacle, the portal turns red. Blue windows inform that the area cannot be left since a low-rank sealing stone was used in the dungeon. It takes 10 minutes for it to collapse. The hunters are sitting in front of the inactive passage. One of them is swearing filthily and saying that the portal is still sealed. The stone doesn't seem to have broken when that guy died. Seok, who is standing behind the hero, asks how he can kill such a giant. Is there any way to do it? New notifications pop up above Wu's head. The souls have been freed. Shadow of Tartarus is calling them to the mortal world. We see a rider clad in armor. It is reported that this is a monster of an unknown level, the Shadow Knight. The hunters look at the approaching squad of horsemen with fear. The people can't understand who their enemies are and why they have question marks instead of levels. The horsemen quickly approach the hunters who are ready to defend themselves. One of the fighters gets hit in the stomach. The second is simply cut in half along the body. Wu watches in amazement as his recent opponents are exterminated. A black fist appears. It hits the ground, lifting up rocks. A bloody stain can be seen where it landed. Seok, standing behind the hero, states that the hunter was wiped out with one blow. Wu and his comrades are standing on the other side of the rift from the knights. However, they rush to attack. Seok looks at the approaching horsemen in fear. He shouts that everything is lost. Yeon calmly tells the hero that she thinks he did not use the Annihilation attack in the recent battle because of a limitation. Wu smiles. He replies that the girl is very smart and that this limitation was a one-time use of the skill. Yeon tells the young man not to drag it out and quickly deal with the monster. The hero asks if this is all, and he will not hear words of encouragement like "try hard and I believe in you." The girl slyly looks at the young man and declares that he will not hear anything like that. And when he dies, she will immediately pick up the dagger and deal with everyone herself. Wu raises his weapon and asks his allies to take a few steps back. Seok wishes him luck. The horsemen rush at the young man. He shouts loudly for them not to be shy and come closer. The horsemen deal multiple blows to the hero. Notifications appear about an attack from the Shadow Knight and the guy receiving a certain amount of damage. Blood gushes from the hero's body. A notification above his head says that 20% of his health remains. Wu is on one knee and holding his hand. He sees that these knights are unrealistically strong, and now he understands why the remaining hunters immediately lost hope of defeating them. The knights become translucent, and the young man realizes that they are using stealth. Blue circles appear around the hero's eye. He thinks that the Lord of the Knights can use this skill as much as he wants, but the skill does not work against him anyway. Wu activates the Hawkeye skill and begins to see hidden enemies. The figure of the young man turns black. The guy opens his mouth wide and shouts at the enemy that he can see him perfectly well. A yellow beam is visible between the young man and the ghostly rider. Wu deals multiple blows with his dagger. Notifications hang above his head. Current fatigue is 80. Combat skills are reduced by 15%. Movement and reaction speed are reduced by 10%. Resistance to fainting, fear, paralysis, and dumbness are reduced by 20%. Warning, rest is required. Sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He curses and thinks that due to extreme fatigue, he never hit the enemies. Wu rushes towards one of the riders. He understands what he needs to do. The knight deals a powerful blow and causes a huge amount of damage to the hero. The already familiar notifications appear. Health has dropped to 0. Conditions are met. Exterminating attack. The owner becomes invulnerable for 10 seconds. Regardless of the remaining health, destroys the attacked target. The guy's bloody hand scratches the rock. The hero clutches a dagger in his hand and, smiling, declares that the counterattack is beginning. Wu, with a dagger in his hand, flies up to one of the knights from above. He uses the skill Exterminating Attack, gaining a state of invulnerability. The weapon penetrates the warrior's armor. Various types of energy spread around the knight. The hero thinks that only Tartarus is left. A notification appears that 3 seconds are left until the end of Exterminating Attack. Gritting his teeth from tension, Wu runs forward. He thinks that he has used all his skills. All that remains is to somehow plunge the dagger into the enemy. The dungeon boss bares his teeth. He throws out his hand to hit the hero. The guy smiles happily. He thanks the monster for attacking himself. The guy points the novice dagger in the direction of the fist flying at him. The blade's tip finds its target. Tartarus roars deafeningly. A series of notifications appear. You have defeated the Shadow of Tartarus. Level increased. 5 points received. All negative effects removed. Health and magic restored. Effect of the novice dagger contract. Level reset to first. The final stage of the hidden quest has been completed. The hero leans his hands on his knees tiredly. He thinks it's over. The guy hears someone shouting for him to try to dodge. Seok and Yeon run towards him as fast as they can. The fat man asks if his friend has gone deaf. There is danger behind him. Something pierces the hero's body. Notifications pop up. 21,050 damage received. A through wound received. Bleeding, 1% of health lost every second. 25% of health remaining. Woo screams loudly. Blood flows from his back. The guy bends at the waist and asks who the bastard is who did this. We see the transformed Choi Yi-young. He became a monster of an unknown level. The bastard's eyes glow with red energy. He says that he will kill the guy. We are reminded of the picture when this bastard showed the artifact stolen from the hero, and Woo thought that he had completely lost his mind. We also see a fragment when the scoundrel clenched his fist joyfully and shouted that victory, in the end, would still be his. We are reminded of the moment when something black broke the bastard's neck, and also a hail of stones covering the bastard and the screams of hunters trying to shout to their commander. After that blow, Young flew down. Above him, notifications are visible about receiving 65,530 damage from Shadow of Tartarus, reducing health to 0 and removing the effects of characteristics. Young is flying down and thinks that he will die in such a miserable way. He can forget about inheriting a company, luxury clothes, food and shopping. The bastard remembers the face of his opponent. He mentally calls him a son of a bitch and thinks that he is to blame for all his troubles. Suddenly, a voice is heard behind the bastard, offering revenge. Young sees black streams under him. The same voice offers to give up his human essence and receive power in return. An offer to conclude a contract appears in front of the bastard. A smile appears on the face of the bastard. He says that giving up his human essence is easy for him. With a completely insane expression on his face, he selects the yes option. A notification hangs over the head of the villain who has turned into a monster, the beginning of an additional hidden task. Kill Choi Yi-young, who has given up his human essence and become a monster. Woo looks at the enemy in bewilderment. He thinks that all this is some kind of nonsense. How could a man become a monster? Seok, sword in hand, rushes at Young and shouts for Woo to make way. The monster easily stops the guy's blade. Seok receives a powerful blow to the cheekbone. The young man flies far to the side. Seok lies on the ground. Above him is a sign indicating his level 43 and health equal to 0%. Yeon runs past the hero. She asks what he is shouting about and demands that the guy quickly help his friend. The girl points her weapon at the monster. However, he easily stops this blade too. Yeon looks at the monster in bewilderment. He kicks the girl in the stomach. She also flies back and crashes into the ground. Woo, who is supporting his comrade, showers curses. Yeon lies on the ground and groans weakly. She is at level 458 and has 0% health. The girl looks at the bastard raising his sword over her and calls him a damn monster. Woo rushes to attack. Above him hang notifications about the impossibility of using the skills Sprint and Bird Pierce. The young man thinks that the only skill he has left is Stealth. He immediately uses it, picks up the girl and carries her away from the blow. The young man puts her down on the ground. Yeon asks in surprise if the hero is safe and then calls him a fool. The guy looks at her with loving eyes and says that a fool is someone who calls his savior a fool. Yeon angrily shouts that the guy is a real idiot. He put his life on the line for a person he sees for the first time. Young approaches them with a sword in his hand. Woo is clutching a dagger in his hand. He tells the girl that if he dies, she must immediately pick up the dagger and sign a contract. Yeon asks again in bewilderment. She looks at the guy's back and asks him not to make her laugh. He must definitely win and return alive. The hero, smiling, says that he finally heard words of support from the girl. Woo frowns at the enemy. A notification hangs above his head that he has 2% health left. The guy realizes that he has no health or skills left. He is in such a state that one touch can send him to the next world. It turns out that it is necessary to finish everything with one blow to the weak spot. Having accelerated, the hero rushes to attack his enemy. The blades of the opponents collide. The hand clutches the dagger. We see a trace of the impact of this weapon. Woo grinds his teeth with rage. He is shocked by the speed of the enemy's reaction. It feels like he is fighting a machine. The eyes of the bastard emit an eerie glow. Woo receives another blow. He stands, leaning his hand on the ground. In his eyes, Yang is reflected, raising a huge sword above his head. The monster lowers his weapon on the hero, but he manages to put his dagger under the blow. A greenish trace is visible to the right of the young man's head. The hero glances sideways at the source of the glow. We see a powerful flash. Notifications appear that health has dropped to 0 and the stat effects have been removed. Woo is flying down. Notifications are visible above him. Health has dropped to 0. The stat effect disappears. Current fatigue is 95. Physical abilities have been reduced by 50%. Resistance to stun, fear, paralysis, and mute have been reduced to 45%. Warning, you need to rest. In front of us is the face of a young man. He wonders if this could be the road to hell. He just wanted to live a normal life, but why did everything go wrong? Maybe he should have quit his job as a hunter. Wu grinds his teeth from the strain. He realizes that he can't just give up. The end of a red rope appears in front of him. The young man looks at this object in shock and tries to understand why it is here. Choi Yi-yang, transformed into a monster, appears in front of him with a sword in his hand. Wu tries to understand what kind of rope this is. Is it a skill or an illusion? He doesn't know what it is, but the rope seems to be asking him to follow it. Wu holds out a dagger. It looks like he's destroying his opponent's huge sword with a flick of his wrist. Yang screams loudly. The bastard strikes, but his blow misses the hero's head. We see a red rope and the hero's dagger, which for some reason is presented in triplicate. Wu stabs the monster. A bright light flashes at the tip of the dagger. We see yellow streams and something like an explosion behind them. A series of notifications appear. You have defeated Choi Yi-yang. Your fatigue increases by 5 due to the prolonged battle. Current fatigue 100. Additional hidden task completed. The hero is on his knees. Now he is falling face down. Drops or snow are falling from the sky. There are dead monsters lying on the ground. We also see people here. A brunette is standing over the corpses with some kind of weapon in his hand. He is trying to figure out what kind of place this is. Just recently, he thought he was dead. A young man with glasses appears behind the guy. He asks what happened. Are there any monsters left here? The brunette looks back at the guy in surprise. We see the hero's ghostly face next to the image of the young man, and they look a little similar. The brunette says that there are no monsters here, and he is just thinking about the fact that many people died. Wu looks at the young man in amazement. It seems to him that he has possessed this person. He, with an upset expression, says that if the deceased had at least a few skills, they could have avoided death. His interlocutor reminds that if the rune is divided, the power will also be distributed. Then it will be impossible to kill high-level monsters. The guy gets angry. He says that it seems unfair to him that runes are given only to capable people like them. The young man with glasses advises him to stop talking about such things. He looks at the brunette with displeasure and demands that he kill monsters before they harm someone instead of reflecting. It is also possible to get the reason for all this, namely the divine stone, and then return the world to its original state. This will definitely solve all the problems. The brunette looks at his interlocutor in surprise. He, looking him straight in the eyes, calls the name of the first hunter, Han Seong-jun. There is extreme amazement on Wu's face. The hero looks up. He sits up on the bed and asks if it was really a dream. Before his eyes is a huge room where everything shines. Wu walks barefoot on the floor, looking at the room. He says that it is truly magnificent here. The young man cannot understand where he ended up, since there is not a single rich man among his acquaintances. He touches the door handle. The guy sees a new room, which is no less magnificent than the one he was in before. The young man's attention is drawn to another door. He reaches out to open it and tries to guess what kind of room might be hidden behind it. Wu takes hold of the door handle. Notifications appear about the activation of a trap and the use of the chain lightning property. The hero is struck by a powerful electric shock. He screams loudly. The young man lies on the floor in a paralyzed state. His old friend comes up to him. The system reports that the guy has lost 50% of his health and is temporarily paralyzed by a powerful electric attack. Yeon, with her arms folded, looks at the guy. She says that this is simply amazing. There are so many rooms here, and he thought of opening the one with the trap. The guy, who has already come to his senses, says that he should have warned about such things. A guy in a checkered suit appears. He declares that the girl did not lie, and Wu really is a pretty funny guy. Above the young man's head is his level 871. The hero looks at this young man in surprise. He recognizes his glasses. Most likely it is the guy he saw in his dream. In front of us is a business card with the inscription Manga. Wu, sitting on the couch, examines it. He asks if his interlocutors want to say that the chairman of the Manga Guild took care of this matter. The guy with glasses says that everything is correct. He secretly supports Yeon since he is her supporter. Wu looks closely at the young man and the girl. He realizes that this is extremely suspicious. One of the largest guilds on the planet is helping a treasure hunter. The hero asks what happened to Seok. The young man replies that there was no threat to his life, so now he is recovering in the hospital. Wu says that this is just great, but the question is why the guild helped them at all. The interlocutor reaches under the hem of his jacket. He puts the rookie dagger on the table and says that it is because of this item. Wu looks at his weapon in shock and tries to comprehend what is happening. The guy with glasses says that, according to Yeon, Wu would have sold it if it weren't for the soul contract. He asks the boy if this is true. He answers in the affirmative. The interlocutor, with his hands folded in his lap, asks why Wu made such a decision, because he can become a hero and even the best hunter in the world. The boy says that he is not interested in this. Looking at the interlocutor, he says that he has spent his entire life in poverty, so now his dream is a good house and comfort for his family. The guy with glasses stands up abruptly. He says that this is simply magnificent. Then they will just buy this dagger. Wu asks again in amazement. He reminds that the weapon is bound to him by a soul contract and no one else will be able to use it. The interlocutor, without looking at the guy, says that this is possible in the Lost Lands. Wu asks again in amazement. We see frightening monsters. The Lost Lands is a place near the armistice line with North Korea. It has become world famous due to the invasion of monsters after the dungeon was breached. Wu, looking at his interlocutor with doubt, states that even heroes die there. Will the guild really be able to use this weapon there? The guy with glasses says that they will wait until they find a safe and reliable way to access it, and there is no need to worry about it. Yon intervenes in the conversation, offering the boy 100 billion. The girl folds her arms over her chest and looks at the hero. She confirms that she is ready to offer 100 billion and states that Wu should give her the novice dagger. The hero, whose right eye we can see, cannot believe the reality of the voiced figure. He holds his weapon in his hands. The guy asks in surprise why the girl needs a dagger. Of course, it is a mythical item, but almost every night level hunter has one. Why is she offering him such an amount? The guy with glasses comes between Wu and Yon, apologizes for interrupting, and says that they can't talk about it. The girl, closing her eyes, quietly asks the guy for permission to let her explain everything, although the hero will have to deal with the consequences himself. The young man in the jacket tries to stop Yon. She raises her index finger and says that this weapon belonged to her brother. Wu asks again in surprise. The girl looks at the hero. She says that her brother's name was Han Seong-jun, and he was the first hunter during the Great Cataclysm. The dagger is a memory of him. Yon looks at the hero. She says that Han Seong-jun was the first hunter of the Great Cataclysm, and this dagger is a memory of her brother. Wu remembers the guy he saw in his dream. He realizes that he hears the same name. Wu and the guy with glasses stand next to each other. The hero says that he has never heard of the first hunter during the Great Cataclysm. His interlocutor replies that it should be so. However, in this case, the guy should take his word for it. The young man's face is serious. He states that this information is controlled by the Hunter Management Bureau. If Wu starts asking unnecessary questions, problems may arise for him and his family. The hero imagines the employees of the aforementioned organization. He thinks that the highest governing body of the country is quite capable of this, and it is better to take the young man's word for it. Wu thoughtfully rubs his chin. He asks if he can see the photo in this case. The guy in glasses asks again in surprise. The hero states that he wants to look at the former owner of the dagger. His interlocutor looks at the girl. He says that there is a photo, but he needs to get permission from his sister. Yon calmly reaches into his pocket. The girl says that she does not mind, since nothing terrible will come of it. The hero holds a photo in his hands. It depicts a young man and a little girl. Wu understands that the guy from his dream was Yon's brother. A smile appears on the young man's face. He thinks that even here they are very similar. It must have been incredibly difficult for the sister to look for her brother's things. Wu looks at the girl sympathetically over the photo. He hands her the photo and asks what will happen if he does not want to give up the dagger. The young man with glasses takes out a sword. He says that in this case, there is only one option. The young man fearfully asks to wait. He states that he does not need an extra headache and he will just give up the weapon. His interlocutor reaches under the hem of his jacket. He states that the young man made an excellent decision. A contract has already been prepared in case of a positive answer. Wu looks at the guy in surprise and states that he is very prudent. Here is the text of the contract. 1. Legion Wu, having collected the Rookie Cataclysm Hunter Kit, hands it over to Han Si-yeon. Han Si-yeon pays Legion Wu 100 billion won. 2. Han Si-yeon pays 1 billion won in advance. 3. Legion Wu and Han Si-yeon do not harm each other. 4. If one of the parties dies during the contract, the following obligations arise. If Legion Wu dies, the remaining amount is paid to Legion Wu's family. If Han Si-yeon dies, the contract is terminated and all payments under the contract are returned. 5. Legion Wu must agree to wiretapping, surveillance, and supervision by Han Si-yeon. The hero looks at the text. He says that the beginning of the contract is normal, but the last point is simply no good. Yon says that this is necessary in order not to lose the dagger. The guy and the girl are standing opposite each other in rather aggressive poses. Wu tries to clarify what Yon is talking about. She says that, as the guy has already understood, the Hunter Management Bureau is interested in the rookie dagger. If they find out the truth, they will try to take it away, despite this contract. Yon calmly looks at the young man. The hero, shaking with indignation, looks at his interlocutor over the sheet of paper. She asks him to just be patient until the moment when the dagger is handed over to her. The young man asks what to do with the fourth point then. He turns the contract text to the girl. The guy asks why the advance payment must be returned in the event of her death. What kind of nonsense is this? Wu and Yon argue. The guy in glasses looks at them with displeasure. The girl asks what exactly the young man doesn't like. She doesn't trust him. Who knows what he'll do to her for money? The guy asks if Yon really thinks that he's as level as the junk hunters. The guild representative asks the disputants to stop and listen to the solution he's worked out. Ignoring him, Wu shouts that he doesn't believe the girl either. What if she just takes the dagger and runs away? Yon yells that then there's no need to sign a contract. She just needs to kill the guy to get the weapon. The young man is shaking with anger. We see the mark of the blow. To stop the squabble, the guild representative cuts the table with his sword. He demands that the brawlers listen to the solution he has. Wu readily agrees. The young man sheathes his sword. He says that the boy and girl should get married. Yon feels sick from hearing this, but the boy thinks that this is a very interesting idea. The young man adjusts his glasses. He states that Yon will constantly watch the boy, and he needs money, so all the existing problems are solved. Wu already sees the girl as his wife. He thinks that marrying a rich beauty would be very nice. Rubbing his chin, the young man looks at the smiling guild representative. The guy says that he is not eager, but if the situation calls for it, he will certainly agree. The interlocutor replies that this is an excellent solution. The young man whispers in the boy's ear that, in his opinion, Yon was very impressed by him when he defeated Choi Yi-yong, so the boy should try to build on this success. The girl takes out her sword. She says that in the dungeon, it is believed that you can only meet enemies. She furiously screams that she will kill both idiots. We see something like an explosion on top of a skyscraper. Under the contract are the fingerprints of Lee Jin-woo and Han Si-yeon. The device with a blue screen displays information about the first level hunter Lee Jin-woo. The rank is normal. Stats: strength 320, dexterity 321, intelligence 97, perception 172, endurance 278, magic power 245, spirit 237, charisma 19, health 28,050, mana 2450. The girl looks at the scanner screen in surprise. She asks ironically if the guy's stats are even worse than hers. The guild representative says that it was clearly not enough to surpass Choi Yi-yong. Yon looks at the hero and asks him how he was able to defeat the bastard. He had no skills left, did he? The young man replies that he himself does not know. Some kind of rope appeared in front of him, which he reached for. The young man remembers what this object looked like. Yon touches his forehead with his fist. She says that this is the first time she has heard of such a phenomenon. But even if so, there is a more important problem. She yells at the young man again, asking why there was no reward or next quest. Wu is surprised and says he doesn't know, but he definitely saw the quest completion notice. Yon heads off somewhere. She says she doesn't understand anything, so they can only go back to that dungeon. The guild representative says he will go with her. Wu, who we see behind them, asks if it is dangerous. The Hunter Management Bureau is definitely investigating there, and he himself is essentially a newbie. Yon turns to him and asks him contemptuously why the guy decided he should go with them. Wu asks again, amazed. The girl points to the destruction wrought in the room. She says the boy should stay here and clean up the living room. The guy asks in surprise why he should clean the room that his interlocutor destroyed. Yon holds the text of the contract in his hands. She asks if the guy really does not want to clean the living room. In that case, she will have to hold back the advance. The hero picks up a vacuum cleaner, recognizes it as the latest cordless model, and says that he just wanted to check how it works. Yon disappears behind the door. Wu angrily calls her rude. The guy holds onto the door handle. He tiredly sinks to the floor and puts one foot on the table. Wu wonders to himself if Yon really thinks that he will obediently fulfill all of her demands. Yon, who is walking next to the guy with glasses, asks him what he thinks about the guy. Will he cooperate as stipulated by the terms of the contract? The young man says that there is no need to worry about it. He looks to your left and suggests that you just watch. Wu is watching TV. The announcer reports breaking news. About 20 hunters have disappeared in a D-rank dungeon in Seoul. The only survivor, Kim Min-seok, is seriously injured and has not regained consciousness. The TV shows the face of a guy breathing with an oxygen mask. Wu loudly shouts out his friend's name. In front of us is a multi-story building. The hero calls Yon, but hears a message that the subscriber is out of network coverage. It is suggested to leave a message after the signal. Wu looks at his phone and irritably states that 3 hours have passed and the girl still has not come out of the dungeon. In front of the hospital, there are guards who check incoming people. The hero thinks that he cannot just wait for news and wants to personally go and visit his friend. Wu is standing near a tree. He hears a guard addressing journalists and demanding that they disperse since the group leader has not arrived at the hospital. The reporters accuse the guards of lying. They definitely saw Young Si-hoon, who entered the institution a little earlier. The most persistent one asks to let him in so that he can take a minute-long interview about Young Si-hoon's relationship with a star named Choi Yu-ra. The guard shouts loudly that he will not let anyone in. Wu remembers the leader of the fourth group of the security department and his deputy. If he accidentally stumbles upon them and they decide to check his parameters, troubles are inevitable. It will be a matter of time before the rookie Dagger is discovered. The hero's face is thoughtful. He understands that Seok should not suffer because of all this. Wu leaves 2 messages for Yeon, that he is already at the hospital where Seok is. However, there are reporters everywhere, so he will secretly sneak inside and come back. The hero, standing under a tree, uses the stealth skill. He thinks that he just needs to be careful and not be seen by anyone. The young man runs towards the guards. One of the agents checks the hospital guests with a scanner. Wu squeezes between 2 guards. He runs into the hospital door. The system reports that he has used up 48 MP. The stealth ability will disappear in 8 minutes. The guy thinks that he needs to hurry. There is very little time. The hero listens to the conversation of 2 men. One of them complains that being a journalist is very difficult and asks the other if he found a patient named Kim Min-seok. The second replies that he hasn't, but that guy should be in the intensive care unit. The man with an unpleasant face asks his subordinate if he really looked everywhere he could. The editorial office really needs this interview. He asks to feel sorry for him, since even for this information he had to argue with the guards. The 2 men continue talking. One of them calls the other boss and asks why this Kim Min-seok is so important. The boss explains that this story smells like an exclusive. He demands that his subordinate stop arguing and check the VIP floor as well. The fat man says that the VIP floor may also be guarded by agents of the Hunters Administration. His boss says that he should force his way in if necessary. Wu, who is eavesdropping on the conversation, realizes that if he follows the fat man, he can easily get past the security post. The reporter goes through the door. The guy follows him. They go up the stairs. The guards stop the man they see. They order him to turn around, as outsiders are not allowed in here. The agent starts arguing with the reporter, and the hero ends up behind him. The media worker says that he just wants to check if the hunter named Kim Min-seok is lying here. The agent repeats that entering here is strictly prohibited. The fat man complains that the agents are violating the journalist's right to receive information, but he is almost immediately knocked down. Wu looks around the corner. In front of him is a completely empty corridor. The hero realizes that, unlike the rest of the hospital, it is very quiet here. There is no one in sight, not even the nurses. A notification appears above the young man's head stating that he has spent 12 OMP. There are 5 minutes left before stealth is turned off. The guy realizes that he has almost no time left. He runs along the hospital corridor. On one of the doors, he notices the name of his friend. Wu extends his hand, but stops in time. He notices a red aura similar to the one he saw at Yeon's house. The hero disappears from the place where he was just standing. It turns out that someone is pulling him by the collar. It is Seok. He puts a finger to his lips and asks him to be very quiet. Wu recognizes his friend. Seok puts his hand on the boy's back and whispers that it is a trap. He tells the hero to go with him. He asks again in surprise. Wu looks at something in amazement. The system notifies that the Hawkeye skill used helped to detect a trap. Digital circles are visible around the door handle emitting a red aura. The young man understands that the red aura indicates a trap. The hero follows his plump friend. He takes hold of the door handle. The friends stand opposite each other. Seok says that this is his hospital room. The hero asks who could have set that trap. Seok, who is shown from below, replies that it was Young Si-hoon. With his hands on his hips, the guy states that this man warned about the possible return of the criminal who killed Choi Yi-young. Wu is confused and asks if this means that Si-hoon considers it murder. Seok says that he pretended not to remember anything during the interrogation, but Si-hoon insisted that it was murder since traces of the use of tracking skills were found in the dungeon. Wu is very worried. He realizes that he may very well end up in prison. Seok, who is shaking his head from side to side, asks his comrade to turn off the stealth skill because he does not know where to look. The young man apologizes and does as his comrade asked. Smiling, he looks at the fat man and asks how he knew that he was coming to him. Seok points his finger at the window and states that he was watching the street because he knew that his friend would come because of the item. Wu is surprised. He asks what the item is. Seok hands him a small purple ball. The guy says that it fell from the sky after Young died. He asks if it is important. Wu looks at the purple object in amazement. He realizes that, as Yeon said, the quest reward does exist. The hero notices that the fat man hid the ball somewhere in his pants. He asks if he really had to put it there. The fat man apologizes and says that it was the only safe place. Wu looks at the received item with interest. A system description of the received reward appears. It is a memory ball. It is filled with the memories of the first hunter. It must be inserted into the dungeon portal within a certain amount of time. The remaining time is 10 minutes and 42 seconds. If the time limit is exhausted, the reward will automatically disappear. The guy sees a timer with a running countdown. Wu looks up and asks his comrade standing in front of him what it is. He replies that it is a time limit. Is it really that obvious? The hero looks at his friend angrily and asks how he was supposed to know about this. The fat man grabs the guy by the hand and pulls him somewhere. He shouts that someone is coming here and the young man needs to hide quickly. Woo asks fearfully where exactly. The guy turns invisible again, using the stealth skill. Si-hoon is standing at the threshold of the hospital room. Seok, smiling falsely, greets the guest. He says that he looked through the CCTV footage and is curious why the young man decided to move to another room. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He says that he went out to ask the agents to bring water and then mixed up the rooms. In this hospital, they look the same. Si-hoon looks at the fat man suspiciously and asks if he came here to meet someone. Seok, smiling, rubs the back of his head and says that, of course, he did not want anything like that. Si-hoon points at a familiar object. He asks what the purple ball is doing in the room in this case. Seok looks at where his guest is pointing, puzzled. Woo, who is holding the sphere, realizes that the stealth skill does not hide quest items. We see a hand with a gun, which is intercepted by another hand. Seok stops the leader of the fourth group of hunter management and shouts at his friend to run. The journalist, who is stopped by the guards, holds his shoulder. He complains that he could not do anything. His boss comes up and asks if he has found a guy named Kim Min-seok yet. The fat man looks at his boss and replies that he was not allowed on the VIP floor. The latter irritably says that he should have at least tried to get to the hospital or take something from Si-hoon. For the first time, the fat man begins to be outraged. He says he did everything he could, and this Si-hoon looks like some kind of stray dog, not so easy to meet if you suddenly want to. A hospital window breaks above the journalist's head. Something falls on a parked car. A crowd immediately gathers around. Someone shouts that it fell from above. It is suggested that it was a suicide. The boss asks the fat man what it was. He replies that he cannot see it. We see a purple ball. A logical question is heard, why is it flying in the air from above? A man lands on the same car. It becomes clear that this is none other than Si-hoon. The crowd recognizes him and starts shouting loudly about how awesome and cool this guy is. Si-hoon notices a purple ball nearby. He jumps off the car and runs after it. The reporters rush after Si-hoon. Some demand to film everything, others declare that this is a real sensation. The fat man turns to the boss and asks if he needs to run after this guy. Instead of the boss, there are only some vague outlines left. He is already sitting in the car and loudly shouts to his subordinate why he is hesitating. Tell him to quickly get off his ass and get in the car. The reporters chase Si-hoon in a minivan. The boss declares that the hunters are much faster than ordinary people and it is impossible to keep up with them on foot. The fat man replies that he knows about it. The boss presses the gas pedal and tells his subordinate to hold on tight. The minivan speeds down the street. Si-hoon appears in front of the reporters, still chasing the purple ball. The driver mentions monsters for some reason and demands that the fat man get his camera. We see the reporters in the cabin of the minivan. The older one declares that he will go after Si-hoon and his colleague should film everything in burst mode. He replies that he understands everything perfectly. The camera lens shows Si-hoon approaching the purple ball. The fat man holding the camera cannot understand what kind of sphere it is and why it is so fast. His quick-witted boss explains that the ball is in the hands of the one using the stealth skill. He demands that his subordinate stop being distracted and just take pictures. Si-hoon continues chasing the purple ball. The face of the minivan driver is distorted with tension. He shouts loudly that he will never give up. The car barely makes the turn. The fat man hits his head on the door. He cannot understand how he is supposed to take pictures in such conditions. A brick wall appears in front of the ball, his pursuer in the car. The fat man shouts loudly to the driver that it is a dead end. He curses everything in the world and screams in fear. The purple ball and the car are already very close to the wall. Si-hoon demands that the one holding the purple ball stop. A white flash is visible next to the said object. The wall flies apart. The minibus flies into the air. It falls on its roof. The passengers of the car scream loudly. Clouds of smoke rise around the car. The fat man crawls out of the open door and asks if his senior colleague is alive. He is still hanging upside down in the minibus. He asks what is wrong with the camera. The reporter looks at his boss in bewilderment and asks if some camera is more important to him than his life. He demands that it be checked as soon as possible. The fat man, whose back we can see, calls his boss obsessed, who is ready to do anything for the sake of a sensation. Here we see one of the pictures. Si-hoon is chasing a tiny purple ball. The fat man examines the camera and declares that the camera is intact. His boss, who has already gotten out of the car, sighs with relief. A glowing portal is visible in front of the two journalists. The boss asks where Si-hoon went. The fat man replies that he seems to have entered the portal. The boss clutches his head. He curses today when they crashed the car and the one they were chasing escaped through the portal. The fat man tells the boss that he sees a picture of a hunter holding a ball. The boss asks again, puzzled. We see the picture in question. The reporter points out that this young man is only level 1. Wu appears from the portal. The guy shakes his head and cries out violently, demanding that his pursuer appear in front of him. A white portal hangs in the air not far from him. Si-hoon definitely entered here with the hero, but where is he now? Wu looks up in amazement, where a notification about successfully entering a dungeon with a reward hangs. The young man states that he has no idea what will happen next, but at least the task was completed successfully. Wu looks to his left. He notices that he is standing on a hill above a huge city. The guy sees letters that form a word. He guesses that he is in Busum. A man appears behind him with a bottle of beer in his hand. He asks the hero what he is doing here. We see the character who asked the question and recognize him. He says that he has been waiting for the young man. Wu looks at him and realizes who it is. The man in swimming trunks approaches the guy and asks why he is so surprised. Wu states that this is not entirely true and notices that his interlocutor is wearing only swimming trunks. Doesn't this embarrass him? The man picks up the bottle of beer and says that they are actually on the beach and should appreciate it. Wu says that, nevertheless, these underpants confuse him a little. The man takes the life preserver and seems to be about to leave. He asks why the guy doesn't stop asking these questions. Even if the hero doesn't like something, his interlocutor brought a reward for the quest here, and now he can just up and leave. Wu gives both thumbs up and declares that he is now satisfied with everything. These underpants suit the man perfectly. The young man looks at his interlocutor. He realizes that this NPC is very similar to Han Seong-jun from the photo. The young man looks at the man thoughtfully and asks if he can ask his name. The answer is that it would be inappropriate. The owner of a neat beard looks at the hero with displeasure. He declares that, as already said, he is the admin here, and the guy can call him whatever he wants. Wu asks again in surprise. The man, smiling, moves away from the guy. He declares that this is the end of the conversation about the reward, and the young man can go about his business. The hero turns around and asks again, perplexed. The admin looks at him over his shoulder and asks if the guy didn't know that the quest reward is permission to ask just one question. Wu angrily shouts that this is not a reward at all, but some kind of cheap stuff, and that he is either a robber or a swindler. The young men indignantly argue with each other. The admin declares that calling him a robber is very rude. The guy, in turn, declares that the man gave permission to call him whatever he wants, and for him he is now nothing more than a robber. The admin looks menacingly at the young man and says that he will come to terms with this, but the guy must remember something. At this point, everything starts without any explanation. A bottle of beer falls. The hero, perplexed, asks what his interlocutor's words can even mean. A huge syringe is stuck into his chest. The guy squats down a little, asking what that was. The admin approaches him and says there is no need to worry. It is simply an injection of an elixir, which requires the item the young man owns due to restrictions. The man kicks the young man off the roof. Wu flies down, screaming piercingly. He complains that the damn robber threw him from a great height. The admin, putting his hands on his belt, states that in this case the challenger should try to return alive. The hero flies headfirst onto a busy street. We see his face. Wu realizes that for some reason he is drawn to sleep. The guy's eyes close. Someone demands that Han Seong-jun wake up. This name is repeated once again. In front of us is a young man in glasses. Now we see the face of a character we already know. The guy in glasses runs up to his comrade sitting on the ground and asks what would happen if he were knocked out by a monster. The hero realizes that the young Shin Hyun-min is standing in front of him and seems to be seeing memories that Han Seong-jun had again. The hero's ghostly face appears above the first hunter's head and we see that the two guys look very similar. Jun gets to his feet and tells the guy with glasses that he should just wait a little while. He will blow up the monster with one blow. He says that he heard the same thing last time. Above the heads of the young men is the monster in question. It is a skeleton in a crown. The monster's eyes glow with a menacing blue light. In front of us is a face made up of halves of Wu and Jun's faces. The hero realizes that Tartarus is standing in front of him. He used to think that it was a quest monster, but now for some reason it has appeared here. Jun raises his right hand and gives the equip command. A huge hand of the monster descends on the young man. Jun rushes towards the enemy, holding out a dagger. There is a monstrous explosion and the guy flies away. He hits his shoulder hard on the ground. We have a split personality again. Wu tries to understand what happened, because he seemed to have hit the enemy in the right way. Jun looks up and angrily states that his attacks do not seem to work. Min asks if the young man has only just realized this. Tartarus is an alien from another world, and neither physical nor magical attacks work on it. One of the interlocutors points his finger up. He states that then the only weakness of this monster is its head. He hears that this is unlikely, since one blow to the head is clearly not enough to destroy the enemy. Jun looks at Min and suggests a bet. He states that there is always some truth in the standard approach. Min holds his forehead with his hand and asks the guy how he proposes to get to the monster's head. He replies that he needs a flight rune. The guy with glasses indignantly says that the young man does not even have slots for runes left. He replies that he does not need to use the rune himself. Waving goodbye, Jun leaves. His interlocutor calls the guy a psycho and advises him to visit the guys from the defense squad. Jun says that he will do so and asks Min to buy him some time. The guy sees how young people fight various monsters. He stands on a hill and understands that he has come to the right place. In front of us is a fair-haired boy, above whom you can see the monster's head flying off. It turns out that Jun finished off the enemy, in whose hands we see the novice dagger. The young man turns to the child and asks if he is the one he should turn to for the flight rune. The boy recognizes Sir Han Seong Jun and asks if he should give the rune to him. The boy points at the huge monster and says that it has no slots left for runes. He asks if the boy can throw it up there. The child looks at the young man in amazement. He says that it is too high. He might run out of mana and crash to the ground. Jun says that in that case, the boy should throw him about halfway up and he can handle the rest himself. The child looks at the boy, smiling. He asks if he is sure about this tactic, because even if he defeats the monster, there will be no safe way to end up on the ground again. The young man encourages the boy and says that everything is fine. He is Han Seong Jun after all. We see part of Wu's face again. The hero experiences a strange feeling, something like fear. Wu is trying to figure out if Han Seong Jun is afraid of what he is about to do. The young man kneels down. The boy standing behind him says he is ready. Jun makes it clear that it is time to begin. The child and Jun rush upward. They are already above the roofs of the tallest skyscrapers. The young man's foot lands on the surface. The boy, who is hanging in the air above his head, declares that this is the highest point he can lift him. Jun raises his hand and thanks the child. The boy looks menacingly at the enemy. He rushes into the attack, encouraging himself with loud shouts. Han Seong Jun, whose traces we see in the air, falls towards the head of the giant monster. The boy smiles. He looks menacingly at the enemy and says that the game is over. Jun strikes with a dagger, blue fragments fly out from under the weapon. Tartarus, with its mouth wide open, makes a terrifying sound. The young man falls head first. He says that he was right. Jun looks in horror at the rapidly approaching ground. He curses and realizes that his problems must be caused by the shock wave. The guy calls up the system window and tries to find something he needs there. The young man puts his hands forward and directs a stream of white energy downwards. He quickly flies downwards, realizing that he is not slowing down at all. The surface of the earth is getting closer. We see half of the hero's face again. The thought that this is the end flashes through the falling man's mind. A boy appears above the guy's head. He screams loudly for Sir Han Seong Jun to grab onto him. The young man does what the child told him to do. The guy's foot is a few dozen centimeters from the surface. It turns out that he lands calmly. Jun breathes out with relief and says that he already thought he was a corpse. The young man, smiling, puts his hands on the child's shoulders. He thanks him and asks what the baby's name is. The boy, smiling happily, declares that he is Young Si-hoon. Wu, who is sitting inside Jun, repeats this name in amazement. The hero separates from the guy he was in for a while and realizes that he is about to return to reality. Wu opens his eyes. He sees a city street quickly approaching and remembers that he passed out while falling. A long series of notifications appears in front of him. An elixir of temporary item enhancement has been applied. One item parameter has been temporarily added. The current number of items available for use is 4. The elixir has 59 minutes and 59 seconds left. Wings of Tartarus. Soul contract item. First Cataclysm Hunter set. Level 1 skill flight. Allows you to cut through the air at high speed using your wings. MP cost per second, 20. Enormous wings appear behind the young man. Wu looks at what has grown behind him and cannot believe his eyes. He continues to fall onto the street sandwiched between skyscrapers. The hero's mouth is wide open. The word flight is visible above his head. Wu changes his position in space, and now his feet are at the bottom. The guy opens one eye. The street is already very close to him. The young man understands that he is lucky to survive. Notifications appear that there is not enough mana and the use of skills is unavailable. Wu looks around and sees that the wings that were behind his back are disappearing. The young man slams his head into the asphalt. An admin immediately appears behind him, and he is quite well dressed. The man, smiling mockingly, notes that the guy fell on his face. This is something new. Wu reaches out to the admin to grab him by the throat. The guy asks whose fault it is. Unexpectedly for himself, the guy turns around. The admin reminds him that in this place everything starts suddenly and without explanation. Wu turns to the man again. He says that he still does not understand why it is necessary to throw someone off the roof. He replies that, of course, there was no need for this. However, the hero, calling the admin a robber, has hurt the tender emotional feelings of this man. The hero looks at his interlocutor in amazement and asks if this can really be considered a reason. Maybe the admin is just a psychopath. The man angrily shouts that he considers the name robber unacceptable and very offensive. Wu looks tiredly at the strange man. He sighs and asks if there is any name that he can offer in exchange. The admin looks away dreamily and says that he has always liked foreign names, for example, Torino. This is how the hero can call him in the future. Wu says that this is just some kind of horror. The admin looks at the guy strangely and asks if he has any questions. He will make an exception and answer two at once. The young man, a drop of sweat running down his cheek, asks Torino to explain how to get out of here. The man points his finger to the sky and says that very soon boxes will fall from there. You need to find the box with the escape key and use it to exit through the portal located above. Wu thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that this is nothing more than a treasure hunt. The guy asks a second question. Will the wings disappear after the elixir expires? A blue window with an image of wings is visible behind Torino. The admin replies that this is the real reward. After the elixir wears off, the wings will remain in the young man's inventory. Later, when the young man becomes a hunter, he will be able to increase the number of slots for items and use the wings. We see a blue sky. Wu asks why the admin is so easy to give away an item that is part of the novice dagger set. Torino wonders why he shouldn't do it. The hero remembers Yon and the guy with glasses, who, as it turned out, is called Shin Hyunmin. Wu realizes that at this rate, he can collect the entire set before the girl. In addition, he does not quite understand whether such items can be transferred to someone else later. Wu carefully asks his interlocutor if it is possible to transfer soul contract items to another person. Torino looks at the guy warily and asks if he plans to sell them. The hero answers in the affirmative. Torino smiles. He states that the decision is up to the young man himself in any case. After that, he asks if this was the last question. The admin looks at the guy and says that even he does not know how to transfer an item from the set. Wu indignantly shouts at the man, accusing him of trying to hide information from him again. Torino raises his hand and says that nothing of the sort. His task is generally only to manage hidden items. However, if the guy collects all the items in the set and meets the developer, then new opportunities may open up for him. Wu looks thoughtfully at his interlocutor. He asks about who this developer is. In front of us is a mysterious figure throwing multicolored cubes. Torino says that the developer could potentially break the soul contract with the items. Wu looks at his interlocutor and asks if Han Seong-jun is the developer. Torino smiles mysteriously. He says that anything is possible, but it would be better if the guy just collects the set and meets the developer. The admin points his finger up. The hero says that everything is clear to him. He cannot transfer these items now. Torino replies that everything is so, and now that the questions are over, he offers to begin. A series of notifications appears. The tutorial has begun. Treasure chests are flying to the ground. Find the key in one of them and leave the dungeon. Magic regeneration is temporarily increased to 1,000 points per second. Mana points 2,450 over 2,450. An airplane flies across the sky. Richly decorated chests fall from its cargo hold. A notification appears stating that 48 minutes and 40 seconds remain until the elixir expires. Wu, whose wings have grown back, looks up with enthusiasm. He is ready to get to work. Chests appear in the sky above the hero's head. The guy says that there are 10 of them in total. Torino, who is standing behind the young man, states that the exit portal is in the sky, and the hero will have to head towards it when he gains the ability to fly. A notice hangs above the guy's head, stating that the elixir has 48 minutes and 37 seconds left. Wu pushes off the ground and flies into the air with a smile on his face. He happily shouts that he will check all the chests. Wu notices the trajectory of one of the boxes. The guy lands next to it. The young man opens the side wall. The hero holds a piece of paper in his hand, which makes it clear that the chest was empty. The young man angrily crumples the message. He offendedly says that now is not the time for stupid pranks. Torino, whom the guy does not see, says that this is at least better than if the box had a monster. Wu asks the invisible interlocutor if all the other boxes will be exactly the same, except for the one with the key. Torino replies that they are all the same. If something annoys the guy, he himself can try to be an NPC. Wu takes off again, declaring that he will simply do what he has to. The hero sees a red trail from the fall of another box. The boy is perplexed and asks if the object really flew into the building. Wu flies up to the skyscraper window and says that he does not see an entrance here. How could the box have ended up inside? Invisible Torino states that the wings have another property. The boy can use it to get inside. The boy calls up a system window that describes wings of Tartarus. First level skill, phase, temporarily transforms the physical body into a spiritual one, allowing you to overcome material objects. MP cost per second, 30, increases fatigue by 1 unit every 10 seconds. Wu realizes that he has found what he needs. The boy uses the phase skill, jumps away from the skyscraper window, makes a small loop and approaches the same surface, but a little lower. Finding himself halfway inside, the boy deactivates the skill. A white flash occurs in front of him. Wu asks in fear what the hell is going on. Torino tells the boy that if the user's body overlaps an obstacle when deactivating the skill, the user returns to their original location. Wu looks up indignantly and asks why the admin didn't warn him about this earlier. The hero uses the phase skill again and flies towards the window. Finding himself completely inside the skyscraper, the hero deactivates the skill. He sees a chest, which seems to have someone inside. This surprises the young man a little. Torino asks why the box is moving. Wu, who is standing a short distance from the chest, says that he just wanted to ask about something. Could the key be a living being? The admin replies that it should be an orb, like the memory orb that was the key to this dungeon. The young man asks in surprise what is going on here then. The next second, the box flies apart. Young Si-hoon emerges from it, recognizes the hero, calls him by name, and states that he was sure that this was his doing. Wu looks at the blonde man in shock and asks why he was sitting in the box. A moment later, the hero is hit, blood spurting out of his body. The guy covers the wound with his hand and asks the head of the fourth group of the security department what he is doing. Hoon looks sternly at the guy, calls him by name again, and says that he is under arrest for kidnapping an agent as well as numerous other crimes. Wu, still holding the wound, angrily screams that he does not confess to any crimes. This must be some kind of misunderstanding. Hoon yells that he is not even going to listen to the guy and that he can save his excuses for the representatives of the appropriate law enforcement agencies. Hoon strikes the young man with his sword again and hits him in the wing. He curses. Torino assumes that this is some kind of mistake. This guy should not have been in the chest. The hero looks over his shoulder and asks the admin if he's just going to watch this happen. He needs to show up and deal with this situation right now. Torino apologizes and says he can't show himself to anyone but the challenger. If this agent is causing the boy too much trouble, he should just kill him. The admin will pretend he didn't see anything. Wu opens his mouth wide and asks if this bullshit sounds like a solution to the problem. Something approaches the hero's face. The fourth group leader's sword flies inches from the boy's head. Hoon asks why the boy is mumbling to himself. Is he acting crazy to avoid responsibility? This won't work. The hero uses phase and rushes to the window. He passes halfway through the obstacle. Once outside, the boy uses flight. Torino is surprised and asks if the hero really decided to escape outside the building instead of inside. Wu shouts that this is a strategic retreat. Hoon jumps out of a skyscraper, smashing a huge window with his body. We see his leg. The blonde runs straight through the air and screams for the young man to stop. The young man looks at his pursuer in fear. Torino tells him that Hoon creates bricks from mana to chase the boy. This skill is called brick. Wu shouts in irritation that there is no point in explaining all this. The boy frantically turns his head. He says that he must find the next chest before Hoon catches him. The boy notices a trace of the fall on the very shore of the ocean. He turns his head in the other direction and sees the same red stripe above the forest. Wu tries to figure out where to go at the beginning. Torino recommends choosing the box that is to the right of the boy. He flies in the opposite direction, stating that if his advisor said to the right, then he will fly to the left. Torino calls him a harmful young man. Wu lands in front of the chest, which is resting on the beach. There is a flash and the boy sees the same notification that was in the very first chest. The hero takes off again. Torino says that he should have listened to him. The boy says that he will definitely do it next time. He lands in front of the next box. It looks like someone is trying to break it from the inside. Torino asks who is in the chest this time. The boy looks at the sky angrily and reminds the admin that he promised that the boxes would contain either a key or a piece of paper. There is a powerful flash behind the boy. Now some kind of explosion is visible there. Hoon approaches the hero, calls him by name as usual, and demands that he surrender. The boy, bending his knees, clenches his fists in rage. He screams that this is really annoying. Wu stretches out his right hand and tells the blonde that it was not him who put him in that chest. The leader of the fourth group ironically asks if the guy really thinks that he will fall for such a shameless lie. Hoon looks sternly at the young man and says that even if he is telling the truth, he is still suspected of killing the hunter, so he should surrender without resistance. Wu curses. He uses his stealth skill and rushes to the chest. The guy shouts at the blonde that he can bury the idea he just voiced. The hero pulls back the side of the box and looks inside. There is a powerful flash. The guy is thrown back. Wu falls to the ground. He kneels, puts his fist to his chin and asks what the noise is. The young man sees a skeleton with a crown on his head. A system notification pops up about the appearance of a monster of an unknown level, avatar of Tartarus. It is reported that the god takes material form and descends to Earth. The more time passes, the stronger the god becomes and the more he gets used to the world of people. Hoon looks at the creature that appears in front of him in amazement and recognizes it. It is Tartarus with a familiar description. Young Si-hoon recognizes the monster. Woo looks at the head of the fourth group of the security department in a little surprise and realizes that it seems that even he is capable of expressing some emotions. Although, of course, he can be understood. In the past, he put a lot of effort into destroying Tartarus. The hero thinks that he has a skill that can be relied on, and this is very good. The guy, over whom the huge monster hangs, looks somewhere to the side and suggests aiming for the head, like then, together with Han Seong-jun, because Tartarus has not yet fully materialized. Bewilderment appears on the young man's face. He tries to shout to Torino. Not receiving an answer, the young man calls him Mr. NPC and a robber. 3 portals appear near the young man. We see a group of knights in full combat gear. A notification appears that 25 minutes and 12 seconds remain before the end of the elixir. Woo decisively clenches his fist. He thinks that there is very little time and he will have to start with the boss right away. He gives the equipment command. A dagger appears in the hero's hand. Hoon looks at the young man. He recognizes the weapon and says that he knew the one to whom it belonged before. Woo looks at the blonde a little scared and mumbles something inarticulate. We see a splash of purple energy in front of one of the knights. A powerful blow lands on the hero's torso. A notification appears that a knight of an unknown level has used the longsword throw skill. A series of notifications appears. Damage received in the amount of 30,840 points. Health reduced to 0. Conditions met. Destructive blow. Woo looks at the enemy with one eye and curses. Now he looks at the blonde, smiling. The guy suggests postponing their nice conversation for later and now just run away from here. Hoon takes out his sword and declares that he must deal with these creatures. He allows the young man to leave without him. Woo jumps up, declaring that this is still some kind of madness. The young man strikes with a dagger. Another series of notifications pops up. Knight of an unknown level destroyed. 1 experience point received. Level increased. Woo loudly shouts to his unexpected ally that it would be absurd if he allowed him to fight such a huge number of enemies. Hoon looks very determined. He cuts down 2 enemies with 1 blow. Notifications pop up about the destruction of a knight of unknown level and a mage of unknown level. Hoon rushes forward. He shouts that if a rift occurs, people may get hurt. We can't leave things as they are. Woo, who is standing behind him, spreads his arms wide. He demands that the blonde stop being so stubborn. More notifications pop up, but now they are red. Incarnation is 30% complete. The god of the most distant deep spaces appears. Stamina is reduced by 30%. Mana and stamina recovery is limited. Tartarus uses Fist of Authority. Target, Young Si-hoon. The skeleton with a crown on his head raises a huge fist to strike. His limb lands right on the running blonde. The hero shouts at his ally to be careful. The young man uses the flight skill and rushes after Hoon. The monster's fist is already over the head of the fourth group of the security department. The hero understands that his ally will not be able to parry such a blow. Hoon looks at the hand flying at him with resignation. He thinks that this is the end. The guy closes his eyes, realizing that he can no longer dodge. We see white dots on a blue background. Hoon opens his eye. Torino is in front of him, holding something with a shield raised above his head. The bearded man, smiling, looks at the blonde and says that, in fact, you only need to close your eyes to sleep. Torino screams loudly. It is clear that he is having a very hard time. Apparently, the man manages to throw away the muscular hand of the monster. Woo looks at the admin in amazement and thinks that this is some kind of madness. The NPC should not be so pumped up. Hoon looks at the man who appeared in front of him. It seems that he recognizes him. Torino delivers a knockout blow after apologizing for what he is doing. The hero flies up to the man scratching his chin and asks him what he's doing. The admin says thoughtfully that he didn't know the hero was behind him. We see the man's face. The hero tries to figure out what the hell that was. Hoon seems to have started recognizing Torino, and he paid for it. The admin hands the hero a green ball. He asks him to take the key. The boy reaches out to take the sphere. He asks if the NPC should really hand out items like this so easily. The admin says that everything is fine, since everything that's happening is a consequence of a bug. Fixing such errors is part of his job. Woo, smiling, asks the man if this means he'll get rid of Tartarus too. Torino, surprised, asks the guy what he's talking about. The admin is just buying time for the hero, and he has to deal with the problem himself. Woo raises his clenched fist, calls his friend a robber again, and says that he's behaving in his own nasty style. Torino points his finger up and says that the guy can get out if he wants. There will be thousands of other candidates to take his place. New knights appear from the portals that Tartarus summons. Torino asks how much longer the guy will stall for time. While he does this, Hoon may simply die. The hero throws the blonde onto his shoulder and takes off with him. Notifications appear. Tartarus uses Fist of Authority. Target, Young Si-hoon. The young man sees a huge purple limb approaching him. Torino, standing on the ground, tries to distract the monster. He demands that it first try to break through his shield. Judging by the expression on the monster's face, this trick works. The target is now marked with 3 question marks. The fist comes down on the admin, who holds it back with his shield. Wu, smiling, looks at what is happening and says that Torino, apparently, is capable of pissing off anyone. A white hand grabs the guy's leg. It is reported that a mage of unknown level used the skill leg grab. Flight speed is reduced by 50%. Wu looks down in fear. He does not understand what to do now. A notification appears about a knight of unknown level using the skill longsword throw. The young man uses the skill dodge, and his leg slips out of the grip. Wu, without letting go of the blonde man, whom he is trying to save, makes a series of maneuvers in the air. The guy looks down tiredly. He is glad that he dodged, and insultingly calls those who are trying to harm him. Red notifications are visible above Tartarus's head. The embodiment is 60% complete. Tartarus embodiment causes a shockwave. Damage radius 1 kilometer. Remaining time 30 seconds. Torino anxiously shouts at the guy to hurry. Wu sees a greenish portal above his head. Supporting the blonde man, he rushes towards it. Dozens of people have gathered in front of the white portal on the city street. The agents guarding the entrance shout to each other not to let reporters in. A demand is made to find the exit portal. Someone asks if the tracking is still working. It is reported that the portal in question is not in the catalog. Perhaps there is some kind of error. 2 reporters we know look at what is happening. The boss states that an hour has passed and asks a colleague standing next to him when someone will come out. He replies that there are a lot of people waiting for those who enter, and they should appear pretty soon. The boss looks towards the portal with concern. He says that Hoon can clear any class a portal in less than 10 minutes. So what is he doing there for so long? The fat man suggests that he might be in a mortal battle with a level 1 hunter. The senior reporter looks angrily at his subordinate. He shouts that his subordinate has gone crazy. How can a level 1 player last more than an hour against Young Si-hoon? The white streams emitted by the portal become brighter. The boss looks inside in fear. He assumes that a rift is about to occur and that the cleansing has failed. The fat man says that this is simply impossible. Knights of an unknown level appear from the portal. The guards ask each other in bewilderment who they are and what is up with their levels. What the hell is going on? Isn't this a D-class dungeon? Someone demands that reinforcements be requested immediately. There are 2 reporters in front of us. The boss asks why these monsters have question marks instead of levels. The fat man suggests that they calm down since there are agents here who should sort everything out. The journalists see that the knights are very quickly dealing with the guards guarding the portal. The fat man loudly shouts at his superior to get out of here as quickly as possible. He runs away, loudly shouting that he no longer needs any sensations. Life is more important. An obstacle appears in front of the man. The superior and his subordinate look at something in amazement. The elder asks why they are suddenly at a dead end. Where could this wall come from? The fat man looks up and says that this is not what his colleague thinks. He looks up and freezes in horror. He sees a monster of incredible size with a skeletal head standing in front of them. The reporters scream in horror. The fat man gets hit on the back of the head. He turns around and sees a knight behind him. He takes out a huge sword and seems to be preparing to cut down both journalists. We see the trace of the jump. Wu, holding out his dagger, hits the monster and cuts off its head. The reporters behind him fly to the side. Alerts appear. Knight of unknown level destroyed. Received 1 experience point. Level increased. Received 5 points. Novice dagger. Contract activated. Level and required experience reset to 1. The reporters look at the guy's back in amazement. The elder asks what the hell was that. Wu turns an indifferent face to them and asks the press to keep everything they saw today a secret. He walks forward, ignoring the request to stop. The agents point their swords to fight off the knights, who are much larger than them. One of them asks where the reinforcements are. The other says that they must hold out. Wu appears between 2 guards. The guy calmly walks between the agents in the direction of the monsters. One of the guards asks the young man what he is doing, after which he advises him to run away from here. The second asks his colleague to pay attention to the young man's level. Wu deals with many knights with great confidence. The guards standing behind him are shocked to the core. One of them asks in bewilderment how this is even possible with a first level. Wu raises his index finger and states that they will get all the details from Young Si-hoon. The blonde man they were just talking about is lying on the ground and quietly groaning. The agents call out to him. In front of us is Tartarus with a crown on his head. Red notifications are visible above him. The incarnation is 80% complete. The incarnation of Tartarus causes an explosion. The damage radius is 10 kilometers. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Wu grits his teeth in anger and curses the NPC. He uses the emergency skill and flies high into the air. The young man screams loudly that he will tear this freak apart with his bare hands as soon as he gets his hands on him. The knight is holding a weapon in his hands. A mark from an impact is visible near his helmet. Notifications appear. A mage of an unknown level used the grab by the leg skill. Flight speed is reduced by 50%. And indeed, the hero's leg is held, as a little earlier, by a ghostly white hand. The guy curses. He is already mortally fed up with all this. In front of us is a white trace. We see the knight's head and sword flying off. Notifications appear about the destruction of a knight of an unknown level and about the process of liberation from the influence of the leg capture skill. Wu, who was just released by the white hand, tries to understand who it could be. Hoon runs up to his subordinates and demands that they help the hunter. First of all, they need to get rid of the mages. The agents collectively declare that they understand the task. The blonde looks at the hero in the air and asks what he is doing there and why he does not fly faster. The hero reminds the guy that he once refused to work together with the suspect. Hoon, throwing his head up, shouts that the lives of civilians are at stake. Now is not the time to chat and sort things out. Wu accuses the blonde of fickleness, but agrees to do what he asked. A notification hangs above the young man's head, stating that there is 1 minute and 20 seconds left before the elixir expires. The guy understands that there is very little time. He needs to deal with the boss as quickly as possible. The monster rises above the young man in the air and tries to hit him with its fist. Wu uses the phase skill and becomes invisible. The monster's limb flies past the young man. He watches it and rejoices. The guy has already risen to a fairly decent height. Tartarus, or rather its head, is already within reach, and the young man decides to fly straight to it. Powerful discharges of energy sparkle above the monster's crown. Red notifications inform that an incarnation of Tartarus of an unknown level is using the lightning of the god's skill. Target, Legion Wu. Another notification. An incarnation of Tartarus of an unknown level uses awakening. The speed of its attacks increases. A disgusting smile appears on the monster's face. It brings down a stream of electric discharges on the enemy. Wu raises his fist in anger, calling the monster crazy and yelling at it to stop using its dirty tricks. Grinding his teeth in tension, the boy looks up. He sees a notification that 30 seconds are left before the elixir expires. Mana Reserve, 282,450th. The boy realizes that he has neither time nor mana left. Powerful white beams shoot out of the monster's eyes. It is reported that the incarnation of Tartarus is using intense gaze. Target, Legion Wu. The hero looks at the enemy with anger and realizes that the time has come to deliver the finishing blow. He deactivates the phase skill. A pillar of energy hits the hero directly. Notifications appear about receiving damage from Tartarus attack. Health is at 0. Wu screams loudly in pain. We see the following messages. Condition fulfilled. Destructive blow. Invincibility lasts for the next 10 seconds. Destroys all of the target's health, regardless of its amount. Wu looks at the monster with determination. Clutching the novice dagger in his hand, he realizes that the time has come to act. The young man uses the bird pierce skill. His weapon flies straight at the monster. Leaving behind swirling fiery trails, the dagger approaches the monster's head. The blade strikes the target. Tartarus is enveloped in streams of white energy. A series of notifications appear. Destructive strike. An incarnation of Tartarus of an unknown level has been destroyed. Level increased. All status effects are removed. Mana and stamina are restored. Novice dagger. Contract action activated. Level reset to 1. Wu, magnificent wings visible behind his back, no longer sees the monster in front of him. He realizes that he has won. But the next second, a huge purple fist appears out of thin air. It visibly deforms the young man's head. Wu, his face distorted by the blow, flies down. Notifications are visible above him. Incarnation hit. Health completely depleted. A devastating attack. The owner becomes invulnerable for 10 seconds. The guy curses the monster, noting, however, its laudable persistence. Leaving behind a noticeable white trail, the guy crashes into the asphalt and throws up huge chunks of it. Wu lies face down. Witnesses of the fall state that he crashed into the ground at a huge speed. Someone asks if there is any theoretical chance of surviving after this. Another portion of blue windows appears. 10 seconds have passed. The state of invulnerability is removed. Health has dropped to 0. Protection has disappeared. The effects of characteristics have been removed. The young man is unable to raise his head from the asphalt. He, however, thinks that he is still alive. However, now he is no different from an ordinary person, and this is very dangerous. Young Si-hoon approaches the guy and calls him by name. The hero finds the strength to look at him. An ornate blade is visible at the young man's throat. Hoon, who is holding the weapon, states that the hero has been caught red-handed breaking the exceptional hunter's act. Wu looks at his former ally with a hint of disdain and asks if he is serious. The blonde man's gaze is completely merciless. He confirms that this is exactly what he meant. Hoon points his sword at the hero and orders his subordinates to take him. Green canisters appear in the air. They fall to the ground and emit gas. The agents scream in alarm, trying to figure out what is happening and who's doing this is. A shadowy figure appears behind them and takes responsibility. It is Han Si-yeon. She introduces herself as Lee Jin-woo's future wife. The guy looks at the girl in surprise and asks how she ended up here. The beauty states that she tracked the young man down after reading the message he sent. The agents vigorously discuss the appearance of the girl, who is already helping the hero get out onto a flat surface. One of them says that it is indeed her. The second one is openly jealous of the hero, since in life the girl is even more beautiful than in the stories and photos. Hoon approaches. As is his habit, he calls the treasure hunter by name and asks why she is trying to save Lee Jin-woo. The girl wonders why the young man listens to the words and sentences that are said to him. She is this man's future wife. The hero tries to remind the beauty that it seemed like the talk of the wedding was over, but then he gets a painful elbow to the chest. Hoon points his sword at the girl. He tells her that she must retreat, otherwise he will arrest her as an accomplice. Yeon snorts and says that she is not afraid. The girl suggests that the guy catch her, if he dares, of course. One of the agents asks the squad leader if they should arrest both of them at once. Hoon replies that it is not worth doing this. The treasure hunters use unique items, and the administration agents can be seriously injured. There are thin red rays around Yeon. She states that Hoon knows her stuff. She has a unique restraining item in stock for today that lasts for 24 hours, so the agents now know what to prepare for. The blonde guy, who still hasn't put his sword down, tells the hero not to trust Han Si-yeon. Hoon looks at the guy and states that to her, he's just an object, even if it seems like she's on his side. Surrendering now is the only way to save himself, and confessing will be a mitigating circumstance. In addition, it can be recorded that the guy acted under the influence of Han Si-yeon, and then he will not even go to jail. Woo angrily asks why Hoon suddenly gave up the idea of arresting him. The girl standing next to him quietly asks if her fiancé is suddenly going to listen to what Hoon says. Woo looks at the girl with concern and asks again in surprise. She clarifies that she means what the blonde said about her using the hero and about the offer to confess. She says that if Woo goes with Hoon, he can say goodbye to life. The head of the fourth group of the security department looks closely at his interlocutors and says that the girl is visibly nervous. He also asks about the dagger that Woo wields. Did it really belong to that person? Yeon boldly looks him in the eye and says that Hoon should just disappear. Isn't he ashamed to be a pawn in the hands of those in power while ignoring the truth? Woo looks at Yeon and Hoon in surprise, trying to understand what they are talking about. What truth? What power? What even happened between them? The guy turns his head from side to side. Hoon calls his name and demands that he come closer. The girl screams that if the guy takes even one step, she will finish him off. The young man is completely confused. He mumbles something unintelligible. A helicopter appears in the sky. One of the agents tells the blonde that this is the aircraft in which Han Si-yeon is going to escape. Hoon orders him not to stand still. The helicopter must be shot down and the two of them arrested. We see a curved red beam. It turns out that the Hunter administration agents are tied up hand and foot. One of them curses, stating that he cannot move. The second complains that his skills have stopped working. The green spray emits smoke again. Yeon runs, holding the hero's hand, while the agents behind her try to come to their senses. The girl screams for the guy to follow her. The beauty looks angrily at the young man and asks if he really wants to die. Does he really trust the blonde more than her? Woo replies that she suspects him of some kind of dirty tricks for nothing. He was just trying to buy time. The girl works intently with the item menu. Something red appears in her hand. It turns out that these are seat belts, which she immediately puts on the hero. The girl aims upward with the crossbow. A shot is fired. The red rope wraps around the landing beam of the helicopter. Yeon loudly screams for the guy to hold on to it. They quickly rise upward. The blade of the sword cuts the red beams. Hoon, who remained on the ground, shouts loudly at the hero that he has just committed another crime and will do a lot of stupid things if he gets involved with Han Si-yeon. He demands that the guy come back. Woo tells the blonde that Choi Yi-young and the other hunters were killed by the monsters of the dungeon. He is completely innocent, and Hoon must catch the real criminals. The blonde, with his mouth wide open, yells that the guy has no idea what misfortunes the dagger he uses will bring him. The young man will definitely regret owning it. Woo replies that this will only become clear with time, and he will go his own way. Hoon watches the helicopter fly away. Yeon, smiling happily, waves goodbye. She expresses her desire to never see this man again and calls him the so-called officer. Hoon watches the helicopter fly away. Kim runs up to him. He asks if the commander is okay. The blonde guy turns to his second in command and says he is fine. Kim admires the fact that his boss defeated a boss with an unknown level. That is absolutely remarkable. Hoon sadly says that he did not do it. The guy with glasses asks in surprise who is behind it then. The blonde guy is incredibly upset. He says that Lee Jin-woo did it. Kim, in disbelief, asks if this crazy young man was really capable of such a feat. Hoon says that he will report everything to the higher-ups, and Kim must make sure that information about this incident does not leak out. He leaves, demanding that special attention be paid to the reporters, who must not find out about anything. Kim makes it clear that he understands everything. The agents salute their boss. A shiny drop is visible next to the foot of one of the agents, above which hangs a window showing the value of 1%. A strange mass crawls onto the boot. The helicopter lands. Woo climbs out, sighs with relief, and says that it looks like he survived. Yeon hits the guy on the back and demands that he step aside. The young man looks at the girl in confusion and asks what happened this time. Next to the guy, Shin Hyun Min is smiling. He assumes that the girl is in a bad mood today. It seems that she is angered by the guy's indecision and choosing between her and Young Si-hoon. Woo asks if there is a chance to win her back. Min raises his index finger and says that they need to wait a little. He approaches the girl from behind and calls out to her. Yeon, crossing his arms over his chest, irritably replies that there is no need to talk to her. She does not want to see the hero. The man whispers in her ear that he wants to address her about something slightly different. Yeon, still angrily, replies that she is not eager to discuss anything. The girl sees the door leading to the roof open and some people appear in it. It is the guy's family and his friend. One of them calls out to the hero and asks what is going on. The relatives run up to the young man. The sister asks her brother if it is true that he has become a criminal and will now go to prison. Woo replies that nothing like that is expected, but he does not understand how they all ended up here. Yeon hesitantly approaches the hero and his family members. She greets him politely. The hero, his family and friend, as well as Yeon and Min, are sitting at a rectangular table. The fat man standing behind the sofa happily declares that he is simply amazed. So this is why the hero remains level 1 even after killing monsters. The mother, looking at her son, worriedly asks if this is why he did not spend the night at home so often. Woo says that this is exactly how it was. The sister anxiously asks her brother if it is too dangerous to conflict with the hunter management. She whispers to her brother if he is sure that these people can be trusted. It becomes clear that she is talking about Yeon and Min, who are sitting silently on the same sofa. The man in glasses, smiling, says that the situation is certainly complicated, but everything will be fine after the dagger is handed over. Yeon is sitting next to the man with his eyes closed. Min says that if problems arise, they can involve the most famous lawyers so that they can get Woo out. The girl stops her uncle and asks to speak. Yeon gets up and goes to the sofa where Woo is sitting. She takes the guy by the hand. The girl presses her head to the guy's shoulder and declares that she is in a difficult relationship with him, but their future is connected. This news shocks the young man's relatives. Only his friend congratulates the guy and shouts that he is a real lucky man. The mother, amazed, asks what such a beauty saw in her son. Woo looks at the girl with irritation and asks her in a whisper if she has gone crazy. It seems to him that she is only complicating everything. Yeon slyly says that if they work together, then their future is really connected. Seo-ra, screaming hysterically, runs away. She laments that her brother is too young, and he is already getting married. The young man tries to stop her. In front of us is a suitcase filled with bills. The hero's father looks at Min with concern. He asks what it is. He replies that this is the money that Lee Jin-woo is entitled to after signing the contract. The man in glasses smiles. He says that their side always keeps its word, and this is the best proof of that. The guy's father asks why Min is showing the money. Min hesitantly answers that they are, after all, the guy's parents. The hero's father says that there is no need to ask their consent. The son is already quite big, so he can make any decisions on his own. The man, smiling, looks at his son and says that he trusts him no matter what happens. Woo is touched and thanks his father for these words. He gets up from the table and looks around the room. He turns to the director and asks where they can all stay. Min says that he will be happy to show them the rooms they will be staying in. The mother puts her hand on her son's hand and tells him that she will calm his sister down and that the guy can do his own thing. Woo thanks his parents. The hero, smiling, looks at his friend and says that they still have time. He will explain everything tomorrow. Seok happily declares that he doesn't have the energy to talk right now anyway. Yeon looks a little upset as the guy leads his friend away. In front of us is a skyscraper. Woo and Seok are lying on the same bed. The fat man is snoring. The guy looks at his friend with irritation. He can't fall asleep. The young man looks at his friend. He thinks that he has put him through a lot, let him rest. Woo takes a pillow and decides to go sleep on the couch. Suddenly, he notices Yeon and Min talking. One of the interlocutors asks if the other is really going to just leave. The answer is that nothing can be done about it, otherwise an innocent person will suffer. We see the girl and the man up close. The young man is trying to figure out what they are doing here at this late hour. Woo slowly approaches the door, in front of which there is a vacuum cleaner. Min asks the girl if she is accidentally carried away by the hero. Yeon hesitantly says that she is not, but there is still something in him. The guy is trying to understand why his name suddenly came up in this conversation. A very worried expression appears on Min's face. He says that there is very little time left. People are turning into monsters. Even Tartarus has appeared. We see the left eye of this man. He says that there is no doubt left, it has definitely awakened. Wu comes closer and closer. He tries to understand what his friends are talking about and what woke up there. The guy trips over a vacuum cleaner. He falls on his right hand rather comically. Wu, smiling happily, looks at the guy and the girl and for some reason states that they are still not sleeping. Min goes to the stairs. He states that they were just about to go to bed and calls Yeon to follow him. The hero asks them to stop. Wu, with an anxious expression on his face, says that he heard their conversation and asks to explain to him what woke up there. Yeon, without looking at him, states that the guy should not worry, it does not concern him in any way. The young man incredulously says that they did mention his name. The girl irritably turns to the young man and demands that he understand once and for all. The more he sticks his nose into other people's business, the shorter his life will be. Yeon points her finger at the young man. She states that his role is very simple. You just need to hand over the items, get the money and disappear from the horizon. The girl is walking up the stairs. The hero's face is sad. He understands that something has definitely happened. We see a row of luxury cars. Seok looks at this luxury in amazement. He cannot believe that he is actually seeing all this. He could not even dream of driving a luxury sports car. Wu looks thoughtfully at the description of the task. Put on the wings of Tartarus. Remaining time, 3 days 11 hours 30 minutes. The hero would like to put on the wings that are mentioned there right now, but at the moment he cannot wear more than 3 soul contract items. In front of us is a diagram showing the difference between the slots of a regular player and a hunter. The guy realizes that he must increase his rank. The hero sees messages from Han Si-yeon on his phone screen. Take any car from the parking lot and be at the place where the exam will be held at 11. Wu thinks that thanks to Yeon, he had the opportunity to pass the hunter exam. In front of us are the taillights of a car. Seok gets behind the wheel of a red sports car and presses the gas pedal. There are 2 security guards in front of us. A red sports car pulls up. Wu looks at his phone screen and asks when Yeon will give the signal. Seok, smiling, looks out the window and notices that all the attention of those around him is riveted only to his car. The guy says that a car is the first thing a man should use to assert his image. Wu asks his friend if he has gone crazy. There are a bunch of agents right in front of them. Seok notices some beauty and tells the hero to look at her. He asks in surprise where she is. The fat man laughs joyfully and declares that he was joking. A huge column of smoke rises behind the city buildings. The guys look around in fear. Wu shouts that it is Han Si-yeon. Seok declares that the time has come. His friend must become invisible and follow him. 10 minutes ago. In front of us is a tape with the word escort written on it. A young man approaches the character wearing this accessory and asks which way the entrance to the exam hall is. The character points in the direction. He frowns as the young men walk away. Another very unpleasant guy appears next to him. The escort complains irritably that he is the guild leader and is doing who knows what on the exam site. This really irritates him. The man with the strange haircut standing next to him calls this man captain and says that this is not the worst thing that could have happened to him after Young Si-hoon caught him, because now he could very well be in prison. The captain, gritting his teeth in rage, clenches his fist. He says that in any case, all this is because of that guy with the first level. He dreams of catching this bastard and chopping him into pieces. 2 unpleasant guys pay attention to the red sports car. One of them asks why everyone is only looking at this car. The second one answers that it is a very expensive car. It can cost as much as a good house and even more. People are crowding around the sports car. The captain looks at what is happening with displeasure and assumes that a rich heir of some important family has come to the exam. Wu calmly looks at the screen of his phone. The unpleasant guys seem to recognize him. The captain angrily shouts that this is the same guy with the first level. His comrade asks again in surprise. A weapon appears in the captain's hand. He remembers the saying that you usually meet enemies on a narrow bridge, and this seems to be exactly that case. Someone grabs the captain by the collar and asks where Ma Chang-soo is. Hoon, behind whose back a guy with a stupid haircut is running off somewhere, looks sternly at the captain and says that he specifically pointed out that you can't leave your place. He replies that the aforementioned character said that he needs to go somewhere. Hoon grabs the scoundrel by the ear and drags him somewhere. He asks who gave such permission and demands that the captain return to his place immediately. He screams in pain. The man notices a strange substance on the head of the 4th security team. He notices that it has a numerical value of 92%. The captain tries to understand what it is. In his opinion, it is most likely an armed object. Hoon continues to drag the shocked villain by the ear. We again see smoke rising from behind the nearby buildings. The captain looks at him with concern and asks what is happening. Perhaps some kind of accident occurred. Hoon curses Ma Chang-soo. He orders the captain to stay here and keep an eye on the candidates. He watches the blonde man run away. The villain approaches the red sports car with a gun in his hand, stating that the owner of the first level should still be here somewhere. However, the car is empty. A white portal is visible in the gate that the agents were guarding a little earlier. The captain can't figure out where the guy could have disappeared to so quickly. The bull-like monster lets out a deafening roar. Notifications appear. The ferocious minotaur has been slain. Congratulations, the rank-up quest has been completed. You have achieved the hunter rank. The number of items available for equipping has been increased from 3 to 4. The hero clenches his fists joyfully and shouts loudly that he is now also a hunter. A corresponding confirmation can be seen above his head. The fat man happily hugs the guy, almost knocking him down. He shouts that the young man did a great job. Woo complains that he can't breathe and asks his friend to let him go. The young men look at the inventory window in surprise. Seok asks if his friend is going to use his wings. He confirms this guess. The young men, judging by their facial expressions, are worried about something. The fat man asks if the hero should have done this at Han Si-yeon's house. What if the quest starts like last time? Woo replies that this is why he is doing it now. He feels like Yeon and Min are hiding something important about the recruitment of the first hunter. We see the guy's profile. He says that he wants to go through the quest secretly to find out what is going on. The hero clicks on the icon with the image of golden wings. Notifications appear that the Tartarus wings, which have a divine rank, are equipped. Apparently, the young man experiences unusual sensations. Long glowing growths appear behind his back. Eventually, they transform into wings. Seok says that this is some kind of madness. They look like armor from a computer game. Woo asks his friend if he wants to see something even cooler. The hero flies up, leaving his friend on the ground. The young man does aerobatics in the air. Then he finds himself directly behind the fat man. Seok raises his hands in admiration. He shouts that it's just amazing. The hero moved incredibly fast, and now it's unlikely that anyone can defeat him. Woo says that everything here depends on the special skill that will drop, so everything is not so clear-cut. A window appears in front of the guy, offering to purchase a special skill 1 for 500 points. Seok asks in surprise what it is. Woo looks at the system message in bewilderment. His comrade asks him what the problem is. The young man answers that the condition for purchasing is somehow too easy. The hero clicks on the yes option. Notifications appear. 500 points spent. Special skill 1 unlocked. Special skill level 1 jump allows the owner to instantly teleport to a desired location within a 100-meter radius. The guys gape in amazement. Woo shouts that this is simply amazing. Seok asks what's going on. The hero's face is filled with surprise. He tells his comrade that this is nothing more than teleportation. The young man instantly rises high into the air. He hangs in the air and examines the area around him. The guy looks at the system notifications hanging above his head. The area that can be jumped to is displayed in blue, the impossible one is red. Blink while looking at the area you want to teleport to. Remaining time is 3 seconds. The guy sees a digital sight. He says that this is simply amazing. Now he sees the same object in front of him, only in red. The system informs him that it is impossible to teleport to an object whose density and strength exceed the owner's capabilities. Woo realizes that he certainly won't get inside the rock. The young man decides to give it a try. He blinks. Woo ends up on the ground behind the shocked fat man. Seok runs up to his comrade. He shouts that this is real teleportation and that it's just incredible. The hero, meanwhile, is trying to hold back the contents of his intestines. Woo stands there, covering his mouth with his fist. He says that he feels nauseous and that it will most likely take some time to fully master this skill. Seok asks if this means that the skill is useless in combat. The hero looks at the description of the next task. He must dodge attacks 100 times using the special skill jump. The guy reports the contents of the message to his comrade. Woo turns to his friend and says that it would be nice if they were given a dozen monsters now. Surprise appears on the young man's face. Someone from the depths of the forest calls him a level 1 creature and shouts that this place will become his grave today. In front of us is the captain, who until recently guarded the entrance to the examination hall, and his comrades, all of whom have very unpleasant faces. Woo and Seok look closely at their opponents. The hero recognizes the commander, who was previously introduced as the captain. Seok asks how he knows him. Woo states that this guy and his squad tried to take his dagger from him at the hunting ground of Gangnam Station. Seok suggests that on this occasion they should both take revenge on him and use him as a quest object. Woo, smiling, raises his hand and declares that he completely agrees. We see the reporters again. This time they are sitting at a table. The elder one is indignant that he cannot tell the public the sensation of his life, how a first-level hunter defeated a monster of the incarnation class. The fat man, who holds a printed photo in front of his face, asks if there is any other way to do this. His boss wants to know what it could be. Hunter management has imposed a ban on any broadcast of information. The fat man suggests posting the data online. The boss thinks about it. Clutching his head, he says that they are not popular streamers and no one will pay attention to them, and the only evidence they have is photos that will simply be considered fake. He regrets that they did not film everything. The fat man, whose eyes are half closed, says that in this case, they need to find the first level hunter again and film what he is doing. His boss asks how he is going to pull this off. The fat man says that the first level disappeared with Han Si-yeon, so they just need to track down the girl. He will definitely be somewhere nearby. The senior reporter sees his colleagues rushing somewhere with worried faces. He bursts into someone's office and asks what all the fuss is about. Has a war started? The person he is asking replies that there was an explosion at the hunter examination site in Gangbuk. Han Si-yeon was seen there. The reporter looks at his interlocutor in amazement and asks again about the girl. He replies that she is the same treasure hunter. A fat man bursts through the door, calling the boss and offering to go to where everything is happening. The journalists run with their faces distorted from an excess of feelings. The boss demands that his subordinate prepare the camera. Wu, putting his hands on his belt, orders someone to raise their hands. It turns out that the guy's enemies, who tried to tear him apart, have noticeably calmed down and are ready to fulfill any of his whims. The young man stands in front of the kneeling scoundrels. He asks if they really harbored a grudge for the incident that happened in Gangnam. The whole crowd unanimously declares that this is exactly how it is. Wu and Seok look thoughtfully at their opponents. The hero calls them funny eccentrics. They started it themselves. What you need to have in your head in order to later try to avenge your grievances. Seok states that these people look very dangerous. The hero, smiling, shows his comrade a dagger. He offers to take care of them now before they think about revenge again. Seok, it seems, does not understand that this is a joke and squeaks in fear. The same applies to the captain. He admits in horror that he leads the robbers, but says that they do have a conscience. He asks to show leniency just this once, after which they will never catch the hero's eye again. The scoundrels fall down before the young man, begging him to spare them. Wu asks what kind of circus this is. Seok whispers to his comrade if the quest for 100 dodges is finished. The hero answers that it is, but a new quest immediately appears. In front of him is a blue window with a description. You need to kill 300 monsters higher than level 200. Seok says that it will be very difficult to do this, after which he asks if his friend is going to start doing it right now. Wu's eyes widen and he states that any further progress will likely arouse suspicion from Han Si-yeon and Shin Hyeon-min, so that's enough heroics for today. The boys look at the villains standing at attention in front of them. Seok asks what the hero is going to do with them. He replies that he has already taught them a lesson, and now they can simply be handed over to the agents. He points his finger somewhere to the side and orders the bastards to go and surrender to justice. The captain asks in amazement if the boy is really letting them go. The young man, looking sternly at the bastards, declares that this time he will really spare them, but if he catches them doing something disgusting again, he will not spare them anymore. The villains thank the young man in one voice. They quickly run away. The hero suggests that his friend also go in that direction. He agrees. The boys walk through the forest, smiling cheerfully. Wu states that he never thought that the day would come when he would be able to deal with 5 hunters at once. The fat man says that the most interesting part is probably yet to come. The hunters, who were apparently spared by the guys, appear behind them. Wu looks at the leader in bewilderment and asks why they came back. He replies that they were heading for the exit and did nothing else. Wu raises his hand and says that there is only one exit and their paths should not have crossed again. He decides that this time he will go ahead with his friend. The captain happily agrees. The guys look at something from behind the bushes. It turns out that they have met the hunters again. The young men greet each other. Some of them smile stupidly. The hero's face is perplexed. He says that he has already walked quite a lot, but he keeps bumping into these guys. Seok confirms that this is indeed very strange. The young man suggests that this time the hunters go ahead again. Their commander readily agrees. In front of us are Wu and Seok. Judging by the expression on the hero's face, he sees his recent opponents again. The young men grit their teeth in anger. Seok assumes that these bastards are playing a prank on them to get some kind of revenge. Wu, who has already sprouted wings on his back, angrily shouts that he will destroy these idiots now. However, he does not see hunters in front of him, but a zombie-like young man. The red notification introduces him as a level 46 monster. The guy bares his teeth and threatens to kill the hero. The latter asks in horror what the hell is this? Another person who turned into a monster. The young man rushes to attack, continuing to insist that he will kill the young man. The monster's hand flies past the hero. Wu looks warily at the enemy waving his arms. He uses the jump skill and finds himself at a respectful distance from the enemy. Seok runs up to his friend from behind and asks if he is okay. The hero replies that everything is fine, he only received a small scratch. Seok notices that in front of them is a man who turned into a monster. Perhaps this is another hidden quest. Wu raises his index finger. He states that the message about this did not appear in front of him. Seok looks at the enemy in horror and asks where this strange monster came from then. A very loud scream is heard. The captain and his comrade with the idiotic haircut run out of the forest. They loudly call for help, saying that a monster is chasing them. The bastard runs up to the hero and hugs him in fear. The captain humiliatingly asks his recent enemy to save him. The hero demands to let him go. The man sobs, looking into the boy's eyes. He says that he has seen people turn into monsters. 2 more monsters jump out of the forest. Seok notices them first and warns his friend. Before us are the scary faces of these monsters. Their names and levels are indicated from 67 to 39. The hero and his companions look at these strange creatures in amazement. The monsters with red eyes look angrily at their opponents and threaten to kill them all. The young people look at these creatures in amazement. One of them asks what the hell is going on in this world. The captain, who is standing behind the hero, warns him that he must be careful. One of his wounded comrades was bitten by such a monster and turned into one of them. Wu asks again, confused. Humans and monsters stand opposite each other. The hero throws the captain a vial of red potion and tells him to restore his health so as not to turn into a monster too. He thanks the young man. Wu turns to his friend and shouts at him to be very careful too. Seok makes it clear that he understands. The hero holds the novice dagger in his hand and gives the equip command. Red-eyed monsters rush at the young man. Wu fights them all. The enemies inflict a huge amount of damage on the hero. Many messages of the corresponding type appear, and then a notification that 75% of health remains. Wu, who is surrounded by enemies, uses the leap skill. He ends up behind the monsters. They notice him and rush to attack again. The guy is perplexed and says that something is wrong with these guys. They, like hunting dogs, only see prey and do not pay attention to anything else. The boy looks sadly at the enemies approaching him. He says that if they were regular monsters, he would kill them all with one destroying strike. Wu uses his leap skill again. He flies up to one of the enemies and says that they should try to destroy one of them as an experiment. The boy hits the enemy with the hilt of his dagger. A message appears stating that 24,240 damage was dealt to a man named Park Hyun-min. The next notification shows that this enemy has 2% health left. The monster that received the blow flies back and falls to the ground. Wu is perplexed that he almost killed it. The remnant gets to its feet and rushes at the hero again. The boy uses his leap skill in time, and the monster's hand flies past him. Wu lands far behind the monster and states that, despite the almost complete lack of health, the desire to kill in these creatures does not disappear. Seok and the captain run up to the hero and shout loudly that they will help him. The monsters open their mouths and roar loudly, not forgetting to repeat the now familiar phrase that they will kill everyone here. The commander of the hunters belligerently shouts for the enemies to attack them. They, without hesitation, do exactly what the captain demanded of them. Wu appears behind his ally and shouts for him to be very careful. These monsters continue to attack even when they have almost no health left. The hunter asks in surprise if this is really so. Seok, who is just holding back one of the enemies with his sword, asks his friend what to do in this case. These creatures cannot be simply killed because they are people. Wu curses and asks if there is a way to turn them back into who they were. The people continue to fight the monsters. Blue windows above the heads of the enemies show that they have less and less health left. The hunters warn each other to be more careful. They must not kill these opponents. Wu, who is standing with his legs wide apart, calls out to his allies. Seok asks what happened. The captain asks if the hero has a plan. He takes off on his golden wings and orders everyone to disperse. Someone climbs the wall, putting a barrel under his feet. It turns out that it is the senior reporter. He looks at his subordinate and asks if there is another way to get there. Is it really necessary to climb over this obstacle? The fat man replies that this is the only area with weak security. The journalist falls heavily to the ground. Both reporters find themselves on the other side of the wall. The fat man says that it is very quiet here. Is everything interesting already over? The boss tells his colleague to shut up, as he might jinx it. He almost broke his back climbing over this fence. The boss looks around the parking lot, where there is not a single person. He looks ahead with displeasure and says that it really does seem like it's all over. The fat man points somewhere and says that they might have to go through a portal. The reporters hear a loud scream and turn around in confusion. The fat man asks his boss if he heard that terrible scream. The boss replies that they definitely need to go and check what it was. The fat man approaches the entrance to the building. He hears a question about whether there is anyone there. The man replies that there is no one there. The boss, who is standing under the stairs, suggests going inside and checking what is going on. The fat man asks the boss to wait. Someone runs out of the white portal. The reporters squint, trying to make out who it is. The fat man shouts that he cannot recognize the person because he is too far away. The boss demands that he take out the camera pointed at the one who came out of the portal and try to make him out using zoom. The fat man looks into the camera's viewfinder. In front of him is Wu, with the first level still indicated above his head. The man shouts loudly to the boss that this is the same first level hunter. The boss is incredibly happy. He just can't believe that this man appeared alone without an escort. This is real luck. Some people approach the hero, who is standing near the portal. The reporters see that something is wrong with them. Real horror appears on the faces of the press workers. The boss says that these individuals appeared as if from nowhere, and their number immediately became very large. The fat man shouts to his boss that these are people who have turned into monsters. We see the faces of these creatures, and they are truly terrible. Wu looks at the enemies in fear and tries to understand how many of them there really are. Seok and the captain appear behind him. The latter asks in amazement what is happening here. Seok turns out to be smarter and says that all the people have turned into monsters. One of the hunters clutches his head. He shouts that they are all doomed and will also have to turn into monsters. His comrade complains that he has never even met a girl. Seok looks around anxiously and asks his friend what they should do. They need to act quickly as panic is starting among the hunters. The captain standing behind the hero says that this is an examination site. Agents should be present here. They will come to the rescue if they hold out a little longer. Wu says that the agents are already here. When his former enemy asks where exactly they are, the guy answers by pointing his finger in the right direction. Young Si-hoon and his wards, who have turned into monsters, appear in front of the people who have retained their appearance. Seok looks at these creatures in amazement. He says that the agents have turned into monsters, although this is simply impossible. The captain looks closely and recognizes one of the employees of the administration. He remembers seeing some kind of incomprehensible formation on the back of his head with the digital designation 92%. The man tells the hero that he should check what these people have on the backs of their heads. The guy asks in surprise why this is necessary. The captain says that he saw black slime on the neck of one of the agents a little earlier and it seemed suspicious to him. Wu asks again. The guy looks at the monsters and promises to check what is wrong with them. The captain thanks the young man. Wu uses the leap skill. His face is very serious. The guy ends up behind one of the monsters. He looks closely and really sees a piece of slime. It becomes clear to him that this may be the reason. Gray slime is stuck to the back of the monster's head. Wu has no idea what kind of crap it is, but it is definitely all because of it. The guy swings. He decides to get rid of it first. The tip of the dagger smashes the strange substance to pieces. Notifications appear. The minion's ball is broken. The power of the sealed pontiff is weakening. The monster screams, its mouth wide open. The boy realizes that he seems to have succeeded. The guard, who has been transformed into a monster, tries to hit the hero with a spear. Wu apparently avoids the blow. We see a yellow stripe in front of him. The boy turns his attention to the level 46 young man. Black slime is also visible on him. Wu stabs it with a knife, smashing it to pieces. Notifications appear again that the minion's orb has been broken, and the sealed pontiff's power has weakened. The young man undergoes a transformation that is not entirely clear, but the color of the window representing him changes from red to blue. Wu addresses his allies. He shouts at them to aim at the black slime, as destroying it turns the monsters back into humans. The captain exclaims in surprise that it actually works. His comrade with a strange hairstyle praises the hero for finding a way out. The hunters rush towards the monsters. Their commander orders them to aim at the black balls. The hero happily watches these people do their job. Some kind of weapon is visible behind the young man. Wu dodges, letting it pass by him. The young man looks around, trying to understand what kind of scum dared to attack him. In front of him is a monster of an unknown level, the sealed pontiff. The hero calmly looks at it and realizes that this character was a boss. The tip of the weapon sticks into the ground. The monsters powerlessly settle down. Strange black streams appear above them. The same smoke is visible above the sealed pontiff's head. Wu watches in surprise as this enemy dissolves into thin air. A terrifying entity resembling some kind of ghoul appears in its place. The hero looks at this enemy with apprehension. In front of us are the monster's teeth. The monster says that it has found the hero. It looks at the guy with red eyes, calls him a challenger, and demands that he hand over the key. Wu asks the monster in surprise if he can really talk. The captain stands next to the hero and asks him if he is a human or a monster. The guy replies that he is not sure. We see the hero's eyes. He has never heard of a monster that can talk before. Wu asks what key they are talking about. The monster looks at the guy predatorily. It states that it has made itself perfectly clear. The guy must hand over the key he received. The young man irritably says that he needs to know what key they are talking about before he decides whether to hand it over or not, after which he repeats the question of what kind of key it is. The monster looks at the guy and asks if he is making fun of him. A huge spear appears in the monster's hand and it hits the ground. The creature declares that this conversation has lost all meaning and the guy must die and become food for death. We see some strange streams in front of us. Wu sees monsters of an unknown level, which are designated as demonic warriors of the abyss. The hero looks in surprise as an entire army appears behind his opponent. The captain, standing behind the boy, screams in fear that this is not normal. All these creatures have question marks instead of levels. His comrade with a strange hairstyle screams that they must run away from here. We see the demonic soldier of the abyss and the sealed pontiff again. Wu thinks that there is one custom. If you meet a monster with question marks instead of a level, you must run and not turn around. But every rule has its exceptions. The hero resolutely rushes forward. Seok looks back at his friend and shouts that he will try to carry the wounded to safety. Wu, smiling, thanks his comrade and declares that he can now fight without worrying about anything. He flies up to one of the demonic soldiers. The guy strikes, but his weapon simply passes through the enemy. The hero sees a strange glow around his hand. He cannot understand why his dagger does not work. Maybe it is because of the smoke. A tip appears above the guy's head, aimed straight at the top of his head. The opponents rain down blows on the young man. Notifications appear about receiving a huge amount of damage. Other messages are also visible. Health dropped to 0, annihilating attack. For 10 seconds, the owner becomes invulnerable. Regardless of the remaining health, destroys the attacked target. Hunters warn the guy that he has no health left. The hero is on his knees, and the demonic soldiers rush towards his allies. The boy opens his mouth and calls out to the strange creatures. He uses his leap skill and finds himself between the monsters and the hunters. Wu asks the enemies why they are trying to run away without finishing him off. The boy holds out the novice dagger in front of him. He realizes that these monsters have intangible bodies. The boy looks at the demonic soldier who is already very close. The blade of the hero's weapon approaches the enemy's body. The boy uses the transform skill. The monster that was next to him flies apart. Notifications appear. The demonic abyss warrior of an unknown level has been killed. Level increased. 5 points have been received. Effect of the novice dagger contract. Level reset to 1. Wu looks at what he just did with satisfaction. A little earlier, he realized that in the state of transition, his body also becomes intangible, which is why he was able to deal this blow. The boy says the biblical phrase an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and then begins to exterminate the monsters. The hunters rejoice. Raising their hands, they praise the boy for what he did, calling him an amazing ally. The hero looks at them, smiling, and asks them not to embarrass him. The sealed pontiff looks at the young man who has turned away from him, and says that this means he can use high-level skills. The monster, around which purple streams rise, puts forward its weapon. It says that the matter is far from over. The tip of the staff hits the ground. Wu, smiling, looks at the enemy and says that he has no idea what this is, but it will not work on him. The hero is going to destroy the enemy without further ado. The captain and his comrade clutch their heads. They complain that they are very sick and beg for mercy. Wu looks at the hunters in surprise. He does not understand what is happening and why they are acting this way. A white beam is visible behind the hero's head. He clutches his head and screams loudly in pain. Judging by the eyes, the guy stops understanding anything. Wu is sitting in the lotus position under a stone wall. He looks around, trying to figure out where he is. A silhouette of a man appears in front of him. It is Choi Yi-yang, who has turned into a monster. The bastard asks an absolutely idiotic question about whether the guy really became happier when he killed him. Wu jumps to his feet and holds out the newbie's dagger. He screams that the bastard he sees was definitely dead and demands that this guy not come near him. Yang smiles predatory and suggests that the hero try to kill him again. Wu desperately waves his weapon and screams that he can kill such a bastard 100, even 1,000 times if necessary. Someone calls the guy an offensive word and calls for him to come to his senses. We see the young man's eye. Wu again sees the monster with a huge staff in front of him. The young man asks what the hell is going on in this world. A small sphere cracks above his head. A notification appears. The pontiff's orb is destroyed, the illusion is gone. Han Si-yeon is standing behind the young man. She asks if the hero really can't do without her. The girl smiles sweetly. The guy calls her by name in amazement. Wu, beside himself with happiness, hugs Yeon. He is damn glad to see that she is okay. Clouds float across the blue sky. The girl calls the young man a pervert and asks if he really wants to die. Yeon hits the guy hard on the cheek. The young man complains that she is going too far. He was just really scared that she could turn into a monster. The girl asks why some idiot would even bother with her. Meanwhile, the hunters come to their senses. One of them asks what is going on. It turns out that he was just chased by ghosts. The guy with the weird hairstyle recognizes the girl and calls her by name. The hero asks if his allies have finally woken up. If so, they should help him evacuate the wounded. The hunters make it clear that they have understood the order and will carry it out. The monster looks at the people with its red eyes. It says that all of this is very interesting. The monster raises a finger of its left hand and calls someone an isolated challenger. Wu looks at it in bewilderment and asks what this even means. Yon remains silent. She rushes to attack, but not before telling the monster to stop talking nonsense and just die. Her weapon collides with the monster's staff. Judging by the girl's face, it is very difficult. Wu uses the leap skill and ends up behind the enemy. The hero stabs the novice dagger into the monster. Notifications appear. The sealed pontiff of an unknown level has been dealt 25,730 damage, 92% of health remains. The monster, gritting its teeth in rage, calls the enemies annoying insects. He launches black projectiles at them. Wu and Yon watch anxiously as these striking elements approach. Wu hugs the girl and uses the skills invisibility and leap. The projectiles fired by the monster fall at the feet of the young men. Yon looks at the guy in surprise. He thinks that, fortunately, the effect of the skills is transmitted through close contact. The girl covers her mouth with her hand. She says that she's going to throw up and that the guy should warn her in advance next time he's going to do something like that. Wu sheepishly apologizes. Yon points to the wings visible behind the guy's back and reminds him that he seemed to be about to equip them. The boy looks at where the girl is pointing, confused. She says that this is typical loser behavior. Wu, smiling, says that the situation was critical, which is why he got into trouble. Yon says that she's not interested in listening to this at all. She kicks the guy in the butt with all her might and demands that he just act as bait for a while. A notification appears. The collision with the object caused damage exceeding the permissible limit. Invisibility is deactivated. The hero, clutching his butt, lies next to the cars and curses. The monster notices Wu's predicament and shouts happily that he's finally caught the slimy worm. Another projectile is thrust into the ground next to the young man. Wu shouts the girl's name loudly. He looks over his shoulder in an offended tone and says that he went through a lot of trouble to hide her with his invisibility skill. The young man looks at the monster in surprise, who shouts that this simply can't be true. Yon slices the sealed pontiff in half with one powerful blow. The hunters look on in admiration as the girl sheathes her weapon. One of them shouts that the beauty just destroyed the boss. The captain declares that this is a historic moment. Is it really Han Si-Yon in front of them? The girl rolls around several times in a row for some reason. Wu looks at her in amazement and asks if she really used invisibility just now. Yon declares that it looks like it. We see some strange black streams. The sealed pontiff grins angrily. Wu and Yon look at the enemy. The guy asks what's going on. The girl replies that all of this is most likely due to the fact that she cut off the monster's connection with its host body. Its real body is in another dimension, so it is no longer able to unleash its full power. The monster's red eyes gleam angrily. The girl tells the hero not to stand still, but to finish off the evil entity with an extermination attack. The hero raises his right hand and promises to do so. Surprise appears on the young man's face. Yon looks at his ally in confusion and asks what's going on. Why did he suddenly start acting like this? Wu says that his body is not moving. The sealed pontiff, looking at the guy, giggles. He states that he just fell into a trap. The hero looks at the monster with hatred and asks what it did to him. The monster, its red eyes shining, asks if the boy thought he was an idiot the first time it threw a spear and missed. Wu looks at his opponent in shock. He says that this simply cannot be. Yon, standing behind him, notices something. It turns out that the boy has that same black slime on his body. The girl reaches for her sword. She says that she will break it. Yon asks the boy to be patient for a little while, as it will hurt. The monster, with dark streams rising around its weapon, says that it is too late. A notification appears that the infection is complete. The hero's face is distorted in pain. The boy is transformed. His eyes become empty. A series of red notifications pop up. You are infected. The will has been subjugated by the caster. The conversion process begins. Wu looks up as if in a dream. He thinks about becoming a monster, and in that case, the others will be in danger. The boy closes his eyes. He realizes that this cannot be allowed. The heart below turns purple. The hero opens his mouth and screams loudly. A long series of notifications appears. The seal on the heart has been removed. System error. Conflict with the inner will. Infection is impossible. Observer mode has been deactivated. Exemption from the rules of restriction. Siak grabs the girl by the arms. The hunters look at the hero and cannot believe their eyes. Yon grinds her teeth in anger. She thinks that the monster can somehow be dealt with even after getting rid of the guide. However, because of Wu, it will be impossible to get close to it. The air is filled with streams of white smoke. They slowly dissipate, revealing the hero's face. The boy has transformed. His eyes are completely empty. Yon turns to his allies and orders them to get out of here as quickly as possible. The monster raises his staff and screams for his enemies to not even hope to escape. all of them will become a sacred sacrifice. Black projectiles fall from the sky onto the people. To everyone's shock, the projectiles crack and crumble. The monster looks up at the sky in amazement. It asks who dared to do this. Wu, as if nothing had happened, stands with his wings spread and his left hand raised. The monster looks at the guy angrily. It asks why the hero is acting on his own. Maybe because he did not receive the appropriate command. To correct the mistake, the monster orders the guy to attack the people. Wu simply stands there. The creature grinds its terrible teeth. It declares that this man seems to have been defective from the very beginning, and is not going to listen to the commands given to him. The monster throws his staff forward. It screams that the hero should not do nothing. He should just die and give up the key. Many black projectiles fly at the hero. We see someone's hand with an extended index finger. Wu once again destroys the projectiles. The monster looks at the hero, filled with rage. He opens his mouth and says the name of the corruption skill. A notification appears about deep-sea corruption. A wave rolls over the monster and small rock fragments fall. The creature opens its mouth wide. The outlines of the monster begin to blur. Thick dark streams rise up. A notification appears that a sealed pontiff of an unknown level has been killed. The guy's allies look at him in amazement. The captain states that the hero has killed the monster. His comrade is amazed at the strength that the boy possesses. Wu stands next to the cars, stretching out his hand in the direction of Yon. The girl turns to the hunters and shouts for them to save themselves. The girl and, it seems, not only her, are thrown into the air. Yon uses the sprint skill and rushes forward. She grabs Seok and the captain by the shoulders. The girl pushes the guys away, and a powerful explosion occurs in the place where they were just standing. Shards fly into the air. The hunters are sitting on the ground. They are trying to figure out if everyone is safe and what happened. Seok looks at the girl in horror and asks what happened to his friend. Is he crazy? Yon looks at the hero and says that he seems to be out of control. The fat man asks again in surprise. The girl says that for some unknown reason the hero's level has stopped being displayed. We see that the young man's eyes are still empty. Yon says that he has stopped recognizing his friends. Seok looks at his comrade angrily and asks what to do in this case. The girl replies that there are apparently no options. They need to bring him to his senses as soon as possible. The only possible strategy is to go straight ahead. Yon rushes forward. Si-hoon and Kim appear behind her. The blonde says that they have met again. Behind the guy are his subordinates from the Hunter administration. Yon loudly shouts for Si-hoon and his deputy to not come any closer. The guy looks at the girl in amazement and asks again. The hero uses the corruption skill again. A bright white crack appears under the blonde's feet. Si-hoon looks at it in amazement and asks what it is. Rocks fly up. The head of the fourth group of the security department and his subordinates spread their legs wide, trying to stay on them. Two agents talk to each other in surprise. One says that what is happening around them does not affect them at all. The second states that the skill that was used now seems very powerful. He is interested in what just happened. Yon is on one knee and looking at Si-hoon. The guy looks intently at the girl and says that he sees a barrier. He asks why Yon helped them. She replies that the guy should not misunderstand her, but she did it because she needed help. The blonde looks at the girl and says that there is no history of cooperation between them. Yon looks to the side with concern and offers the interlocutor to look at the state of the hero. Wu stands with his eyes still empty. Si-hoon takes a closer look and seems to understand what it might be. Yon states that the boy is out of control. Hero-level agents can stop this, but by then Seoul will have been wiped off the map. Si-hoon, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, looks at Wu. He turns to his second-in-command and says that this is an emergency. He demands that they call for backup from headquarters and get all the agents out. Kim asks what the squad leader will do in that case. He looks at the dangerous character and states that he will take care of Wu. We see a white mark from the blow. Yon holds the rookie dagger in the young man's hand and asks him if he's going to come to his senses. Wu grins angrily and flexes his fingers predatorily. Si-hoon flies up to him from behind, his sword raised to strike. He asks where the young man is going to run away. He uses the leap skill and doesn't let himself be hit. The hero, with wings visible behind his shoulders, looks like some kind of zombie. The hunter with a huge sword apologizes to him and tries to hit him with his weapon. The blade that was in the captain's hands flies apart into small pieces. Seok grabs his friend from behind. Yon and Si-hoon rush to attack. The girl screams that they need to act now. They need to remove the black mass that has stuck to the young man's side. Seok lifts the hero's t-shirt. Yon screams that it's done. Waves of white energy spread around Wu. Someone screams loudly in pain. A bright crack appears under someone's foot. A real hurricane rages around the hero, lifting up stones. Seok and the captain look on in horror at what is happening. The hunter loudly calls for help. Si-hoon, gritting his teeth in pain, holds his hand. He asks in bewilderment if he is really not strong enough to cope with the hero. Yeon tries to get closer to the guy. It seems that she is hindered by the streams of white energy that the young man emits. Si-hoon loudly screams for the girl to come back. It seems to him that she does not understand what she is doing. Yeon covers her mouth with her hand, calls the hero by name and demands that he fulfill his promise. The young man's face, on which empty eyes stand out, is impassive. The girl is crying. She looks into the eyes of the young man and reminds that they promised each other to bring things to a happy ending. Yeon puts her hand on the guy's cheek. She says that he swore to never forget about it. Yeon looks at the hero with pleading eyes and begs him to come to his senses. We see the eyes of a young man. The guy smiles and pronounces the girl's name with a questioning intonation. Someone is crying. We see destroyed structures. In front of us is a boy and a huge dragon above his head. The child looks up with tears in his eyes. The dragon looms over him and demands that he make a choice. The monster's eyes glow yellow. It asks if the boy will stay or move on. There are tears in the child's eyes. He hears that if he stays, he will live in peace, and if he moves on, he will die fighting. Woo is amazed. In front of him is a dilapidated building. Overturned cars are visible next to the building. The hero looks around, trying to understand what is happening here. Yeon is unconscious on the ground. Woo is holding Yeon in his arms. He asks what happened to her and asks her to wake up. Notifications appear. The corruption of the abyss blooms. A sealed pontiff of an unknown level is killed. The hero looks up in surprise, and tears are streaming down his eyes. The young man cannot believe that he killed the pontiff. Si-hoon is kneeling behind him. He says that every time they meet, the hero manages to do something completely incredible. Woo looks at the blonde in amazement. He looks at the boy, holding his wounded hand. The young man asks in amazement why Si-hoon is still here. He looks at the hero with displeasure and says that Woo probably does not remember this, but he did something completely crazy here. The hero looks around the dilapidated building located nearby and realizes that the blonde may be right. Seok appears behind the boy. He asks if the hero has come to his senses. Woo recognizes him. The fat man looks at his friend with concern and says that the agents have requested reinforcements from headquarters. They need to get out of here urgently. Woo slowly begins to realize what he has done. Si-hoon looks angrily after the guys as they leave. He calls out to the fat guy and says that by doing so he has signed up as an accomplice. A ghostly chain appears in the blonde's hands. The tool takes on real shape and Si-hoon strikes. He shouts loudly that he will not let anyone else escape. The tip of the weapon crashes into the ground between Woo and Seok. The hero curses loudly. He turns to his comrade and tells him to hold onto his shoulder. Someone shouts the hero's name loudly. It is Si-hoon, and he angrily says that if the hero does not want to feel the most unpleasant consequences, then he should not fall into his hands. Woo looks back at the blonde. We see yellow wings behind his back. The guy says that Si-hoon should not worry. Woo, according to him, is faster than anyone present here. A notification appears about the use of the leap skill. Journalists are filming what is happening from the side. The senior man asks if the camera captured what was happening here. His subordinate answers in the affirmative. The reporters hide behind the red car. The boss asks the fat man to confirm that this is not a dream. He answers unsurely. He turns to his boss and asks how the stream works. The man looks at his colleague in bewilderment. Clouds are floating across the blue sky. The fat man calls out to his boss. The question is heard about whether they missed the epic battle. The reporters run up to the laptop lying on the ground. The senior one complains about how unlucky they are. His colleague looks at the computer monitor. The boss timidly asks if the broadcast has turned off. The fat man says that, fortunately, everything is fine. The boss looks at his subordinate in amazement and asks again. The latter amazes him with the information that the number of viewers has reached 1 million. Judging by the icon, the stream is continuing. In front of us is a tall building. Someone says that 1 million people are watching this. Woo stares at a computer with a twice-bitten Apple logo in amazement. The young man shouts that the broadcast is on YouTube, forums, communities, and even on TV news. Everyone is talking about him. Shin Hyun-min comes through the door. He says that people have already given this all a name, Crazy Level 1. The hero greets the president. The man frowns at the young man and asks how it feels to be a celebrity, which he became in the blink of an eye. Woo says that he can't quite process it yet. 2 nurses are visible behind the director. He says that the Hunter administration is looking for the hero, so he should refrain from going out into the city for a while. One of the nurses apologizes. The woman rolls a gurney somewhere. Woo looks at the man and asks if Yeon has come to yet. The man looks down sadly and says that the girl is slowly recovering, but remains unconscious. The guy clenches his fist. He admits that all this is because of him. Min puts his hand on his shoulder and says that Yeon will wake up soon anyway, so there is no need to blame yourself in vain. The man looks straight into the hero's eyes and says that until the reason for losing control over himself becomes clear, the guy should forget about meeting Yeon and completing quests. Woo sadly replies that he understands everything. Min moves away from him and says that the young man should rest. He again agrees. Before us is a hero who lost control of himself and caused a catastrophe in the city. Wu looks at the computer monitor. He has just watched the video, but cannot remember anything from what happened then. A huge monster's head hangs over a small child. The guy clearly remembers only the appearance of an unknown monster, which was either a dream or a hallucination. Here we see the creature in question. The hero has a feeling that they have met somewhere before. Seo Ra enters the room where the guy is. She says that mom has already arrived and they can go have lunch. Wu replies that she will be there soon. The young man looks at his sister's back in surprise. He calls out to her and asks if something is bothering the girl. Seo Ra looks at her brother with tears in her eyes and asks if he can stop putting himself in such danger. She was in real shock when she saw that video and it seemed to her that he died. Wu looks at the girl with sympathy. The father, sitting at the table, tells his children to stop being offended. The man turns to his son. The guy makes it clear that he is listening to him. The father says that he is already an adult and will sort out his own affairs, but he should not forget about the family that worries about him. Wu again remembers the incomprehensible creature with yellow eyes. We see the lower part of the young man's face. The boy asks his parents if they remember the day the cataclysm happened. The father and mother look at their son in surprise. The man simply asks again, and the woman clarifies whether her son is referring to the event that happened 15 years ago. Wu confirms that he is asking about it. He asks if his parents by any chance remember where he was that day. There are original lanterns hanging from the ceiling of the room. Wu asks his parents where he was that day. The mother puts her finger to her lips, trying to remember what happened then. She seems to have tried to find her children with their father as soon as possible, since the monsters were everywhere. Seo Ra ended up in a kindergarten, but she is not so sure about the hero. The woman closes her eyes. She says that so much happened that day that she can't remember where her son was. The boy sighs in disappointment. The father chimes in. He says that as far as he remembers, they found him in an elementary school. The mother says that this is indeed the case. Wu remembers a dilapidated building. It doesn't look like a school at all, although he could be wrong. However, if all this were real, he would never forget such details. Seo Ra looks at his parents warily and tells his mother that the place was not actually an elementary school. The family is all sitting at the table. The woman asks if her daughter remembers those events. She says that she remembers everything perfectly well, even though she was very young. Wu looks at his sister worriedly and asks where he was that day. We see the girl's face. She says that her brother was near the school, inside a dilapidated building. Wu asks if he really was in such a place. Seo Ra replies that she is absolutely sure of it. He was sitting next to a fallen stone. Before us is the hero's face and the appearance of a creature with a yellow eye. The young man understands that it was not a dream, but that everything really happened. The mother, smiling, praises her daughter. She says that she herself now remembers and is amazed at how wonderful the girl's memory is. The father declares that in this regard, his daughter takes after his father-in-law. Wu gets up from the table and leaves. He tells his mother that he does not feel very well and will eat later. The woman asks if he needs to make some more porridge. The young man replies that everything is fine. We see the back of the young man's head. Something confuses him. If it was not a dream, then why did he remember everything only now? Wu looks up. We see him with empty white eyes. The hero understands that the strangeness does not end there. He remembers the monster being engulfed in water and covered in stone hail, as well as the message about using the deep-sea corrosion skill. The guy finds the loss of control, the memories, and even the unknown skill he used strange. The guy remembers the monster's red eyes and its strange words about the isolated challenger. The hero's eyes are thoughtful. He understands that something very significant is happening. Siak comes up to him from behind. He notices that the guy is very serious and asks what happened. The hero says that everything is fine. The friend puts his hand on the young man's shoulder. He assumes that the young man is most likely thinking about Yon and worried about her. The hero says that this is not entirely true. Siak, smiling, looks at his friend and says that this is a rather important question. Maybe he should secretly check on her condition. Wu irritably shouts that he is fine. A bell rings. In front of us is a monitor. Siak asks who it could be. This is all very strange. Everyone knows the code and usually no one uses the doorbell. Siak looks at his friend in fear and asks if it could be. He interrupts his friend and assumes that these are agents of the administration. Wu turns on the intercom. A vague face appears on the monitor, the owner of which asks if Legion Wu is here by any chance. The hero asks who it is in front of him. He sees a guy with a very strange hairstyle, already familiar to us. He says that it is Ma Chang-su's deputy. We see a technical structure that is usually installed on the roofs of large buildings. Wu and Siak look at the unexpected guest. The hero asks him if everyone else was really captured. The guy answers that everything was exactly like that. The young man humbly bows and begs the hero to save the captain. Wu, folding his arms on his chest, says that he is unlikely to do this. His interlocutor asks again in bewilderment. The hero looks at him and says that the bandit had no mercy in mind when he tried to steal valuables from him and now shamelessly asks for help. Seok happily shouts that everything is correct and Woo is not the kind of person who can be touched emotionally. He is very calculating and reasonable. The hero looks at his friend with displeasure and asks if he always considered him to be such a character. The guy with the strange hairstyle bows. He says that he is sincerely sorry and he deeply regrets his past actions. Woo tells him to stop humiliating himself and go back where he came from. He can also find a lawyer who will protect his friends. The guy with despair in his eyes shouts that it is all useless. The captain was arrested by none other than Cho Tae-ho. Woo repeats the name in surprise and looks at Seok. He explains that he seems to be the head of security of the Hunters Administration. The fat man finds a photo of the person in question and shows it to the hero. He says that this is indeed Cho Tae-ho. He is a night class hunter of approximately level 500. He was the second best student in the military academy and became the youngest head of security of the agency in history. Thus, he has an extremely impressive resume. The young men, whose backs we see, are looking at the photo on the phone screen. Seok says that, on top of everything, this man is only 28 years old. He is the same age as young Si-hoon, but is his direct superior. The hero is surprised that the blonde guy is 28 years old, who looks much younger. The guy with the strange hairstyle loudly curses Cho Tae-ho, calls him a bastard and says that this scoundrel is obsessed with career advancement. He forges evidence and imprisons completely innocent people. The guy clings to the hero's black t-shirt and begs him to help just this once. He only needs to use the instant movement skill. Woo demands that the hunter let go of him. He looks at the guy kneeling next to him and asks if he understands that he is asking to organize an escape from a prison that belongs to the Hunters Administration. Seok says that there is no point in talking to this man. He should just be sent somewhere far away. The guy with the strange haircut offendedly asks the hero if he really won't help him. Woo says that he is tired of repeating himself. The young man should get out of here. Some kind of card appears in the hunter's hands. He says that, alright, he will do what the hero tells him, but in this case he will also get rid of this item. Woo asks in surprise what it is. The hunter is holding a card with an image of some kind of trident. He says that it fell from the monster boss 3 days ago. Woo extends his hand and demands that the item be returned. The hunter refuses to do so. He will give the card only if the hero helps save the captain. Woo, judging by the halo surrounding his right hand, is very serious. He asks the guy if he will give the card voluntarily or after he gets beaten up really badly. The young man holds out the item he is holding. Woo examines the card. It turns out that it contains an invitation from the sealed pontiff. The invitation will open a portal to the dungeon where the true body of the sealed pontiff is located. If you wish to enter, write your name on the empty space below with the pen of the sealed pontiff. The item with the information is only available to the challenger. P.S. Detached challenger, come if you want to know what a key is. The hero is amazed. The monster has sent an invitation. The guy has never seen anything like this, except for quests. The hero's attention is drawn to the phrase addressed to the detached challenger. He realizes that he really has quite a lot of questions. Before us is the young man's right eye. He has no idea what the monster wants from him, but he thinks it is worth going there. If something goes wrong, he can deal with the enemy with the Annihilation attack. Seok looks at the card and thinks it's just a blank sheet of paper. Woo says that's not true, smiling. The guy with the silly hairdo shouts that after the boss died, there really were only a few pieces of paper and a pen left. Woo stares at the young man and asks where the pen went. He says Cho Tae-ho took it. Seok puts his hand on his friend's shoulder and says that this guy must have made it all up. He suggests that his friend leave. Woo asks his comrade to wait. He looks menacingly at his interlocutor and asks where Ma Chang-soo is being held. In front of us is a building guarded by 2 agents. Cho Tae-ho is sitting on a chair with his feet up on the table. He is reading a report and asks if all this really happened. Si-hoon is standing in front of him. The head of security holds out his hand and asks his subordinate why he didn't report this sooner. There is a folder on the table labeled First Level Report. Cho Tae-ho, putting his hand on the table, asks why such an important incident was reported only now. The blonde replies that he has already made several reports with similar content. Tae-ho smiles. He says that if Si-hoon is not joking, he was unable to read them because he had so much work. The head of the 4th group of the security department, looking at the boss, says that he understands. Si-hoon stands next to his boss. The head of security considers his subordinate to be a very inflexible person, and he has been like this since the academy. On the blonde guy's chest there is a 6-pointed star. Tae-ho understands that he got his current job only because of this character trait of the guy, so in the end he came out on top. Tae-ho folds his hands in front of his face and says that in this case everything should have been reported in person, verbally. The man's eyes are closed. He reports that the item in the hands of the first level hunter may be the very one that the director is so desperately trying to get. The backs of the agents are visible through the window of the office. Si-hoon says that, in his opinion, this place is a little inappropriate for such conversations. Tae-ho admits that this is his mistake. He says that he will assign more people and asks the subordinate to catch the first-level hunter as soon as possible. Si-hoon bows and says that he understands the order. The door slams shut. Tae-ho looks at the screen of his phone. He sees the hero's face there when he was not in control of himself. Tae-ho says that he is incredibly interested in this young man. Woo looks at the building with a helipad on top from above. Next to the hero is a guy with a stupid haircut. Woo asks if this is really the Hunter Management Bureau. His companion confirms this assumption. The guy's face looks a little surprised. He says that the Bureau's building complex is truly huge and can even compete with the headquarters of large corporations. The guy with the strange haircut says that the director of the Bureau, Cha Si-jin, is the head of the International Association of Hunters, and this is the best proof of his power. Woo extends his hand and asks the young man to borrow the phone as he needs to check something. He willingly gives the device. Seok is surprised to see that his friend is on the roof of the building. The guy asks if he has arrived. The hero looks at his comrade on the phone screen. He confirms the fat man's guess and asks how he is doing. Is everything prepared? Seok replies that he has done his job and can show the results if necessary. There is someone lying on the bed, covered with a blanket. Woo says that he wants to hear a voice. Seok presses the button of a small remote control. The voice sounding under the blanket says that he has a cold, is very tired and wants to sleep a little more. The hero and his companion, smiling, look at the phone screen, from which snoring is heard. The guy with a strange hairstyle says that it sounds very plausible. Woo says that this is simply excellent. All this will help to deceive Shin-hai and Min. The hero, smiling happily, looks at his friend and thanks him. He says that he will look after everything in the place where he is, and the hero must do his job and quickly return. Woo gives the phone to his companion, telling his friend at the end that he will try to fulfill his wish. In front of us is the Bureau building. The hunter states that the holding area for prisoners is on the 8th floor. He asks to teleport there and get Ma Chang-soo. Woo smiles and offers to begin. His companion clenches his fists and tells the boy to be careful. Yellow streams appear near the hero's head. He uses the leap skill. Woo, with yellow wings visible behind him, soars into the air. He is above the Bureau building. A red digital circle is visible above the roof of this building. Woo lands next to the boy he just said goodbye to. The boy, looking dejectedly at the hero's back, asks why the young man came back. Woo says that, apparently, the building has a special defense system that prevents teleportation. Perhaps it has something to do with magic. The young man looks at the hero and asks what they should do now. Woo thoughtfully raises his clenched fist. Judging by the boy's eyes, some idea comes to his mind. He tells his companion that there is no choice. What he wants to do is a little reckless, but they have to go for it. The guy with the silly haircut asks what exactly the hero has come up with. We see the Hunter Management Bureau complex from a bird's eye view. The hero says that his idea should be a success, he is almost certain of it. Ma Chang-soo looks through the bars of the prison. The guy shakes the barrier and curses loudly. He asks how long they are going to keep him here and demands to be released. A guard approaches. He angrily declares that either the prisoner calms down or they will simply finish him off. Chang-soo, a bead of sweat running down his cheek, apologizes. He says that he must have gone crazy for a moment. The agent leaves. Chang-soo is sitting on the floor. He is very upset. The guy doubts that there will be anyone who will try to save him. Fluorescent lights sparkle above the guy's head. The lights go out. The guard looks up and asks loudly what happened. Chang-soo, who is standing near the bars again, says that it looks like the lights have been turned off on the entire floor. The agent runs away, saying that he will check everything and come back, and that the prisoner had better behave very quietly. Chang-soo notices something in the corridor. Quite strange sounds are heard behind the bars. In front of us are bars, behind which another door is visible. Chang-soo looks through the bars and asks fearfully what is going on. The light turns on again, and this scares the hunter. The door opens. We see the hero's face. Chang-soo calls the guy his brother and assumes that he has come to save him. Woo, smiling, raises his hands. Demonstrating the handcuffs, he says that everything is not like that at all. He was caught too. Chang-soo asks again, perplexed. Two guards are talking behind the hero's back. One of them complains that the second one scared him a lot. It is very unpleasant when someone unexpectedly jumps out in front of you in the dark. His interlocutor apologizes for not warning him about his arrival. The hero is pushed into the cell. The agent who does this calls the guy a level 1 and demands that he hurry up. There is no need to detain normal people here. Chang-soo, whose face is distorted by the most disgusting emotions, says that he is simply speechless. Two agents are standing next to a half-destroyed building and an overturned car. They are Si-hoon and Kim. The deputy tells his boss that a level 1 hunter has reported to the gangbuk department. The blonde asks again, perplexed, In front of us is a photo of the detainee. Si-hoon asks if Kim is sure that this is really Woo. The deputy answers that this is definitely the same young man. The officer looks thoughtfully ahead. He understands that this cannot be just a gesture of goodwill, and the hero must have some ulterior motive. Kim thoughtfully rubs his chin with his hand. He says that Woo is truly unpredictable. First he escaped, and then he showed up at the bureau himself. The guy notices his boss getting on a sports bike. He shouts loudly to his boss that it is his vehicle. The boss replies that he will just borrow it for a while. Si-hoon races down the street on a motorcycle. We see a multi-story building. Woo and Ma Chang-soo are talking through the bars. The hero asks his interlocutor if he really does not have that pen. The hunter says that Cho Tae-ho took it. Now this item is probably in the storage of confiscated items. Woo is upset. He expected to take the pen and then just get out of here, but something went wrong. The guard shouts loudly at the prisoners so that they do not talk to each other and behave quietly. Woo looks at the surveillance camera. He thinks that first he needs to take care of the agents who may meet him on the way. The guy raises his right hand. A guy with a strange haircut sees this, next to whom two neutralized agents are lying. The hunter understands that this is a signal to start retreating. The young man presses the red button. The light goes out. The hero, behind whose back wings are visible, uses the switch skill. The guard asks in bewilderment if the lights were turned off again. The hero hits him on the back of the head. The light comes back on. Woo tells the captain that he will go get the pen, and at that time he should take Na Jai-kang from the control room and disappear from here. Chang-soo happily runs away. He shouts that he will never forget what the young man did for him, and at the first opportunity he will thank him. The hero declares that he does not need anything, and advises the hunter to just lead a normal life from now on. There are various objects on the shelves, including chests. Woo walks between the rows and realizes that the storage of confiscated items is simply huge. Cho Tae-ho is visible behind him. He calls the guy a level 1 hunter and asks how long he has been here. The head of security holds a pen in his hands. He assumes that Woo is looking for it. The hero asks how his interlocutor knew that he would come here for this item. Tae-ho says that he watched a video that has already spread all over the internet. He raises the pen again, drawing the hero's attention to it. The officer says he had no doubt that the guy would come here for the item he couldn't pick up on the battlefield. Woo notes his opponent's quick thinking and realizes that it's no coincidence that he's the bureau's security chief. The hero asks Tae-ho, who's standing opposite him, if he's underestimating his opponent. Why did he come alone? The officer replies that he knows how strong the guy is, but sometimes you have to play alone. Often, this allows you to get more substantial loot. Tae-ho smiles. A sword appears in his hand. The hero asks again in surprise. The security chief looks at him intently and asks about the novice dagger. He says that this item is too valuable to be used by some first level. Woo smiles. He asks if Tae-ho is going to kill him and take this weapon. Killing someone for an item is just madness. The officer looks at the young man predatorily. He asks what life is anyway and what its price is. Millions of people die every day in the world. We see the tips of wings. The very same weapon appears in the hero's hand. He calls the enemy a bastard and calls on him to attack. Tae-ho rushes to attack. Woo uses the switch skill. A white stripe is visible between the opponents. Woo ends up behind the head of security. He looks around in amazement. The young man strikes the enemy in the back. Notifications appear. The hidden level has suffered 27,110 damage. The hidden level has 85% health left. Tae-ho, gritting his teeth in rage, looks at his enemy and says that he is very good. The enemy's sword approaches the hero's head. Woo strikes many times. A notification appears about the huge amount of damage inflicted on the hidden level. It is reported that its health has dropped to 42%. Writhing in pain, Tae-ho summons his shield. Woo ironically asks if he is really trying to just block the attack now. The hero smiles predatory. He tells the enemy that all this will only work if he knows where the blow will come from. The young man uses the leap skill. Now he is right above Tae-ho's head. The blow hits either the ear or the shoulder. We see another notification about damage inflicted and a message that the hidden layer has 28% health left. Tae-ho, who is rapidly losing blood, curses everything in the world and asks what is happening. This does not even look like the stealth skill. Woo is visible behind his opponent. Another blow follows, and then a scream from the head of security. It is reported that the hidden layer has 8% health left. Electric discharges sparkle around Tae-ho. He screams shrilly, curses everything in the world, and declares that if he is destined to die, he will take the enemy with him. Tae-ho raises his sword. Woo looks at the officer in surprise, trying to understand what he is trying to do. We see a white core with electric discharges sparkling around it. Woo guesses that this is the same skill that the giant bull used. It looks like the enemy is trying to explode along with him. A crazy smile appears on T-Ho's face. The guy laughs loudly and declares that they will leave together. Wu, a little scared, calls the enemy crazy. The hero uses the leap skill again. A huge explosion occurs inside the building. Wu hovers over a huge hole formed inside the exploded building. It is reported that he used his leap skill again. The hero finds himself inside, kneeling. It turns out that T-Ho is alive and in a pretty good mood. The head of security smiles and asks the young man to kill him since it was a perfect defeat. Wu looks back at the enemy in surprise and asks why he must kill him. T-Ho opens his left eye slightly. He states that if the young man spares him, he will again try to take the item he came here for. Wu approaches the enemy sitting on the floor. He delivers a powerful blow to the jaw of his opponent. After that, the hero takes the pen he came here for. The young man picks up the writing utensil and declares that he does not kill people for any objects. T-Ho, who has a crazy smile on his face, looks at the boy and says that he will break this oath one day. The young man replies that it is quite possible, but he will not do it today. It is very strange, but T-Ho continues to smile. He says that he is disgusted by the ostentatious nobility that the young man demonstrates. Wu raises his hand to deliver another blow. Silhouettes of agents appear behind the surviving glass door. They shout loudly that the guy is inside and cannot be allowed to escape. Wu looks with hostility at T-Ho, who is behind him, and says that he is very lucky today. But if he tries to do something like that again, he will not get off so easily. Yellow stripes are visible in the air. The hero uses the leap skill. Si-Hoon shouts the hero's name. He stands with his legs wide apart in the middle of the destroyed warehouse, trying to figure out where the hell the boy went. T-Ho raises his left hand. He states that his colleague is a little late. The latter looks at his boss in surprise. Si-Hoon asks what T-Ho is doing here, displeased. Fighting a suspect is against all rules. The latter, with a grimace of pain on his face, says that the level 1 hunter escaped with the item. Si-Hoon asks what he is talking about. T-Ho, smiling, states that given how reckless the hero was to appear here, the recovered item is probably the key to the next quest. He says that the leader of the fourth group seems completely unaware of what is happening around him. One of the agents runs up to them with a phone in his hand. He says that the connection has been established, and now they can track the location of the level 1 hunter. Si-Hoon looks at his colleagues in confusion. T-Ho smiles wickedly. Looking at the phone screen, he says that it was really worth risking his life for this. The blonde looks at his boss and asks if he let the hero go on purpose. T-Ho replies that in order to catch a big fish, you need good bait. We see the face of the head of security. He says that if Wu completes the quest, the reward will drop, so there is no point in detaining him too early. We just need to wait and then take everything from him. T-Ho takes a sip from the red bottle. Si-Hoon knew that his boss had good strategic thinking, but it turns out that he underestimated how developed it is. One of the agents looks at the phone screen and tells T-Ho that Wu has stopped. He brings his right hand to his face and orders them to move. In front of us again is a half-destroyed building. We see a leg. The hero is standing with his hands in his pockets. He thinks that there should be no extra eyes in this place. Wu takes out a pen and a card. He says that in this case, he will try to move to the pontiff. The phone in the back pocket of his pants rings. The hero sees on the screen that Siak is calling him. The young man brings the device to his ear and says that he managed to do everything. He freed Ma Yuxiang, and now he is going to meet with the pontiff. Wu looks at the screen of his phone in surprise. From there comes a strange voice, which says that Siak told him everything. The hero must immediately stop what he is doing and immediately return to the house. The young man recognizes this voice. It is Shin Hyun-min talking to him. Wu presses the hang up icon. He understands that he has been exposed. The hero realizes that he does not have time. He must go in before Min appears here. The guy takes a pen and writes something on the card. Electric discharges begin to sparkle next to him. Wu stretches out his hand. It seems to him that the red portal looks very ominous. A system notification appears. Entrance to the abyss, no rank. Warning, in this area, the administrator's powers are weakened, and there may be restrictions on characteristics and skills. Only a challenger can enter. The hero is asked whether he wants to enter. Wu looks at the text in surprise. He notes that there is no rank, and the characteristics and skills will be weakened. This can be very dangerous. The guy remembers the monster with yellow eyes, as well as his phrase about the choice to live quietly or to move forward in the fight. Surprise is on the guy's face. In front of him is a portal with red discharges sparkling above it. Wu takes the novice dagger in his hand and gives the equip command. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He says that he must move on. Resolutely looking into the portal, he selects the enter option. The black whirlwind is right in front of the destroyed building. In front of us is a skyscraper. There is a voice recorder on the bed, from which words are heard that someone is not well and he will sleep a little longer. Shin Hyun-min says with a displeased look that this is some kind of madhouse. The man turns to a smiling Siak and asks why Wu went to the Hunter Management Bureau. The fat man mumbles something at first, but then collects his thoughts and says that the hero went there to save a hunter named Ma Chang-su, who was being held there. Min looks at the guy sternly and asks if he really thinks his words are trustworthy. The man looks at the young man sternly and says that this is his last chance. He must tell the real reason why Wu left this house. Seok asks what will happen to him if he does not tell. Min reaches for his sword. He takes out the blade and points to the bedding. Min says that in this case, he will make a couple of such pillows out of the fat man. Seok grabs his head and screams that he does not know anything. Wu asked him not to tell anyone that he will go to the dungeon to the sealed pontiff. Yeon enters the room. Seok looks around in amazement. The girl, who is clearly not yet fully recovered, asks where Wu went. We see a lava flow. In front of the hero is a long path paved with cobblestones. Wu tries to figure out if he has ended up in the right place. A series of notifications appear above his head. Entrance to the abyss. The administrator's powers are reduced in this area. The mission window is unavailable. There may be limitations to characteristics and skills. The guy says that all of this is very unpleasant. He works with the system window hanging above his head. The young man thoughtfully rubs his chin. He tries to understand what skills are available to him. Leap does not work. Stealth too. However, here he is allowed to use sprint, switch, and flight. Wu realizes that he does not see information about the Annihilation attack, which is a passive skill. This prevents him from developing a strategy for further action. The guy takes out the novice dagger and points it at his chest. He understands that this is very dangerous, but he wants to make sure of something. Beams of energy spread from the hero's body. A long series of notifications appears. Receive 28,900 damage. Receive 25,020 damage. Health dropped to 0. Conditions met. Annihilation attack. For 10 seconds, the owner becomes invulnerable. Regardless of the remaining health, destroys the attack target. The defense is gone. The effects of the characteristics are removed. Wu, who is holding a red bottle, is suffering from pain. However, he was able to make sure that the exterminating attack is not blocked, and this is very good. We see a long path again. The hero says that it is possible to slowly move forward. Wu is holding a dagger in his hands. There is a stone vault above his head. He does not understand why the character who invited him does not greet the guest. Ghostly monsters with spears in their hands appear in front of the young man. There are a lot of them, and Wu puts his dagger forward to fight them. Red and black streams rise up. The guy says that as soon as he complained, the enemies immediately appeared. We see a glowing wing. The young man uses the flight skill and rushes forward. He inflicts many blows. The same type of notifications appear above him about the destruction of a demonic warrior of the abyss of an unknown level and an increase in level. Then there are messages about receiving a large number of experience points. We see the back of the guy's head. He is surprised at how many points he managed to score. The young man happily looks at the system description of the task, within the framework of which he needs to kill 300 monsters of level 200 and above. It turns out that he has already destroyed 35 monsters. The quest is completed, and this is very good. Wu looks to the right in surprise. He flies between motionless monsters. The young man realizes that his opponents are not attacking, but simply standing like some kind of mannequins. The guy delivers another blow and destroys the next enemy. Dark streams are visible under the vaults of the cave. The system window informs that the task is completed. 300 monsters have been killed. The next window offers the hero to accept a reward for completing the task. Multicolored balls fall from above. Open-mouthed in surprise, Wu sits down next to them and begins to collect them. He understands that he can now raise the level of his t-shirt. It looks like this is the item of clothing the hero mentioned. A notification appears. Nightwalker t-shirt. Possible rank increase. Required materials 20/20. Wu puts one of the fallen balls to his chest. The space around the hero fills with bright white dots. We see another information window. Nightwalker shirt. Heroic rank. Defense 900. The second level stealth skill hides the wearer's presence. Can only be detected by a high level detection skill. The effect wears off when taking damage. Consumes 40 MP every 10 seconds. Passive first level skill Hawkeye. Sensing traps, hiding places, etc. With a low chance, it is possible to detect weak points. The next window offers to increase the level of the Hawkeye skill since all the conditions for this are met. Requires 500 points. Wu, smiling, clicks on the yes option. He states that this investment will pay for itself in full. A digital circle is visible above the hero's eye. The guy sees the description of the Hawkeye skill level 2. Sense traps, concealment, enemy skills. Possible to detect weak points with a medium chance. Wu realizes that he has gained the ability to view enemy skills. Someone behind him says that his assumptions were correct. We see a terrible monster, which is designated as a monster of an unknown level, the Pontiff of the Abyss. Wu, holding the novice dagger, looks at this creature and declares that it has finally appeared. We see the profile of the monster. It calls the guy the detached challenger and promises to help him from now on. Wu, surprised, asks the monster standing in front of him with a staff in his hands. He confirms that he will help the detached challenger. The hero looks angrily over his weapon and asks what kind of trick this is. He demands that the enemy simply attack him. The Pontiff of the Abyss raises his staff. He is offended that the guy does not believe him. However, he says it doesn't matter. Even if the boy doesn't believe him, he'll just guide him. Toothy monsters appear under the roof of the cave. Wu looks at them with disgust and says he knew perfectly well that this is how it would end. The young man's face is filled with amazement. He looks closely at the monsters. The boy realizes that they are completely motionless, just like the creatures he dealt with earlier. Wu looks at the description of the next quest, according to which he needs to kill 100 winged monsters. The boy realizes that everything exactly matches the conditions of this task. The Pontiff of the Abyss, whose eyes emit an eerie glow, asks the isolated challenger what can be considered a quest. Wu looks angrily at the monster and asks what kind of nonsense this is. It looks at the hero with motionless red eyes. The Pontiff says that he also received a quest, defeat the challenger and seize the key. The monster says that he had no choice, so he had to accept this task. There is a bright red flash. The Pontiff says that his intuition, however, told him that some powerful being was involved. The monster points a finger at the young man. He says that he wanted to use the boy to get the key parasitizing on his body, but strong protective magic prevented him. The opponents stand opposite each other. The Pontiff states that the quest failed, but he realized that their quests are connected. Wu looks closely at the monster. It bares its teeth and says that this is why he decided to help. The hero says that he has a strong belief that the Pontiff simply wants to take advantage of him. It opens its terrible mouth. He urges the boy not to be mistaken about quests. What will he do if he receives a terrible quest that cannot be cancelled and replaced with another one? The monster extends its index finger towards the young man. He demands to know if he would accept a quest, for example, to kill his own kind. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. A quest to kill 10 million people hangs over his head. Wu says he can agree with this argument, but the Pontiff keeps talking about some challengers and keys. What are those anyway? The monster looks down somewhere. He says that a challenger is an entity called upon to collect keys, and keys are items that a particular entity possesses. The hero recalls the objects he already has at his disposal. He states that in his case, these are elements of the first hunter's set. What will happen when he collects them all? The Pontiff closes his eyes. He states that he does not understand how ignorant the guy is in this regard. We see that the opponents are standing on a bridge with lava flowing underneath. The monster asks if the hero has heard anything about runes or, say, about dimensional gates. Wu asks in surprise what that is. The Pontiff states that it would be better if he demonstrated it. Streams of purple energy appear around him. The hero feels the effect that the monster has on him. It glows with its red eyes and bares its teeth. It calls the youth a foolish pretender and asks him to be very careful. Si-hoon, Ti-ho, and another agent approach the red portal. The latter turns to the head of security and states that the signal from Wu has disappeared here. The blonde looks at his boss and says that there is only one portal in this area, so the hero must have entered it. Red discharges flash above the subspace passage. A notification appears about the impossibility of obtaining information. No rank. You must have rights to use. Ti-ho has an unpleasant smile on his face. He suspected that Wu is on a special quest. Squinting, he tells his companions that the hero must exit this portal, so they need to place agents throughout this area. Si-hoon looks sadly somewhere below. He thinks that under no circumstances should Wu be handed over to Ti-ho, but what to do now is completely unclear. An explosion is heard. Si-hoon and Ti-ho look around and see the agents flying away from the epicenter. The head of security turns his head. He sees strange people in masks. The ordinary agents look at these opponents in amazement. They ask who they are and how they manage to hide their levels. Ti-ho asks the suddenly appearing enemies if they know what they just did. According to the laws of the hunter management, he must arrest them right there. The leader, whose red eyes shine from under his hood, declares that Ti-ho talks too much. It is time to get down to business. His charges fly forward. They engage in a fierce fight with the agents. Ti-ho looks at the battle and asks if they are Wu's henchmen. Come to think of it, the guy has too powerful an item and it is unlikely that he could have obtained it himself. Another explosion is heard, throwing the agents back. Si-hoon, who is standing next to his leader, says that it seems that they cannot do this without awakening and removing the seal from the uniform. He curses and asks if this is really necessary. A red tip flies from above towards Si-hoon and Ti-ho. One of the opponents thrusts his blade between the two officers. Ti-ho, glaring at his enemy, raises his right hand. He shouts that this is simply unbelievable. His opponent holds two crossed daggers in front of his face. We see his mask up close. The man says that he will take care of them himself. Red streams of energy rise up around this character. Ti-ho grinds his teeth in tension. He realizes that this is some kind of incredible threat. This man is at least level 700. Only the leader of a large guild can do this. Si-hoon looks to his right. He states that these guys are apparently targeting the portal. The masked hunters have surrounded it to prevent anyone from getting inside. T-Ho opens his mouth wide and shouts for the agents to gather near the portal. We can't let it fall into these people's hands. Si-Hoon says that it's too late. T-Ho angrily asks what the blonde man means. The portal makes some sounds. Si-Hoon says that someone has already entered it. In front of us is a starry sky. The hero falls head down. He looks up somewhere and hears the words of a monster. The monster promises to tell the foolish applicant about the runes, and he must listen carefully. Wu looks over his shoulder and realizes that this is the space created by the pontiff. The monster says that the rune is a fragment formed as a result of a supernova explosion. We see scattering crystals. When such a star explodes at the end of its life, the rune moves to a planet with intelligent life through the dimensional gates. The named object falls into the person's hand. The rune shows its unprecedented power only after meeting a conductor of magic, an intelligent life form. We see the hero's profile. He asks if he will be able to get the rune after he collects the first hunter's set. The pontiff replies that all this is true, but it will be a special rune, different from all the others. Wu looks up. He asks what will make this rune special. Golden objects are visible inside the cosmic vortex. The monster says that this will be a rune born after the Big Bang, that is, the so-called Godstone. Wu sees 8 pointed stars. The pontiff explains that the rune, called the Godstone, is capable of manifesting any magic in the universe. There are only 12 of them. The hero remembers familiar faces. He understands that this is why Yon and the Hunter Management Bureau want to get hold of this rune. The only question is why they are keeping it a secret. The hero remembers a photo of Yon and the first hunter. We see the right eye of a young man. He asks the pontiff if this rune can allow a person to be resurrected. He replies that this world also came into being thanks to the power of the Godstone, so anything is possible. Wu seems to be floating in space. He asks what the power of the Godstone has to do with it. We see many system windows. The pontiff states that the characteristics and skills were created by the power of runes. In other words, if you collect the entire set, you can get your hands on the ability to change reality. Wu understands that the Godstone really does have incredible power. Space is riddled with white cracks. Someone screams loudly. There is an explosion. Wu and the pontiff stand opposite each other. The monster asks the guy if he learned everything he wanted. There is a smile on the young man's face. He looks at the pontiff and says that, well, he will try to follow his interlocutor's advice. He pulls out the novice dagger in his direction and warns him not to even try to stab him in the back, as this will end in the death of the monster. The pontiff giggles and says that the guy is, of course, stupid, but he is still able to see his own benefit. A system window appears with a description of the task: kill 100 flying monsters. White wings appear behind the guy. The pontiff tells him to complete the quest first. Wu flies forward. Bloodstains are visible behind his back. Flying over the lava, the young man destroys one flying monster after another. There are many blood stains under him. A notification appears that the task is complete. The hero is offered to accept the reward. He lands on the ground. Multicolored balls are visible under his feet. The pontiff, looking at the guy, says that this should allow him to raise the rank of 1 key. Wu asks in surprise if he has already collected everything he needs. A description of the Night Walker shirt item appears. It is reported that it is possible to increase its rank. The required materials are 50 over 50. Wu reaches for the blue ball. The space above his head fills with bright white dots. We see a description of another item. Night Walker jacket. Legendary rank, defense 2000. Level 2 stealth skill hides the presence of the wearer. The owner can only be identified by high-level detection skills. When receiving damage, the effect wears off. Consumes 40 MP every 10 seconds. The hero is shocked and says that this item of clothing looks really cool. Notifications appear. An error has occurred. The item has been duplicated. Due to the error, the task will be changed. Wu exclaims in bewilderment. He sees a window with a description of the task. The item has been duplicated. Kill the very first challenger. Time remaining is 10 minutes. The penalty for failing the task is death. The guy, whose back of his head we can see, asks what this is. The pontiff, grinning angrily, says that this is exactly the reason he called the young man an isolated challenger. The monster's eyes emit an unkind red light. He clarifies that in addition to Wu, there is another challenger. Wu looks at his interlocutor with fear and asks who it is. The monster asks if the guy really didn't know this. After all, this person seemed to be with the hero during their previous battle with the pontiff. A drop of sweat runs down the guy's cheek. He tries to remember who it was. Wu grabs the jacket he just received. It seems he is beginning to guess who they are talking about. The young man's eyes are filled with horror. The monster laughs. A white blade protrudes from the pontiff's chest. The monster looks down. It seems to be dying. We see a girl whose face is covered by hair. Her sword is right in front of Woo's face. In front of us is Yeon, whose face is extremely serious. The hero recognizes her. A huge corpse of the pontiff lies on the bridge. Woo and Yeon are standing opposite each other. The description of the quest appears. The item has been duplicated. Kill the very first challenger. Time remaining is 9 minutes 30 seconds. Penalty for failing the quest, death. Woo looks at the girl in surprise and asks if she really is the first challenger. Yeon looks at the young man a little sadly and says that she accepted the quest on the day of their first meeting. It sounded like kill the second challenger. Woo asks in amazement why she did not finish him off right away. Yeon looks down sadly. She explains that there was no time limit or penalty of death back then. Also, by keeping an eye on the boy, they could try to find a way to pass on the dagger. The boy asks dejectedly why they hid the existence of the Godstone from him then. Yeon asks in amazement how he knew about this object. Woo demands that the girl not avoid the answer. They kept silent because they thought they could just take it away. Yeon quietly says that this is exactly what happened. She looks at the hero and says that the Godstone can resurrect her brother, so it must belong to her. The boy discontentedly states that they could have told him everything. Yeon asks what would have changed in that case. The boy sadly answers that at least he would not have doubted the girl and would not have forced himself to complete the quest. We see the description of the quest. The item has been duplicated. Kill the very first challenger. Time remaining, 8 minutes. Penalty for failing the quest, death. Yeon looks up. She asks what difference it makes now. This quest cannot be changed and cannot be abandoned. She points her sword at the boy. The girl states that ultimately there is only one way. Cursing, Woo takes out the novice dagger. Yeon looks at it and suggests that they start the fight anyway. The boy, who has a very strange expression on his face, is silent. The girl pushes off the ground. The battle begins. The hero looks at his opponent, thinking that he should have an advantage in terms of parameters. However, the girl is not far behind. We see digital circles around the hero's eye. It is reported that he is using the Hawkeye skill. Now the circles surround the girl's face. The young man analyzes her parameters. She is level 458. The system reports the detection of enhancements. Means of inflexibility, all stats are increased by 30%. Restoration spell, health and magic are gradually restored over a certain period of time. Means of madness reduces the accumulation of fatigue. Woo, holding back another blow from Yeon, asks if she is using too many enhancements. The girl indignantly declares that she is forced to do this in order to fight on equal terms with a monster like the hero. Woo realizes that if he cannot suppress the opponent with parameters, then he will not cope with her since she has much richer combat experience. The girl's eyes widen. A cluster of white energy appears in front of the young man. Woo realizes that Yeon has disappeared. A blow flies into the guy's back. He cries out in pain and holds his neck. The boy spins from side to side, trying to figure out where the source of danger is. The boy looks to his left. He guesses that the girl is using the stealth skill. Woo considers using Hawkeye, but this skill may be too weak to see the enemy. A series of notifications appear. Level 2 Hawkeye skill. Level up available. Level 3 Hawkeye skill. Sense of traps, hiding places, etc. High chance of detecting weak points. The hero, who has 2180 points in reserve, is offered to level up the skill, which requires 1000 points. Woo is happy to see that he can improve this skill. Digital circles are visible around his eye again. Hawkeye's skill has been upgraded to level 3. Now he can see the girl. The boy immediately appears behind her. To do this, he used the telekinesis skill. Yeon looks around in surprise. The hero throws a punch and hits the girl in the side. The young man flies past his opponent. Yeon looks at the boy in confusion and asks what he is doing. Is he really going to kill her? Woo complains that she does not even lose health due to all these buffs. The boy looks up, where a notification hangs saying that 4 minutes and 20 seconds are left. The young man realizes that time is very short. It seems to him that the Annihilation strike is the only thing that can help him win. Woo realizes that intentionally exposing himself to the girl's attacks may give away his intentions. The hero holds the novice dagger in his hand. We see a bridge over a lava river. Woo continues to think about his plan of action. There are restrictions in this dungeon, and if he pretends that he cannot use Annihilation Strike, then perhaps it will deceive the girl. Yeon rushes to attack. She screams that she can't wait any longer because time is running out. The girl deals the guy several very sensitive blows. Woo understands that she is acting this way only because the time for the quest is running out. A notification appears about receiving damage and that health has dropped to 3%. The hero covers himself with his hand. He understands that a few more missed attacks and the exterminating blow is activated. Yeon continues to hit the guy. We see a bloody stain. Another portion of damage is reported. Then there is a notification that health has dropped to 0. The conditions for activating the exterminating attack are met. With a loud scream, Woo rushes to attack. He approaches the girl and raises his dagger to strike. Yeon looks at his opponent with fear. Woo looks at the girl and mentally asks her for forgiveness. The tip of his dagger rests against something. It turns out that the girl is defending herself with something like a ghostly shield. The tip of the dagger rests against a ghostly barrier. Woo looks into the girl's eyes. He doesn't understand what's going on. The boy looks at the system notification that the exterminating attack will end in 5 seconds. He switches his dagger from hand to hand. Woo strikes with his left hand, but still can't break through the barrier hanging in front of him. The system reports that there is 1 second left until the end of the exterminating attack. Woo curses everything in the world, realizing that he has no time left. The hero takes out another artifact. He uses his reverse skill. In front of us is a hexagonal pendant. The system issues several more notifications. There are 1, 3, 10 seconds left until the end of the exterminating attack. The conditions are met. Exterminating attack. Health dropped to 0, 22,100 damage received. A powerful flash occurs. Woo holds the dagger in his hand. He realizes that his trick worked and he turned back time 10 seconds. Yeon swings his arm to strike. Traces of a weapon flying past are visible near the hero's chest. Yeon holds the sword with both hands. She asks why the enemy is dodging. Isn't he going to use the exterminating attack again? Woo asks to put jokes aside and tell what it was. How is Yeon able to cope with those blows? The girl, smiling, looks at the enemy and says that he can try to find out in the next world. The young man decides to test her with the Hawkeye skill. We again see the characteristic digital circles around his organ of vision. The skill scans the ghostly shield that the beauty was covering herself with. Information windows appear. Han Si-yeon level 458 uses the Shield of God at maximum level. This skill forms a transparent shield that blocks any attacks. It can change size and shape depending on the owner's desire. The minimum area is 1m2, consumes 120 MP every second. Woo looks at the girl angrily and says that she is using a hidden item, the Shield of God. She smiles and replies that he saw it with Hawkeye. Yeon shows off the bracelet on her right arm. She says that this item is called Divinus. It is a bracelet that summons a shield powered by mana. The beauty smiles. She says that the Absolute Blade and the Absolute Shield just clashed. She was not sure if it would work, but she decided to use the item, and she was right. Woo looks at the opponent with displeasure, who, in his opinion, just showed her superiority. Yeon raises his sword and suggests that the guy activate the Annihilation attack. She says that only one of them is destined to survive. The hero begins to hit his hand with the dagger. Notifications appear about taking damage, and then about completely depleting health. The conditions for using the Annihilation attack are met. Woo uses the skill sprint and rushes forward, loudly warning of his approach. The dagger and shield clash again. The young man, in front of whose face powerful electric discharges are flashing, looks very scared. He deals blow after blow, but still cannot break through the magical barrier. We see the Shield of God up close. The hero realizes that its range is huge. It seems like there is a giant wall in front of him. Attacking it head-on is useless, which means he needs to come from behind. Woo grinds his teeth in anger. He sees a notification that there are 5 seconds left. The guy uses the transform and sprint skills. The young man rushes forward. He flies past the girl who is standing still. The dagger is aimed at the back of the beauty's head. The use of the lift skill is reported. Yeon defends himself from the blow again. The tip of the dagger rests against an insurmountable wall. Woo realizes that the girl is incredibly fast with this transparent shield. He sees a notification that there are 2 seconds left until the end of the extermination attack. The hero uses the transform and sprint skills. We see him behind the girl again. Yeon is confused and asks if the guy is really going to repeat the same trick over and over again. Woo uses the lift skill again. The hero takes on a physical form behind the beauty. He smiles and explains that if you get stuck in an obstacle when you cancel the skill, you return to your original location. The tip of the blade is aimed at the girl's face. Woo says that this is the end. Yeon looks at the rookie dagger in fear as it flies straight at her forehead. Notifications appear that the extermination attack has ended, as well as that the stat effects have been removed. A white trail is visible in the air. Yeon strikes and hits the hero in the stomach. The young man kneels down. Holding his side, he makes scary sounds. Yeon stands over him. She states that the last trick the young man used really surprised her. She promises that the boy's family will be given appropriate compensation, so he does not have to worry about it. Woo looks at his opponent angrily and begins to realize that this is really the end. We see pursed lips. Yeon raises his hand. A smile appears on the hero's face. He thinks about how he just wanted a quiet life. Is that so much? A red rope appears above the beauty's head. It goes down to the boy's head. The red object hangs in front of the girl's chest. Woo looks at the rope in amazement. He remembers that he saw it when he died during the battle with Choi Yi-young. A red rope is visible against the starry sky. The hero pushes off with his foot. The rope appears next to Yeon. The girl is holding a sword hilt in her hand. A rope and the tip of the sword are visible next to the guy. Wu looks somewhere in despair, clenching his teeth. His face appears directly in front of the girl's face. The young man's gaze becomes clouded. The red rope is cut in half. A notification appears. System error. The path chosen by the nominated candidate has been destroyed. The system issues a series of messages. Scenario 1128 has been destroyed. Unable to proceed to Scenario 1129. The quest has been suspended. Emergency. Summoning an absolute level manager. Torino appears. Wu recognizes him and calls him by name. Yon calls the young man brother. The hero looks at the girl in surprise and asks her to explain why she called the admin that way. Yon approaches the young man and, holding out her hand to him, asks if he really is her brother. Torino pretends to laugh and assures that the girl is mistaken. She confuses him with someone else. Yon does not believe him. She asks him not to be so cruel to his sister. The admin angrily raises his hand and demands that the girl leave him alone. Yon looks at the young man in shock. Torino puts his hand on his chin. He thoughtfully says that he has no choice. This cannot go on any longer. We see the face of this man without a beard and mustache. Yon hits the transparent barrier that appeared out of nowhere in front of her. She screams that she never believed in the death of her brother. Torino calms the girl down, explaining that he only looks like Seong-jun, but in reality he is not him. Wu looks warily at the transformed admin and asks what this means. Torino, smiling, replies that he is just an avatar of Seong-jun. Before us are two halves of one face. Torino explains that he and Seong-jun have the same appearance and memories, but his feelings and personality are individual. They are like doppelgangers. The young man raises his index finger and states that he is in charge of the hidden objects at Seong-jun's request and would never want to take on the role of Yon's brother as well. The girl desperately knocks on the transparent barrier in front of her. She screams that her brother is lying and that it is actually him. Seong-jun should not act like this because it is very cruel. The screen cracks. Torino snaps his fingers and states that, sadly, he has to do something. The girl rolls her eyes and falls backwards. The next second, she is on the ground. Torino, scratching the back of his head, stands in front of the unconscious girl. He states that she has been acting inappropriately from the very beginning of the hidden object search and now things have gone too far. A notification appears above the hero's head stating that there are 3 seconds left. He looks closely at the admin and asks if he can explain what is going on here. Torino puts his right hand aside and says that everything is very simple. The quest has been suspended due to an emergency and he came here to fix it. Wu asks again in surprise. Torino explains that the young man rejected Seong-jun's plan and cut foresight. A red rope is visible above the hero's head. He asks in amazement if Torino means this by the strange term foresight. The admin calmly replies that this is true. It is a secret skill activated only by the candidate chosen by Seong-jun. Wu looks at his interlocutor in surprise and asks why he suddenly became a candidate if he is an ordinary person. Torino replies that no one knows, but this is the decision Seong-jun made when the world changed. The young people look at the girl. Torino states that the problem is Yon, who constantly interferes with her brother's plans. Wu excitedly says that he cut foresight and thus rejected Seong-jun's plan. Does this mean that Seong-jun's plan included killing Yon? Torino looks thoughtfully over his clenched fingers. He says that it is not that simple. Foresight is activated when the hero's life is in danger and it has nothing to do with Yon. The hero thoughtfully says that he seems to be beginning to understand. Torino adds that no one can say for sure. He is only an avatar of Seong-jun and cannot look into his head. Wu looks at his interlocutor indignantly. He asks if this means that he has been acting on his own guesses all this time. The admin confirms that this is how it was, but he is justified by the fact that he sees the end goal. Torino looks at the young man and declares that Seong-jun wants to raise a successor who will inherit all his power. In front of us is a black figure with the rookie dagger in his hand. Torino states that Seong-jun's items are very powerful, and the owner of all 5 will be truly invincible. An 8-pointed star is visible next to the admin's head. He asks the guy what he will become if he receives the God Stone. Wu understands that he will be equal to a god in strength. We see the items that come in the set. Torino replies that the guy is absolutely right and that is why the parts of the set are hidden. We see the faces of 2 young men. The admin states that there is no such thing as a perfect person, but Seong-jun wants the fate of the world to be decided by someone who meets the standards he sets. Wu raises a clenched fist. He asks why someone decided to place such a gigantic responsibility on his shoulders. Torino raises his index finger. He states that he does not have an answer to this question, but that is not the most important thing right now. Yon lies unconscious on the ground. The admin says that the hero has a chance to complete the quest. Yon lies on the ground. Torino suggests that now she can be finished off without the extermination attack. Wu stands thoughtfully over his opponent. Disgust appears on the guy's face. He asks if there is any way to change the quest. Torino glances at the young man and states that it is impossible. The quest is Seongjun's creation, but some other powerful force is at work here. Woo, who is holding a dagger, states that it seems that only one of them can survive. Torino says that there is a way to destroy the hidden item. The young man looks at the dagger in his hand. He looks at his interlocutor and asks what he is talking about. The admin replies that, as he mentioned earlier, he has the authority to take away hidden items. We see the young man's eyes. He explains that if the hero or the girl refuses the hidden item, it will solve the duplication problem and the quest will be deleted. Yeon is still unconscious. Torino says that she cannot refuse her item now and, moreover, she will never do it voluntarily. Woo sadly looks at the rookie dagger. He says that in this case, everything depends only on his choice. Tae-ho takes a powerful blow. He sits on the ground and curses. Two agents run up to him, one of whom asks if the boss is okay. The head of security, narrowing his eyes, asks what happened to that bastard. He is told that he is currently fighting Si-hoon. In front of us is the masked and hooded hunter that Tae-ho asked about. He throws out his hand. Si-hoon swings his arm to strike the enemy. The two blades clash. The opponents strike multiple times, but all of them seem to miss their target. The agents watch the fight in shock. One of them asks how Mr. Young Si-hoon manages to resist such a monster. The second agent says that in his opinion, the red mask is losing now. His comrade says that it is only natural since Si-hoon is a watchman. Tae-ho, apparently, is not very happy to hear these words. Before us is a young man in a long cloak, above whose head is visible an emblem depicting the globe. It is reported that the watchman is a member of an international association of hunters. Such people are usually sent to points on the globe where security is required. Si-hoon parries the enemy's blade. Tae-ho grinds his teeth in rage. He curses mentally since he is also a watchman, but it is not he who is being praised now. Si-hoon holds out his sword in front of him. The envious man knows that he has a much higher salary and position, as well as more powerful items, but it is the blonde who always gets more attention. Tae-ho thinks that this is simply unforgivable. He opens his mouth wide and charges forward. The head of security shouts loudly that he is much better than Si-hoon. Tae-ho approaches the opponents who have already entered the fight. He strikes with his sword. The red blade parries the blow. Si-hoon turns to his superior in irritation and asks him what he is doing. Tae-ho does not understand what he did wrong. A red blade is visible in front of the blonde's face. Si-hoon explains that their opponent changes his position every time. It is not possible to finish everything with one blow, they need to inflict damage gradually. Tae-ho angrily demands that his subordinate shut up. He is infuriated by the smugness of this vile bastard. The masked hunter towers over the two agents. Tae-ho shouts that he will decide for himself how to fight. Si-hoon tries to stop the boss. It becomes clear that Shin Hyun-min is hiding under the mask. He thinks that ordinary street bums can fight much better than Tae-ho. We see a black mask with red slits for the eyes. It is reported that this is the mask of a cowardly actor. Unique Effect 1, hide the level. Unique Effect 2, all effects from the owner's characteristics are reduced by 40%. Level 1 skill actor's talent, changes the voice at the owner's request. Consumes 5 MP every 10 seconds. Nin was worried about the penalty being too high for the owner, but now he thinks that this item will allow him to easily win the battle if he takes advantage of the weaknesses of this narcissistic guy. Tae-ho rushes at the hunter and it becomes clear that he is the one being talked about. The head of the security department strikes with his sword. The blade approaches the masked hunter, then ends up behind the enemy. He calls him by his title and name and then asks if he's ashamed to be called watchman. Tae-ho yells loudly for his opponent to shut up. His punch flies past his opponent. Min mockingly states that Tae-ho is an absolutely terrible fighter. The brunette's hair stands on end. He opens his mouth and says the name of the skill Evolve. A powerful flash occurs. Notifications appear that a large amount of damage has been dealt to a hidden level. Tae-ho is wearing armor that covers his entire body. Above the head of the security chief, his level is shown as 558 and his health is 78%. Above the hunter with the hidden level, the number 94% is written. Min asks the opponent if he really used sudden transformation. It seems that the agents of today have completely forgotten about honor. Tae-ho, smiling, prepares his sword to strike. He declares that he will break the opponent's mask for making him remove the seal from his cloak. Min threateningly notes that it is unlikely to come to that. The masked hunters approach Tae-ho. One of them calls out to his commander. Min orders them to stop. Eyes glow under the mask. The guild leader says that evolved agents should not be underestimated. Also, do not forget about the mask penalty. Min turns his head. There is a black portal in front of us. The hunter really hopes that Yeon will quickly sort everything out and return from there. Tae-ho opens his mouth and shouts loudly for all agents to prepare for evolution. The fighters clench their fists and shout loudly. They confirm that the restrictions are being lifted. Threats are made against the masked hunters, calling them bastards and threatening to finish them off right now. One of the subordinates looks at Min and asks what they should do. He replies that they must hold on while they can. The opponents stand opposite each other. The agents receive the order to attack. Min raises his red sword. Next to this man, a portal is visible that makes a whistling sound. Someone comes out of it. It is the hero, whose face is covered by hair. Min looks at him and asks what he is doing here. T-Ho, who is raising his sword to strike, also recognizes the young man. Si-hoon shouts loudly at his boss, demanding that he wait. The blonde notices that the young man is in some kind of strange state. T-Ho asks again in surprise. The hero has a very unkind expression on his face. He utters an incomprehensible word, and someone around him asks him again. Wu opens his mouth again. He says that it is over, so everyone can get out of here. The guy says the last part of the phrase with a face distorted with rage. In front of us is a large building. It is reported that this is the Gangbuk branch of the Hunter Management Bureau. There is a video camera hanging above the door. Someone asks if the first level hunter really refused to testify. The answer is that it is true. In front of us are two agents. One of them says that several days have passed and he is very tired of all this. The second one answers that the young man is indeed very peculiar, but T-Ho continues to ask the same questions over and over again. One of the interlocutors says that in the hero's place he would have gone crazy a long time ago. The second one answers that perhaps this has already happened. At least, some diagnosis can already be made based on the guy's appearance. One of the agents says that, from what he has heard, the young man's combat parameters are far from impressive. Strength 75, agility 46, he is not even level 100. The interlocutor declares that this is some kind of nonsense. How did he manage to defeat the head of security at the warehouse in this case? Another person approaches the guys. It is T-Ho. He coughs loudly, drawing attention to himself. One of the agents grabs the back of his head and quickly leaves, declaring that he just needed to go on some business. The head of security brings a can of carbonated drink to his lips. He thinks that the agents were basically right. However, what is more important is that the guy did not have the dagger, which seemed to have disappeared somewhere. We see the weapon that T-Ho is referring to. In front of us are the silhouettes of the agents. They search the young man's inventory and all the nooks and crannies around the dungeon, but were unable to find the blade. Wu stands with his hands sadly hanging down. T-Ho was initially sure that the masked hunters were in cahoots with him, but they literally disappeared from the scene of the battle and left the first level owner here. T-Ho squeezes a tin can that still contains liquid. The head of security grits his teeth in rage. He has neither the dagger nor the answers to any of the questions. A little further down the corridor, a door opens and Si-hoon comes out. Wu follows him. T-Ho loudly asks why the detainee was in the corridor. Si-hoon says that he was just about to tell his boss about it. The blonde man looks at T-Ho boldly and declares that Lee Jin-woo is being released. T-Ho asks again, confused. Si-hoon explains that the branch manager ordered his immediate release. The head of security looks at the piece of paper with the order. He realizes that the branch manager is currently away on a special mission. How could he know about this matter and even sign something? A man in a suit appears behind T-Ho and says that he helped a little in this matter. T-Ho sees a bearded man of level 871 in front of him. The head of security realizes that the person in front of him is Shin Hyan Min, the leader of the Manga Guild. Min states that Mr. Chung told him that he could not contact the branch manager on a very important matter, so he decided to intervene since he was in that very dungeon. T-Ho looks at the blonde man suspiciously and asks if this is really true. Si-hoon replies that it is true and he personally reported this to the branch manager. T-Ho rubs his chin, gritting his teeth in anger. In his opinion, the fact that the head of a large guild is delivering reports inside the Hunter's administration raises very serious suspicions. Min, smiling, states that this is all because Mr. Lee Jin-woo is a member of his guild. T-Ho asks again in amazement. He looks at the sad young man standing near the door. Now he understands why the first level hunter calmly appeared wherever he wanted. He has very cool patrons, namely the Manga Guild. Min puts his hand on the hero's shoulder and states that the accusations of the first level hunter of illegal possession of a weapon, murder, and resisting arrest seem too far-fetched. The guild head looks sternly at T-Ho and asks if he is sure that they caught the criminal. The head of security says that he saw the guy with his own eyes. Min asks if T-Ho has any evidence. He asks again in bewilderment. The guild leader adjusts his glasses. He asks if the Hunter Management Bureau has this young man's weapon or any footage to prove his guilt. T-Ho opens his mouth and shouts that this is simply outrageous. Min glares at him menacingly. Beads of sweat run down T-Ho's face. He knows he can't handle this opponent. He can destroy any evidence even if he gets it. Shin Hyan Min glares at someone. T-Ho curses in his mind. He thinks he should have prepared more thoroughly. An agent appears behind the head of security, shouting loudly that there has been a breakthrough in the S-level dungeon in Suyudong. T-Ho stands in front of the hero. He looks at him menacingly and declares that Wu will get his comeuppance someday. As he passes Min, the head of security turns around and with some disdain expresses his hope that they will meet again. Min replies that this will definitely happen. Taeho glances at the blonde man, who is calmly standing in place. We see the faces of 2 employees of the Hunter Management Bureau. Min watches Taeho leave and says that the matter ended quite well. Smiling, the guild leader looks at the blonde man and thanks him for his help. Si-hoon looks at the man with displeasure and reminds him that he was not trying to help him in particular. The young man has sadness on his face. He says that he was only trying to prevent an item belonging to the hero from falling into the hands of an evil person. Si-hoon leaves. Min looks at him appraisingly. He puts his hand on Woo's shoulder and suggests that they leave. The hero says the girl's name. He looks at the guild leader and asks if she is okay. He bows and says that she is fine and completely safe. The man thanks the guy for giving him the hidden item to save her. Min looks at the guy and apologizes for not telling him everything from the beginning. Woo sadly says that the apology is accepted. The young people leave the building. Min reaches into the hem of his jacket. He hands the hero a phone. The guy asks what it is. The answer is that it is a gift. Woo takes the device, but says that he already has a phone. Min asks to take it anyway, since the real gift is inside. Someone calls the hero. He looks in surprise at who did it. Seok, standing next to a white car, waves his hand. Min, smiling, tells the guy that it would be appropriate, of course, if he gave him a ride himself, but this time, due to lack of time, he asked his friend to do it. Min extends his hand. He says that it is time to say goodbye and thanks the guy again for everything he has done. We see the face of the guild leader up close. He states that Yeon asked him to tell Woo that she only wishes him happiness, despite the fact that their meetings were not always particularly pleasant. The hero is sad. He says that he understands everything. The young people shake hands. Min's outline becomes vague. He literally dissolves into thin air, leaving behind a bright flash. The hero says that the head of the Myeongga Guild left in a manner befitting a man of his position. Remembering the appearance of the girl, Woo looks at the screen of his phone. He turns her words in his head about her wishing him happiness. Surprise appears in the guy's eyes. He sees a card with his name on it, with a balance of $100 million. Someone is sitting in a lounge chair on the beach. The hero is wearing sunglasses. The guy looks at the sky and says that his life is incredibly empty right now. Seok and Seo-ra appear behind him. The guy tells the girl that the hero seems to be in a very upset state again. She replies that he should be left alone. This is the most usual state for him lately. Seok asks if he should take the guy to a doctor or some other specialist. Seo-ra replies that this is probably a good idea. Woo, from his lounge chair, replies that he can hear all this talk. He turns to the young people irritably and asks why they don't play somewhere else. He wants to be alone. Seok replies that they can't do that since they promised his parents to look after him. The fat man says that the hero should stop bothering the old people and go see a doctor. Woo shows an amazing looking credit card. Seok and Seo-ra happily run away. The guy yells at Woo not to go anywhere until they come back. The sister tells the fat man that she wants something sweet. The boy looks at the phone screen. He is glad that he is alone and no one is making noise nearby. It turns out that he has $70 million left in his bank account. We see very expensive items and food. Woo says that he now has an expensive apartment that is guarded by hunters, a sports car, the ability to make any purchases and travel around the world, expensive food. He has received all the wealth he dreamed of. The guy looks at the phone screen and tries to understand why he is so unhappy now. We see his face up close. He says that after giving up the hidden item, all his desires evaporated, and it seems like a hole has formed in his chest. A whirlpool is visible in the sea. Woo gets up from the lounge chair and looks closely, trying to understand what it is. He sees a black hole inside and realizes that it is very strange. A whirlpool should not look like this at all. A little girl comes up to him from behind and calls out to the hero. In front of us is the lower part of the child's face. The girl holds out a purple pinwheel. She asks the hero to take it and expresses hope that this toy will help him. Woo carefully examines the item she has received. The girl asks the boy not to die, no matter how hard it is for him. The boy asks in confusion what she is talking about. Why does he suddenly have to die? In front of us is a sea with clouds floating above it. The little girl says that she saw the hero staring at the sea for several hours. Her mother said that a person who stares at the sea for such a long time must be going through very hard times and is thinking about dying. Woo looks sadly at the child and says that things are not so bad for him. The little girl says that he should not be ashamed. It would be strange if the owner of the first level did not experience difficult experiences. The girl smiles happily and says that even the lowest level can have very happy days. Woo, smiling back, thanks the child for his words of encouragement. The sun is shining brightly in the sky. The boy says goodbye, but the girl shouts at him to wait. We see a plate of food. The girl is cutting a piece of meat. This little lady is called Asei Ramjeon. She said that she is 10 years old. The hero, with a very strange expression on his face, is cutting a steak. He does not understand how he ended up in a restaurant with a child whom he has never met before in his life. Maybe it was a desire to get rid of the feeling of loneliness. The child and the young man are sitting opposite each other. The girl says that she came here with her parents on vacation, but her dad and mom are very busy, so she walks alone. Wu asks how the little girl is not afraid to walk without adults. The girl smiles. Level 42 is marked above her head. The little girl cheerfully declares that her level is quite good, so she has nothing to be afraid of. The guy looks at his little interlocutor, smiling. He realizes that for an ordinary person, this is quite a good indicator. The guy and girl sitting behind the hero pay attention to the strange couple. The young man asks his girlfriend to look at the next table. The child is level 42, and the young man sitting in front of her is only level 1. The girl assumes that they seem to have swapped levels. The young people take out their phones and start taking pictures. The guy says that this is simply amazing. A child's palm loudly slaps the table. Jian goes to the next table, apologizes, and asks if the people sitting at it took too many photos. The guy says that they did not take pictures of anyone, but only took selfies. The girl raises her index finger and demands that the young man stop lying. She heard them discussing her and the guy sitting with her. Old people appear behind the young men. The woman says that adults should be ashamed and not behave like that in front of this child. The man asks them to be quieter as they are interfering with his enjoyment of the meal. The guy and the girl head for the exit. Jian angrily demands that they delete the photos they took. Wu, smiling, looks at the little girl and says that she is very smart and self-confident. Jian explains this by the fact that she invested experience points in intelligence and willpower. The hero asks what indicators she has achieved in this regard. Jian sits down at the table again and says that her intelligence is 177 and her willpower is 88. These parameters surprise the young man. The girl sadly lowers her eyes. She says that she would like to pump up her strength and dexterity, but she cannot do this since her parents want her to inherit the corporation. Wu looks at his interlocutor in shock. He expected something like this from a little girl with level 42, but now that she started talking about the corporation, it becomes clear that it must be a large company that everyone has heard of. He asks the little girl why she wanted to pump up her strength and agility. Jian sadly replies that, to be honest, she wanted to become a hunter. It's a shame that her wish will never come true. Wu puts his hand on the table and says that dungeon crawls really do cost a lot of money. The girl replies that it's not about the money at all. The young man, looking at the little girl, asks why she listens to every word her parents say. The girl's hand is lying on the table next to the knife and fork. She says that if she listened to everything her mom and dad say, they would be happy and she would probably be with them now. Jian lowers her eyes. She states that this did not really happen. Wu remembers Yeon. He understands that he had a very similar situation with her. The little girl looks at the young man with a serious expression and says that she thinks he went through something similar. He looks as if he, too, was rejected by the person he loves very much. Wu jumps up and screams that this is not true and the girl should stop making up all this nonsense. Jian smiles like a child. She states that she has long wanted to tell the young man something. You can forget about unhappy love with the help of acquired love. Wu asks in surprise what this could mean. In front of us is a path along which young people are walking. A young man approaches a girl and greets her. Smiling stupidly, the guy asks for her phone number. The beauty leaves without saying a word. Jian looks at the guy with displeasure and irritatedly says that she asked him 100 times not to act like this. He should act much more confidently and be bold when he says words. Wu clutches his head. He realizes that he looks like a fool trying to meet girls under the guidance of a 10-year-old. How did he end up doing this idiocy? The young man looks at the girl, whose eyes sparkle. He can't ignore her request since she poured out her soul to him. After all, this can't last forever and she has to give in at some point. Wu tries to hit on another beauty. She dryly replies that she won't buy anything. The young man reaches out to the brunette and asks for her phone number. The girl apologizes and runs away. The hero watches her go. Jian, looking sadly at the guy, asks why he can't do anything. Maybe he should increase his charisma. Wu, smiling, looks at the cute child. He says that, apparently, this stupid activity should be stopped. He is tired and can no longer continue. The guy turns away and tries to leave, wishing the girl a good rest at the end. Jian stands in front of him, spreading her arms out to the sides. She asks the guy to wait and make just one last try. The girl, with tears in her eyes, looks at the young man pleadingly. The hero understands that in this way she is trying to pluck up the courage to approach her parents. He feels very awkward about all this and he cannot refuse the child. Wu puts his hands on the baby's shoulders. He says that he will make one more try, but it will be the last. Jian can choose the girl he will approach. The girl points her finger at the blonde sitting on the rug at the very edge of the sea. Smiling, she declares that her choice has been made. In front of us is a beauty with level 296. Wu looks at her in shock and realizes that she is a huntress and she has an incredibly high level. The guy is very scared to approach this beauty. He thinks that he is level 1, and so far he has not managed to meet a single girl. However, the young man realizes that this is his last attempt. He will make it, and if nothing works out, he will simply go to rest. We see the leg of a young man. Smiling, he approaches the girl and asks for forgiveness. Wu asks what she is looking at. The blonde points her finger towards the sea. She says that the waves there behave a little unusually. The sea water makes some strange sound. The guy thoughtfully looks where the girl pointed and says that the waves go back and forth. He also found this strange a little earlier. The blonde looks in surprise at the sign hanging above the hero's head and says that it is very unusual to see the first level above the head of an adult. Wu smiles and scratches his head. He says that there is a video on the internet where a level 1 hunter went berserk. The guy admits that it was him. The girl laughs. Covering her mouth with her hand, she says that the young man is very funny. He thinks that he should not blush now under any circumstances. The beauty holds out her hand. She introduces herself as Ha Young Yoon. The girl says that she is 24 years old and works as a hunter in the Hanwoo Guild. Wu is surprised and says that he immediately realized that the girl is very strong. But now it turns out that the guild she works for is also one of the best. Yoon giggles, hearing these words. The hero, smiling, introduces himself. He says that he is 26 years old and also worked as a hunter but retired. The blonde happily looks at the young man and says that he jokes well. A level 1 hunter who is already retired? That's very funny. Wu says that it is true and that the girl should not believe him. She raises her index finger. She says that she has a question that will test whether Wu is really a hunter. Yoon asks why she is looking at the waves breaking. Any hunter should know the answer to this. The guy peers into the sea. He had previously thought that something unusual was happening there, but now, after hearing her question, he is almost certain of it. A black funnel is visible among the waves. It seems that the hero understands what it could be. He looks anxiously into the sea and assumes that this is a dungeon breakthrough. The girl says in surprise that the guy actually knows this. Wu, smiling, says that of course he should know these things, since such questions are always included in the written exam for hunters. The young man realizes the meaning of his words and shouts loudly whether all this really means that a dungeon breakthrough is happening here now. The young people look into the sea. Yoon says that nothing like this should happen. Agents patrol this beach constantly as there are a lot of tourists here. If they found something, they would have already taken some action, so it is most likely just an unusual current. Having calmed down, Wu says that Yoon is most likely right. A column of water rises up from the whirlpool. We see a purple funnel. Notifications appear. Time to complete is 7 days. A rank dungeon opens. Conditions for completion: killing the boss. Wu shouts loudly that this is indeed a breakthrough. He sees scary monsters, which are designated as rotten gargoyles of level 310. Yoon turns to the guy and shouts for him to evacuate with the other people. Vacationers, over whom the monsters are flying, scream that they have witnessed a dungeon breakthrough. They scream shrilly, succumbing to panic. A shiny sword appears in Yoon's hand. She holds her weapon, which is called a blade gun, in front of her. A powerful stream of energy hits the gargoyle's chest. It is reported that the monster's health has dropped to 37%. Yoon looks at the monster angrily and curses. She really hoped to kill it with one blow. Streams of fire are visible in the sky. They hit another monster. It is reported that the rotten gargoyle of level 310 receives a significant amount of damage. The monster flies apart. A blue window notifies that the monster has been killed. The people standing on the beach rejoice wildly. They welcome the blonde who did this. Yoon turns to the vacationers and shouts loudly at them that it is dangerous to stay here. They must run away as quickly as possible. Someone notices the monster above the girl's head and warns her. In front of us is a gold-plated object. It crashes into the gargoyle's neck and eliminates the danger hanging over Yoon. The blonde turns around and looks around, trying to understand what just happened. Wu, with his arms wide apart, yells at the girl not to stand there, but to finish off the monster. Yoon says that she understands and will do everything. She uses her sword, shrouded in swirls of energy, again. Another monster flies apart. A notification appears that a level 310 rotten gargoyle has been killed. The girl looks at the owner of the golden shield in amazement. Wu, peeking out from behind it, smiles slyly. He asks if the girl is impressed by the actions of a retired hunter. The blonde looks at the guy in surprise and asks if he really was a hunter. Then why is he only level 1? Wu says that he has no problem providing the girl with additional support. He has several legendary level items. Yoon still looks at the guy in confusion and clarifies if everything is really as he said. If so, let the guy try to cover her. If it gets too dangerous, he should run away. She won't blame him for anything. Wu replies that he will cover her. 3 gargoyles are visible in the air. Yoon stares at them and says that they act as if they were expecting all this. The girl asks the guy to help her again. A blade cannon appears in her hand, spewing streams of energy. A powerful stream hits the body of another monster. Red notifications appear about the loss of health of 3 rotten gargoyles of level 310 at once. Yoon drinks from a blue bottle. Her weapon has a 10-second cooldown and she's waiting to use it again. At this distance from the monsters, she can afford it. The blonde sees a new enemy with an absolutely terrifying face. The gargoyles emit jets of purple energy. They fly straight at the blonde. A wave of energy covers both her and the hero. Yoon looks in amazement at the guy who covered them both from the blow with his shield. Wu turns to the girl and shouts for her to prepare her skill. The blonde makes it clear that she will do it. She points the blade cannon at the enemies again. The monsters fly into small pieces. Blue notifications inform about the death of 3 scary gargoyles at once. Jian runs up to the guy from behind. She screams loudly that this can't be. She asks if the hero is really level 1. How did he get a legendary item in this case? Wu shouts the girl's name. The blonde looks at the little girl and says that it is too dangerous here and that she needs to leave. Jian shows her red dagger. She asks Yoon not to worry. She has a god level item and a lot of potions. The girl looks at the little girl with concern and says that it is too early for her to participate in all of this. Even if she has a very good item, it is too dangerous for a child. Wu says the girl's name. He kneels in front of the little girl and puts his hand on her shoulder. The guy promises that he and Yoon will definitely deal with the monsters, and for now Jian should stay in a safe place. The young man smiles and says that he is making a promise to the girl. Wu looks over his shoulder at the blonde and says that she should hide behind him when her weapon is reloading. Yoon agrees. She looks at her ally a little sadly. The girl cannot understand what this is. She is much higher in level and probably has much more solid combat experience, but nevertheless, for some reason, she is ready to follow all his orders. Jian points her finger at the sky. She warns the boy and girl that something is approaching from there. We see a strange purple glow. Wu shouts loudly for everyone to hide behind his back. Another wave of powerful energy covers the people. The young man can hardly hold back this onslaught. His shield seems to be starting to crack. Wu notices this. The purple glow fills the entire sky. A powerful explosion occurs. Yoon lies on the ground, trying to understand what happened. She sees a girl with 0% health and a boy with 5%. The blonde asks in fear if everyone is alive. The girl looks up. There appears a monster of an unknown level, the Judge of Death. Beads of sweat run down the beauty's cheek. Surprise appears in her eyes. She sees the hero's back. Yoon calls out to him. In front of us is the vault of a cave. Wu sadly says that he is giving up the right to own a hidden item. Tarino, who is standing next to the boy, asks if he will regret his choice. The guy says that he wanted to sell the Yoon dagger anyway. The admin says that the choice is, of course, up to the young man, but after refusing the hidden item, he will be very unhappy. The young man looks up and asks in what sense. Tarino asks the guy not to be mistaken. Money will not make him happy. True happiness lies in endless growth. We see the man's face up close. He sadly says that this is the truth of life. People who refuse to develop will definitely face great difficulties. Fear appears in the hero's eyes. Wu looks at the huge monster looming over him. He understands that Tarino was absolutely right. Difficulties have overtaken him, and this is most likely death. The silhouette of the weapon that he ordered to equip appears next to the guy's hand. A notification appears that the great sword of the mad hero is equipped. We see this magnificent weapon up close. Wu thinks that after refusing the hidden item, all of his stats have been reset. Here is an information window informing us that he has the following skills left: Sprint LV, 2 Bounce LV, 1 Double Co LV, 1 and Bird Pierce LV, 1. To somehow compensate for this loss, he acquired a legendary sword and learned new skills. The young man uses the sprint skill and rushes to attack. He thinks that difficulties, of course, cannot be avoided, but he will never retreat in front of them. Yoon looks in amazement at the hero, who is approaching the Judge of Death. She loudly shouts his name. The monster brings down another wave of purple energy. The hero puts his sword under it. The use of the bounce skill is reported, which cancels the enemy's skill once. A flash occurs near the blade. Notifications appear that the judge's guillotine skill has been cancelled, and 3 minutes are left before the reuse of bounce. Gritting his teeth in rage, the hero raises his sword over his head. He is determined to finish off the enemy. A notification appears about the use of the Die Together skill. It increases attack power by 5,000%, but after using it, the owner's health drops to 1. Purple spots are visible in the sky. It seems that the young man manages to inflict serious damage on the enemy. It is reported that 122,520 damage was inflicted on the Death Judge. The monster's health drops to 72%. A red window indicates that the Death Judge is using the Inevitable Death skill. We see a bright white beam. It is reported that the mad hero's greatsword is broken. The weapon that the young man is holding shatters into pieces. A cloud from the explosion rises upward. Woo covers his face with his fist and tries to cough. Yoon rushes to the aid of the kneeling boy. She loudly shouts for him to go away. The young man turns to the blonde and demands that she not come closer. Woo thinks that he always wanted to be happy, but it seems that this is simply impossible. The young man clenches his fist. The judge of death emits another beam, which is aimed right at the top of the young man's head. Woo screams loudly. He thinks that he will not run anywhere anymore. The guy puts his fist out to meet the beam flying at him. We see a heart. A notification appears that the first chakra has been opened. The purple beam crumbles on the hero's fist. A series of notifications pop up. Will has gone beyond the original limits. Minimum conditions are met. The seal of the heart is partially removed. Unknown power is not enough. The law of shackles cannot be removed. Adjusting to the law of shackles of unknown power. A stream of blue energy is visible in front of the judge of death, crumbling into pieces. Woo raises his fist to strike. A notification appears about the use of the deep sea flame chakra skill. The shockwave spreading from the young man's fist hits the monster. It looks like the judge of death is flying apart. A blue window informs that 500,000 damage has been dealt to the judge of death. The monster crashes into the ocean, raising a huge column of splashes. A notification appears that the judge of death has been killed. Woo looks sternly into the distance. He raises his right hand. The young man tries to understand what kind of power he has and where it came from. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.